The Ringworld Throne by Larry Niven. Copyright 1996 by Larry Niven. Read by James DeLotel.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
Library of Congress Annotation. This sequel to The Ringworld Engineers, RC 17471, begins with a tour of the habitat of 600 trillion square miles that rings a distant sun. When explorer Louis Wu returns to save Ringworld from colliding with its sun, he finds a society beset by violence. Violence, 1996. From the book Jacket. Over 500,000 years ago, 248 light-years from Earth, an unimaginably advanced civilization built itself a new home. A ring, 1,000,000 miles high, the new habitat stretched in a vast 600 million-mile circle around a stable Sun-type star. Its 600 trillion square miles of surface area were the equivalent of 3 million Earths, and centrifugal force provided the new world with the equivalent of 1 gravity. Rim walls 1,000 miles high prevented the atmosphere from spilling out, and orbiting sunshades brought day and night to an immense variety of lands and seas, mountains and valleys that lined the inner surface of the ring and provided a home to myriad species of humanoid. And then, long before humans began recording their own history on Earth, the builders vanished, leaving behind the most astonishing feat of engineering ever encountered, the ring world. In the 29th century, Louis Wu, a 200 years young adventurer, became one of the first humans from known space to set foot on the ring world, and his exploits there became legends among many of the native races. During Louis Wu's second sojourn on the ring world, he was able to save it from total destruction, but several 100 million people died anyway, and that was a mighty weight on one man's conscience. But odd events on the ring world would require Louis Wu's attention once again. Someone was destroying incoming spacecraft. Vampires were gathering in untold numbers. Protectors, immensely powerful beings dedicated to safeguarding their own bloodlines above all else, were interfering with species not their own, and with each other. If the ring world was to remain intact, it was going to need one central protector of its own. But who would sit on the Ringworld Throne? About the author. Larry Niven was born in 1938 in Los Angeles, California. In 1956 he entered the California Institute of Technology, only to flunk out a year and a half later after discovering a bookstore jammed with used science fiction magazines. He graduated with a B.A. in mathematics, minor in psychology, from Washburn University, Kansas, in 1962, and completed 1 year of graduate work before he dropped out to write. His first published story, The Coldest Place, appeared in the December 1964 issue of Worlds of If. He won the Hugo Award for Best Short Story in 1966 for Neutron Star, and in 1974 for The Whole Man. The 1975 Hugo Award for Best Novelette was given to The Borderland of Saul. His novel Ringworld won the 1970 Hugo Award for Best Novel, the 1970 Nebula Award for Best Novel, and the 1972 Ditmar, an Australian award for Best International Science Fiction. Other books by Larry Niven. The Known Space Series, A Gift from Earth, The Long Arm of Gil Hamilton, Neutron Star, Protector, Ringworld, The Ringworld Engineers, Tales of Known Space, The Universe of Larry Niven, World of Patavs. Other titles: All the Myriad Ways, Convergence Series, Crashlander, The Flight of the Horse, A Hole in Space, The Integral Trees, Limits, The Smoke Ring, A World Out of Time, Flatlander. With Stephen Barnes, The California Voodoo Game. With David Gerald, The Flying Sorcerers. With Jerry Pornell, Footfall, Lucifer's Hammer. For Robert Heinlein. Contents. Prologue, The Map of Mount St. Helens, Side 1. Part 1, The Shadow Nest, Side 1. Chapter 1, A War of Scents, Side 1. Chapter 2, Recovery, Side 1. Chapter 3, The Gathering Storm, Side 2. Chapter 4, The People of the Night, Side 2. Chapter 5, The Web Dweller, Side 2. Chapter 6, Snowrunner's Pass, Side 3. Chapter 7, Wayspirit, Side 3. Chapter 8, For Not Being Warvia, Side 3. Chapter 9, Familiar Faces, Side 4. Chapter 10, Stair Street, Side 4. Chapter 11, Guard Duty, Side 4. Chapter 12, Weaning Vampires, Side 4. Chapter 13, Sawur's Law, Side 5. Chapter 14, Invasion, Side 5. Chapter 15, Power, Side 5. Chapter 16, Web of Spies, Side 5. Chapter 17, The War Against the Dark, Side 5. Chapter 18, Costs and Schedules, Side 6. Part 2, Dancing as Fast as I Can, Side 6. Chapter 19, The Knobby Man, Side 6. Chapter 20, Bram's Tale, Side 6. Chapter 21, Physics Lessons, Side 6. Chapter 22, The Net, Side 7. Chapter 23, The Running Lesson, Side 7. Chapter 24, These Bones, Side 7. Chapter 25, Default Option, Side 8. Chapter 26, The Dockyard, Side 8. Chapter 27, Lovecraft, Side 8. Chapter 28, The Passage, Side 8. Chapter 29, Collier, Side 9. Chapter 30, King, Side 9. Chapter 31, The Ringworld Throne, Side 9. Glossary, Side 10. Ringworld Parameters, Side 10. Cast of Characters, Side 10. Prologue, The Map of Mount St. Helens. A.D. 1733. Fall of the Cities. Puppeteer experimentalist regime introduces superconductor plague to Ringworld. A.D. 2851. First contact, lying bastard impacts Ringworld. A.D. 2878. Hot needle of inquiry leaves canyon. A.D. 2880. Hot needle of inquiry reaches Ringworld. A.D. 2881. Ringworld stability restored. A.D. 2882. The hindmost danced. They were dancing as far as the eye could see, beneath a ceiling that was a flat mirror. Tens of thousands of his kind moved in tight patterns that were great mutating curves, heads cocked high and low to keep their orientation. The clicking of their hooves was a part of the music, like 100,000 castanets. Kick short, kick past, veer. One eye for your counterpartner. In this movement and the next, never glance toward the wall that hides the brides. Never touch. For millions of years, the competition dance and a wide spectrum of other social vectors had determined who would mate and who would not. Beyond the illusion of the dance loomed the illusion of a window, distant and huge. The hindmost's view of hidden patriarch was a distraction, a ground rules hazard, an obstacle within the dance. Extend ahead, bow. The other three-legged dancers, the vast floor and ceiling, were projections from Hot Needle of Inquiry's computer memory. Dancing maintained the hindmost's skills, his reflexes, his health. This year had been a time for torpor, for recuperation and contemplation, but such states could change in an instant. 1 earthly year ago, or half of the puppeteer world's archaic year, or 40 Ringworld rotations, the hindmost and his alien thralls had found a mile-long sailing ship moored below the map of Mars. They had named it Hidden Patriarch and set sail, leaving the hindmost behind. The window in the hindmost's dance was a real-time view from the web-eye device in Hidden Patriarch's 4 crow's nest. What the window showed was more real than the dancers. Chmee and Louis Wu lolled in the foreground. The hindmost's servants in rebellion both looked a bit the worse for wear. The hindmost's medical programs had restored them both to youth, not much more than 2 years ago. Young and healthy they still were, but soft and slothful, too. Hind kick, touch hooves, whirl, brush tongues. The great ocean lay beneath a sea of fog. Wind-roiled fog made streamlined patterns over the tremendous ship. At the shore the fog piled like a breaking wave. Only the crow's nests, 600 feet tall, poked above the fog. Far inland, far across the white blanket, mountain peaks burst through, nearly black, with glittering peaks. Hidden Patriarch had come home. The hindmost was about to lose his alien companions. The web-eye picked up voices. Louis Wu. I'm pretty sure that's Mount Hood, and Mount Rainier there. That one I don't know, but if Mount St. Helens hadn't blown her top near 1,000 years ago, that might be it. Chmee. A Ringworld mountain doesn't explode unless you hit it with a meteor. Precisely my point. I think we'll be passing the map of San Francisco Bay inside of 10 hours. The kind of wind and waves that build up on the great ocean, you'll need a decent bay for your lander, Chmee. You can start your invasion there if you don't mind being conspicuous. I like conspicuous. The Kazin stood and stretched, claws extended. 8 feet of fur tipped everywhere with daggers, a vision out of nightmare. The hindmost had to remind himself that he faced only a hologram. The Kazin and Hidden Patriarch were 300,000 miles distant from the spacecraft buried beneath the map of Mars. Whirl, 4 feet glide left, step left, ignore the distraction. The Kazin sat again. This ship is fated, don't you think? Built to invade the map of Earth. Pirated by Tila after she became a protector to invade the map of Mars and the repair center. Now Hidden Patriarch returns to invade the Earth again. Within the hindmost's crippled interstellar spacecraft, a rising, cooling wind blew through the cabin. The dance moved faster now. Sweat soaked the hindmost's elegantly coiffed mane and rolled down his legs. The window gave him more than visible light. By radar he could see the great bay, south by the map's orientation, and a crust of cities the archaic Kazinti had built around its shore. The curve of a planet would have hidden that from him. Louis said, "I'm going to miss you." For a few moments it might be that his companion hadn't heard. Then the great mass of orange fur spoke without turning. "Louis, over there are lords I can defeat, and mates to bear my children. There is my place, not yours. Over there hominids are slaves, and they're not quite your species either. You should not come. I should not stay." Did I say different? You go, I stay. I'm going to miss you. But against your intellect. Eh? Chmee said, "Louis, I heard a tale of you years ago. I must learn the truth of it." Say on. After we returned to our worlds, after we gave over the puppeteer ship to be studied by our respective governments, Chitara Rit invited you to make free of the hunting park outside Blood of Chwaramba City. You were the first alien ever to enter that place, other than to die. You spent 2 days and a night within the grounds. What was it like? Louis was still on his back. Mostly I loved it. Mostly for the honor, I think, but every so often a man has to test his luck. We heard a tale the next night at Chitara Rit's banquet. What did you hear? You were in the inner quadrant, among the imports. You found a valuable animal. Louis sat bolt upright. A white Bengal tiger. I'd found this nice green forest nesting in all that red and orange Kazinti plant life, and I was feeling kind of safe and cozy and nostalgic. Then this lovely but oh futz man-eater stepped out of the bushes and looked me over. To me, he was your size, maybe 800 pounds, and underfed. Sorry, go on. What is it? Bengal tiger? Something of ours from Earth. An ancient enemy, you could say. We were told that you stepped briskly past it to pick up a branch, confronted the tiger and brandished the branch like a weapon and said, "Do you remember?" The tiger turned away and left. Ya. Why did you do that? Do tigers talk? Louis laughed. I thought he might go away if I didn't act like prey. If that didn't work, I thought I might whack him on the nose. There was this splintered tree and a hardwood branch that looked just right for a club, and I talked to him because a Kazin might be listening. Being killed as an inept tourist in the Patriarch's hunting park would be bad enough. Dying as whimpering prey, yet. Did you know the Patriarch had set you a guard? No. I thought there might be monitors, cameras. I watched the tiger go, turned around and was nose to nose with an armed Kazin. I jumped half out of my skin. Thought he was another tiger. He said he almost had to stun you. You challenged him. You were ready to club him. He said stun? He did. Louis Wu laughed. He had an ARM stunner with a built-up handle. Your patriarchy never learned how to make mercy weapons, so they have to buy them from the United Nations, I guess. I set myself to swing the club. He dropped the gun and extended his claws, and I saw he was a Kazin, and I laughed. How? Louis threw his head back and laughed, mouth wide, all teeth showing. From a Kazin, that would have been a direct challenge, and Chmi's ears went quite flat. Ha, 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 ha! I couldn't help it. I was Tange lucky. He wasn't about to stun me. He'd have killed me with one swipe of his claws, but he got himself under control. Either way, an interesting story. Chmi, a notion has crossed my mind. If we could get off the Ringworld, you'd want to return as Chmi, wouldn't you? Little chance that I would be known. The hindmost's rejuvenation treatment erased my scars, too. I would seem little older than my oldest son, who must now be managing my estates. Ja, and the hindmost might not cooperate. I would not ask. Would you ask me? Chmi said, I would not need to. I hadn't quite realized that the Patriarch might accept the word of Louis Wu as to your identity. But he would, wouldn't he? I believe he would, speaker to tigers. But you have chosen to die. Louis snorted. Oh, Chmi, I'm dying no faster than you are. I've got another 50 years, likely enough, and Tila Brown slagged the hindmost's magical medical widgetry. That, the hindmost thought, was quite enough of that. He must have his own medical facilities on the command deck, the Kazin said. We can't get to those. And the kitchen had medical programs, Louis. And I'd be begging from a puppeteer. Yet an interruption might infuriate them. Perhaps a distraction? The speech of the puppeteers was more concise and flexible than any human or Kazinti tongue. The hindmost whistle-chirped a few phrases. Command, brackets. Dance, brackets. Drop one level in complexity, brackets. Again, brackets. Go to WebEye 6, Hidden Patriarch, brackets. Transmit/receive, brackets. Send visual, sound, no smell, no texture. Stunner off. Chmee, Louis. They both jumped, then rolled to their feet, staring. Do I interrupt? I desire to show you certain pictures. For a moment they simply watched the dance. The hindmost could guess how silly he must look. Grins were spreading across both faces, though Louis's meant laughter and Chmee's meant anger. You've been spying, Chmee said. How? Look up. Don't destroy it, Chmee, but look above your head at the mast that supports the radio antenna, just at the reach of your claws. The alien faces expanded hugely. Louis said, like a bronze spider web with a black spider at the center. Fractal pattern. Hard to see where it stops, too. I thought some Ringworld insect was spinning these. The hindmost told them, it's a camera, microphone, telescope, projector, and some other tools, too. It sprays on. I've left them in various places, not just this ship. Louis, can you summon your guests? Whortle. Command, brackets, locate city builders. I have something to show you. They should see this, too. What you're doing. It looks a little like Taekwondo, Louis said. Command, brackets, seek, Taekwondo. The information surfaced. A fighting style. Ridiculous. His species never fought. The hindmost said, I don't want to lose my muscle tone. The unexpected always comes at the most awkward times. A second window opened among the dancers. The city builders were preparing a meal in the huge kitchen. You must see. Chmee's claws swiped at the puppeteer's eyes. Window 6 blinked white and closed. Kick. Weave past the moment's leader. Stand. Shift a millimeter. Stand. Patience. Avoid him they might. They had avoided him for 10 hours now, and for half an archaic year before that. But they had to eat. The wooden table was tremendous, the size of a Kazinti banquet. A year ago the hindmost had had to turn down the olfactory gain in the WebEye, for the stench of old blood rising from the table. The smell was fainter now. Kazinti tapestries and crudely carved frescoes had been removed, too bloody for the hominid's taste. Some had been moved to Chmee's cabin. The smell of roasting fish was heavy on the air. Kawaresk Senjajok and Harkabi Paralin were doing things in the makeshift kitchen. Their infant daughter seemed happy enough at one end of the table itself. At the other end, the raw half of a huge fish awaited the Kazin's pleasure. Chmee eyed the fish. Your luck was good, he approved. His eyes roved the ceiling and walls. He found what he sought, a glittering fractal spider web just under the great orange bulb at the apex of the dome. The city builders entered, wiping their hands. Kawaresk Senjajok, a boy not much past adolescence. Harkabi Paralin, his mate, some years older, both quite bald across the crowns of their heads, their hair descending to cover their shoulder blades. Harkabi Paralin picked up the baby and gave it suck. Kawaresk Senjajok said, We lose you soon. Chmee said, We have a spy. I thought as much, but now we know it. The puppeteer placed cameras among us. The boy laughed at his anger. We would do the same to him. To seek knowledge is natural. In less than a day I will be free of the eyes of the puppeteer. Kawa, Haki, I will miss you greatly. Your company, your knowledge, your skewed wisdom. But my thought will be mine alone. I'm losing them all, the hindmost thought. Survival suggests that I build a road to take them back to me. He said, Folk, will you give me an hour to entertain you? The city builders gaped. The Kazin grinned. Louis Wu said, "Entertain? Sure. If you'll turn off the light." Louis did that. The puppeteer whistle sang. He was looking through the display, watching their faces. Where the web eye had been, now they saw a window, a view through blowing rain, down past the rim of a vast plate. Far below, pale humanoid shapes swarmed in their hundreds. They seemed gregarious enough. They rubbed against each other without hostility, and here and there they mated without seeking privacy. "This is present time," the hindmost said. "I've been monitoring this site since we restored the Ringworld's orbit." Kawaresk Senjajok said, "Vampires. Flup, Harky, have you ever seen so many together?" Louis asked, "Well?" "Before I brought our probe back to the great ocean, I used it to spray web eyes. You're seeing that region we first explored, on the highest structure I could find, to give me the best view. Alas, for my view, rain and cloud have obscured it ever since. But, Louis, you can see that there is life here. Vampires." "Kawaresk Senjajok, Harkabi Perelin, this is to port of where you lived. Can you see that life is thriving here? You could return." The woman was waiting, postponing judgment. The boy was torn. He said a word in his own language, untranslatable. "Don't promise what you can't deliver," said Louis Wu. "Louis, you have evaded me ever since we saved the Ringworld. Always you speak as if we turned a blowtorch hundreds of thousands of miles across on inhabited terrain. I've questioned your numbers. You don't listen. See for yourself. They still live." "Wonderful," Louis said. "The vampires lived through it." "More than vampires. Watch." The hindmost whistled. The view zoomed on distant mountains. 30-odd hominids marched through a pass between peaks. 21 vampires, 6 of the small red-skinned herders they'd seen on their last visit, 5 of a bigger, darker hominid creature, 2 of a small-headed variety, perhaps not sapient. All of the prey were naked, and none were trying to escape. They were tired but joyful. Each member of another species had a vampire companion. Only a few vampires wore clothing against the chill and the rain. The clothing was clearly borrowed, cut to fit something other than what wore it. Vampires weren't sapient at all, or so the hindmost had been told. He wondered if animals would keep slaves or livestock. But never mind. "Louis, Chmi, do you see? Here are other species, also alive. I even saw a city builder once." Louis Wu said, "I don't see cancer, and I don't see mutations, but they must be there. Hindmost, I got my information from Tila Brown. Tila was a protector, brighter than you and me. 1.5 trillion deaths, she said." The hindmost said, "Tila was intelligent, but I see her as human, Louis. Even after her change, human. Humans don't look directly at danger. Puppeteers you call cowards, but not to look is cowardice." "Drop it. It's been a year. Cancers can take 10 or 20. Mutations take a whole generation." "Protectors have their limits. Tila had no notion of the power of my computers. You left me to make the adjustments, Louis." "Drop it." "I will continue to look," the puppeteer said. The hindmost danced. The marathon would continue until he made a mistake. He was pushing himself toward exhaustion. His body would heal and then grow strong. He had not bothered to eavesdrop through the aliens' dinner. Chmi had not slashed the web-eye, but they would not speak secrets in its view. They need not. A year passed while his motley crew was still trying to settle the matter of Tila Brown and the Ringworld's instability, The hindmost's flying probe had sprayed web eyes all over Hidden Patriarch. He would rather have been concentrating on the dance. Time enough for that. Chmee would be gone soon. Louis would revert to silence. In another year he too might leave the ship, leave the hindmost's control. The city-builder librarians. Work on them? They were lost to him already, in a sense. The hindmost controlled Needle's medical facilities. If they saw that he used his power for extortion, they saw nothing but the truth. But he had been too direct. Chmee and Louis had both refused medical attention. They were walking briskly down a shadowed corridor, Louis Wu and Chmee. Reception was poor in so little light, but they wouldn't see the web. The hindmost caught only part of the dialogue. He played it back several times afterward. Louis. Dominance game. The hindmost has to control us. We're too close to him. We could conceivably hurt him. Chmee. I've tried to see a way. Louis. How hard? Never mind. He left us alone for a year, then interrupted himself in the middle of an exercise routine. Why bother? Nothing about that broadcast looked urgent. Chmee. I know how you think. He overheard us, didn't he? If I can return to the Patriarchy, I won't need the hindmost to recover my properties. I have you. You do not exact a price. Louis. Ja. The hindmost considered interrupting. To say what? Chmee. By my lost lands he controlled me. But how did he control you? He had you by the wire, but you gave up your addiction. The auto dock in the lander was destroyed, but surely the kitchen has a program to make booster spice. Likely enough. For you, too. Chmee dismissed that with a wave. But if you allow yourself to grow old, he has nothing. Louis nodded. But would the hindmost believe you? To a puppeteer, I do not insult you. I'm sure you speak the truth, Louis. But to a puppeteer, to let yourself grow old is suicide. Louis nodded, silent. Is this justice for 1 trillion murders? Louis would have broken off conversation on another night. He said, Justice for us both. I die of old age. The hindmost loses his thralls, loses control of his environment. But if they lived... If they lived, ja. The hindmost did the actual programming. I couldn't go into that section of the repair center. It was infested with Tree of Life. I made it possible for him to spray a plasma jet from the sun across 5% of the Ringworld. If he didn't do that, then I can live. So the hindmost owns me again. And that's important, if I'm the reason he doesn't own you. Exactly. So show Louis an old recording and say it's a live broadcast. The wind was rising, gusts drowning the voices. Chmee. What if... Numbers. Hindmost to drop it. Brain is aging faster than the rest of you. The Kazin lost patience, dropped to all fours, and bounded away down the deck. It didn't matter. They were out of range. The hindmost screamed like the world's biggest espresso device tearing itself apart. In his scream were pitches and overtones no creature of Earth or Kazin could hear, with harmonics that held considerable information. Lineages for 2 species barely out of the veldt, down from the trees. Designs for equipment that would cause a sun to flare, then cause the flare to laze. A cannon of Ringworld scale. Specs for computer equipment miniaturized to the quantum level, sprayed across the hindmost's cabin like a coat of paint. Programs of vast resiliency and power. You twisted rejects from half-savage, half-sapient breeds. Your pitiful protector, your luck-bred Teela, hadn't the flexibility or the understanding, but you don't even have the wit to listen. I saved them all. I, with software from my ship." One shriek, and the hindmost was calm again. He hadn't missed a step. Back one, bow, while the moment's leader engages the brides in quadrette. A chance to get a drink of water, badly needed. One head lowered to suck, one raised to watch the dance. Sometimes there were variations. Was Louis Wu going senile? So quickly? He was well over 200 years old. Booster Spice had kept some humans hale and sapient for 1,000 years, sometimes more. But without his medical benefits, Louis Wu might age fast. And Ch'mi would be gone. No matter. The hindmost was in the safest place imaginable. His ship was buried in cubic miles of cooled magma near the center of the Ringworld Repair Center. Nothing was urgent. He could wait. There were the librarians. Something would change. And there was the dance. Part 1. The Shadow Nest. Chapter 1. A War of Sense. A.D. 2892. Cloud covered the sky like a gray stone plate. The yellow grass had a wilted look. Too much rain, not enough sun. No doubt the sun was straight overhead, and the arch was still in place, but Valavir Gillen hadn't seen either for 20 days now. The cruisers rolled through an endless drizzle, through high grass, on wheels as tall as a man. Vala and Kay rode the steering bench. Barok rode above them as gunner. Barok's daughter, Forn, was asleep under an awning. Any day now. Any hour. Sabarok Karesh pointed. "Is that what you've been looking for?" Valavir Gillen stood up in her seat. She could just see where the vastness of grass turned to a vastness of stubble. Kewa Brimis said, "They leave this pattern. We'll be seeing sentries or a harvesting party. Boss, I don't understand how you knew they'd be grass giants here. I've never been this far to starboard myself. You're from Center City? That's 100-day walks to port." "Word came to me," Valavir Gillen said. He didn't ask more. A merchant's secrets were her own. They rolled into the stubble and turned. The cruisers rolled faster now, stubble to right, shoulder-high grass to the left. Far ahead, birds were wheeling and diving. Big, dark birds. Scavengers. Kewa Brimis touched his handguns for reassurance. Muzzle loading, the barrels as long as his forearm. Big Sabarok Karesh eased back into the turret. The top of the payload shell housed the cannon, and that might be needed. The other wagons were swinging left and right, covering Kay's wagon, so that he could investigate in safety. The birds wheeled away. They'd left black feathers everywhere. 20 big birds, gorged until they could hardly fly. What might feed so many? Bodies. Little hominids with pointy skulls, lying some in stubble, some in uncut grass, stripped of most of their meat. Hundreds. They might have been children, but the children among them were even smaller. Vala looked for clothing. In strange terrain, you never knew which hominids might be intelligent. Sabarok Karesh dropped to earth, gun in hand. Kewa Brimis hesitated, but nothing sudden popped out of the grass, and he followed. Foranayidle popped a sleepy head through the window and gaped. She was a girl of 60 phalans or so, just reaching mating age. "Since last night," Kay said presently. The smell of corruption wasn't strong yet. If ghouls hadn't arrived before the birds, then these victims must have been slain near dawn. Vala asked, "How did they die? If this is local grass giant practice, we want none of it. This could have been done by birds. Cracked bones, see? But cracked by big beaks, for marrow. "These are gleaners, boss. See, this is how they dress, in feathers. They follow the harvesters. The gleaners hunt smirps, fire dots, anything that digs. Cutting the grass exposes the burrows." Feathers, right. These feathers were black and red and purple-green, not just black. "So what happened here?" Fawn said, "I know that smell." Beneath the corruption, what? Something familiar, not itself unpleasant, but it made Foranayidli uneasy. Vala Virgilin had hired Kewa Bremis to lead the caravan because he was local, because he seemed competent. The rest were his people. None had ever been this far to starboard. Vala knew more of this place than any of them, if she was right about where she was. "Well, where are they?" "Watching us, maybe," Kay said. Vala could see a long way from her perch at the bow of the cruiser. The veldt was flat, the yellow grass was chopped short. Grass giants stood 7 and 8 feet tall. Where grass stood half their height, could they hide in that? The traders pulled their cruisers into a triangle. Their midday dinner was fruit and roots from stores on the running boards. They cooked some local grass with the roots. They'd caught no fresh meat. They took their time. Most hominids were more approachable after feeding. If grass giants thought like machine people, they would let strangers eat before they made contact. No ambassador came. The caravan rolled on. 3 cruisers rolled sluggishly across the veldt with no animal to pull them. Big square wooden platforms rode 4 wheels at the corners. The motor, centered aft, turned 2 more drive wheels. The cast-iron payload shell rode ahead of the motor like an iron house with a fat chimney. Big leaf springs were under the bow, under the steering bench. A savage might wonder at the tower and the payload housing, but what would he think if he had never seen a cannon? Harmless. Shapes the color of the golden grass, shapes too big to be men. 2 big humanoids watched from the crest of a far hill. Vala saw them only when one turned and loped away across the veldt. The other ran along the crest, toward where the cruisers would cross. He waited in their path, watching them come. He was nearly the color of the golden grass, golden skin, golden mane, big, armed with a great curved sword. Kewa Bremis walked to meet the giant. Vala Virgilin set the cruiser following him like a friendly ride-beast. Distance put strange twists in the trade dialect. Kewa Bremis had tried to teach Vala some of the variations in pronunciation, new words and altered meanings. She listened now, trying to make out what Kay was saying. "We come in peace. Intend to trade. Far-sight trading. Rishathra?" The giant's eyes flicked back and forth while Kay talked, back and forth between their jaws, Fawn and Vala and Kay and Barok. The giant was amused. His face was hairier than any machine person's. Pretty Fawn's jawline fringe of beard just growing, just long enough to take a curl at the corners. Vala's was turning elegantly white, 2 points at the chin. Other hominids were too often distracted by machine people beards, especially on the women. The giant waited out Kay's chattering, then strode past him and took a seat on the cruiser's running board. He leaned against the payload shell and immediately jerked away from the hot metal, recovered his dignity, and waved the cruiser forward. Big Barok held his post above the giant. Fawn climbed up beside her father. She was tall, too, but the giant made them both look stunted. Kewa Bremis asked, "Your camp, that way?" The giant's dialect was less comprehensible. "Yes. Come. You want shelter. We want warriors." "How do you practice Rishathra?" It was the first thing any trader would want to know, and any beta male, too, if these were like grass giants elsewhere. The giant said, "Come quick, else learn too much of Rishathra." "What?" "Vampires." Thorne's eyes widened. "That smell!" Kay smiled, seeing not a threat but an opportunity. "I am Kewerbrimus. Here are Valavir Gillen, my patron, and Sabarok Koresh, and Forana Yidli. In the other cruisers, they are machine people too. We hope to persuade you to join our empire." "I am Parum. Our leader you must address as Thurl." Vala let Kay do the talking. Grass giant sword scythes had too little reach. Farsight Trading's guns would make short work of a vampire attack. That should impress the bull, and then business. Grass giants, scores of them, were pulling wagons filled with grass through the gap in a wall of heaped earth. "This isn't normal," Kewerbrimus said. "Grass giants don't build walls." Parum heard. "We had to learn. 43 Phalans ago, the Reds were fighting us. We learned walls from them." 43 Phalans was 430 rotations of the star patterns, where the sky rotated every 7.5 days. In 40 Phalans, Valavir Gillen had made herself rich, had mated, had carried 4 children, then gambled her wealth away. These last 3 Phalans she had been traveling. 43 Phalans was a long time. She asked, or tried to ask, "Was that when the clouds came?" "Yes, when the old Thurl boiled a sea." Yes, this was the place she sought. Kewerbrimus shrugged it off as local superstition. "How long have you had vampires?" Parum said, "Always there are some. In this last few Phalans, suddenly they are everywhere, more every night. This morning we found nearly 200 gleaners, all dead. Tonight they will hunger again. The walls and our crossbows hold them back." "Here," said the sentry, "bring your wagons through the gap, and prepare them to fight." They had crossbows? And the light was going. It was crowded inside the walls. Grass giant men and women were unloading their wagons, pausing frequently to eat of the grass. They looked up as the machine people moved among them. They gaped, then returned to work. Had they ever seen self-propelled cruisers? But vampires were a more urgent concern. Already men in leather armor lined the wall. Others were heaping earth and stones to close the gap. Vala could feel the grass giants staring at her beard. She could count roughly 1,000 of them, as many women as men, but women outnumbered the men among grass giants elsewhere, and she didn't see any children. Add a few hundred more, then, for women tending children somewhere in the buildings. A great alien silver shape strode down the slope to meet them. It lifted its crested helm to reveal a golden mane. The Thurl was the biggest of grass giant males. The armor he wore bulged at every joint. He looked like no hominid Vala had ever seen. "Thurl," Kewerbrimus said carefully, "Farsight Trading has come to help." "Good. What are you, machine people? We hear of you." "Our empire is mighty, but we spread through trade, not war. We hope to persuade your people to make fuel for us, and bread, and other things. Your kind of grass can make good bread. You might like it yourselves. In return, we can show you wonders. The least are our guns. These handguns, they'll reach farther than your crossbows. For close work we have flamers. Killing things, are they? Our good luck that you have come. Yours, too, to reach cover. You should move your guns to the wall now." "Thurl, the big guns are mounted on the cruisers." The wall stood twice the height of a machine person. but Valavir-Gillen remembered a local word. Ramp. Thurl, is there a ramp that leads up the wall? Will it carry our cruisers? The day's colors were turning charcoal gray. It was starting to rain. Far above these clouds, the shadow of night must have nearly covered the sun. And there wasn't any ramp, until the Thurl bellowed his orders. Then all the huge males and females broke from their labor and began moving earth. Vala noted one woman climbing, guiding, shouting. Big, mature, with a voice to shatter rocks. She caught a name, Moonwa, perhaps the Thurl's primary wife. Metal payload shell and metal motor, and wide timber running boards a hand thick. A cruiser was heavy. The ramp tended to crumble. The cruisers went up one by one, with the wall brushing their right sides and 10 grass giant males lifting and steadying on the left. How would they get the cruisers down? The top was as wide as a cruiser wheelbase. Sentries guided them. Face your weapons starboard spin. Vampires come from there. The wagon masters placed their vehicles, then met to confer. Kay asked, Huand, Anth, what do you think? Shrapnel in the cannon? They might bunch up. They often do. Anthron Tillen said, Have the giants gather some gravel. Save our shot. This will be handgun work, though. Spread out? Wander Nothti said, That's what the giants want. Me too, Kewerbrimus said. Vala said, The grass giants have crossbows. Why are they worried? Crossbows won't have the reach of guns, but they'll outreach vampire scent. The wagon masters looked at each other. Anth said, Grass eaters. Oh no, elsewhere they're considered scary fighters, Wand said. Nobody answered. Wander Nothti's cruiser and Anthron Tillen's rolled off in opposite directions. They were almost invisible in the rain and dark before the grass giant warriors stopped them. Kewerbrimus said, Barok, you on the cannon, but keep your guns handy. I'm on handguns. Fawn, reload. She was too young to be trusted to do more. Boss, do you like the flamer? Vala said, They'll never get that close. I throw pretty good, too. Flamer and fist bombs, then. I hope we do get to use the flamer. It'd help if we could show them another use for alcohol. Grass giants don't need our fuel. They pull their own wagons. Vampires aren't intelligent, are they? The ones near Center City aren't. Forn said, In most languages it's vampires, lowercase v, not vampires, capital V. They take the prefix for animals. Language wasn't Kay's interest. Do they charge, boss? One big wave? I only fought vampires once. That's one more than me. I hear stories. What was it like? I was the only survivor, Valavir-Gillen said. Kay, just stories? Do you know enough to use towels and fuel? Kay's brow furrowed. What? And Vala's head whipped around at a sentry's bass call. All was shadows now, and a sound that might be wind through taut cords, and the whisper of crossbows. The grass giants were being chary of their bolts. Bullets weren't replaceable either, where there was no client race to make more. Vala couldn't see anything yet. For the grass giants it would be no darker, but these plains were their home. A crossbow whispered, and something pale stood up and fell over. The wind picked up. That wasn't wind. Song. Look for white, Forn called unnecessarily. Kay fired, changed guns, fired. It was well that the cruisers were spaced far apart. The flash of their handguns was blinding. Vala thought it over, while the fire balloons in her eyes faded. Then she rolled under the cruiser and pulled the flamer and the net bag of fist bombs after. Let the cruiser shield her eyes from the flash. And the cannon? They were firing around her. Her sight was back. There, a pale hominid shape. Another. She could see 20 and more. One fell, and the rest backed away. Already most of them must be beyond crossbow range. Their song plucked at her nerves. "Cannon," Barak commented, and she closed her eyes just as he fired. Fire was trying to light in the stubble. There were pale bodies. 6, 8. 30 or 40 vampires stood in plain view, still in gun range, she thought. Why would men with crossbows fear vampires? Because nobody had ever seen so many vampires together. It was bizarre, insane. How could so many feed themselves? High Ranger's trading group had died in a tower in a deserted city 43 phalans ago. High Rangers had fought no more than 15 that night, killed no more than 8. All the rest had died, and only a fluke had saved Valavir Gillen. She remembered the song wafting up from the street. The vampires pale, naked, beautiful. The terror. High Rangers had fired from 10th-floor windows and posted sentries down along the stairwell. One by one the sentries had disappeared. And then... Kay said, "The wind's blowing right." Barak said, "Cannon." She clenched her eyelids against the flash. Barak's cannon roared, then one from farther away, barely heard. Barak's voice was faint. "They could circle." "They're not sapient," Kay said. To left, another distant cannon fired. To right, another. Vampires carried no tools, wore no clothing. Reach into the lovely wealth of ash-blonde hair on a vampire's corpse. You would find too much hair around a small, flat skull. They built no cities, formed no armies, invented no encircling movements. But the warriors on the wall were buzzing among themselves, pointing, firing bolts into the dark to spin and starboard and anti-spin. "Kay, they've got noses." Barak looked down. Kay said, "What?" "They don't have a battle plan," Valavir Gillen said. "They're just avoiding the smell of 1,500 grass giants served by a primitive sewer system. It's the same smell that brought them here. When they get upwind of that, the smell won't bother them any more, and then we'll be downwind from them." "I'll get Wander Nothti to move his cruiser around," Barak said, and ran. Vala bellowed after him, "Cloth and alcohol!" He came back. "What?" "Pour fuel into a towel, just a splash. Tie it around your face. It keeps the scent out. Tell Wand." Kay spoke from overhead. "I still have targets here. Boss, they're not in throwing range. You go tell Anth to move. Tell him about towels and fuel. Then the grass giants might not know either. Boss, remember I wanted to show them some use for fuel?" Idiot. She splashed a towel for herself and took 2 more with her. This could turn urgent. In the dark, with a drop on either side, she had to watch her footing. It had stopped raining. The song of the vampires rode the wind. She breathed alcohol fumes from the towel around her face. It made her dizzy. She heard distantly, "Cannon!" Closed her eyes, waited for the roar, walked on toward a square shadow. She called, "Anthrantillan!" "He's busy, Vala," Taratara Fasht's voice. "He'll be very busy, Tarfa. The vamps are circling round. Get your towels out, splash them with fuel, tie them over your mouths, then move the truck a 1/6 around the arc." "Valavir Gillen, I take my orders from Anthrantillan." Fool woman. "Get the cruiser into place, or you can both tell it to the ghouls. Get a towel on Anth, too. But first, give me a fuel jar for the giants." Pause. "Yes, Valavir Gillen. Do you have enough towels?" The fuel jar was heavy. Valavir Gillen was terribly conscious of the weapons she wasn't holding. When the big shape loomed before her, she was embarrassingly relieved. The grass giant didn't turn. "How goes the defense, Vala Virgillen?" Vala said, "They're circling us. You'll smell them in a minute. Tie this—" "Foul! What stink is that?" "Alcohol. It moves our cruisers, but it may save us. Tie this around your neck." The guard didn't move, didn't look at her. He wouldn't insult an alien guest. So, Vala Virgillen has not spoken. She didn't have time for games. "Point me toward the thurl." "Give me the cloth." She threw it to him underhand. He snorted in disgust, but he was tying it around his neck. He pointed then, but she'd already seen the shine of the bull's armor. The bull looked at the cloth in her hands even as he backed away from the stink. "But why?" "You don't know about vampires?" "Stories come to us. Vampires die easily enough, and they don't think. As for the rest, should the cloth cover our ears?" "Why, Thurl?" "So that they cannot sing us to our deaths." "Not sound. Smell." "Smell?" Grass giants weren't idiots, but they'd been unlucky. First, somebody has to live through a vampire attack. Even if a child survives, he won't know why the adults all went away. She, Kay, someone should have raised this subject, no matter the rush. "Vampires put out a mating scent, Thurl. Your lust rises and your brain turns off, and you go." "The stink of your fuel. It cures the problem? But isn't there another problem? We hear of you machine people and your empire of fuel. You persuade other hominid species to make alcohol for your wagons. They learn to drink it. They lose interest in work and play and life itself, anything but the fuel, and they die young." Vala laughed. "Vampire scent does all of that before you can take 100 breaths." Still, the Thurl had a point. Do we want crossbowmen drunk while vampires circle the wall? "Is fuel better? Try strong herbs?" "When can you pick these herbs? I have fuel now, not tomorrow." The bull turned from her and began bellowing orders. Most of the males were on the wall now, but women began running. Bales of cloth appeared. Women climbed up the wall and along the top to the cruisers. Vala waited with what patience she could muster. The bull roared, "Come!" He entered an earthen building, the second largest. It was fabric stretched over the top of a dirt wall and one central pole. Here were tall heaps of dried grass, but other plants too, 1,000 scents. The bull crushed leaves under her nose. She shied back. A different leaf, she sniffed gingerly. Another. She said, "Try all of those, but try fuel, too. We'll find out what works best. Why do you store these?" The bull laughed. "Flavoring, these, pepper leek and minch. Woman eats this, makes her milk better. Do you think we eat only grass? Wilted or sour grass needs something for taste." The bull gathered armfuls of plants and strode out bellowing. She could have heard his roar in Center City, she thought, his voice and the women's, and presently the scuff of their big feet as they climbed. Vala retrieved her fuel bottle and climbed after. From the top she watched the big shadows, warriors motionless, women moving among them, distributing impregnated towels. Vala intercepted a big, mature woman. "Moonwa?" "Vala Virgillen. They kill by smell?" "They do. We don't know what smell protects best. Some men already have alcohol-scented towels. Leave them those. Give the Thurl's plants to the rest. We'll see." "See who dies, eh?" Vala walked on. The alcohol fumes were making her a little giddy. She could handle it, and for that matter her towel was nearly dry. This morning Vala had been thinking that Fawn was mature enough to practice Rishafra, or perhaps to mate straight off. Fawn had beaten that prediction. She could hardly be remembering the smell of vampires. She'd recognized the scent of a lover. That old scent of lust and death was into Valavir Gillen's nose and nibbling on her brain. The grass-giant warriors were still shadows amid the moving shadows of women, but they were fewer. The grass-giant women had noticed, too, breathy screams of rage and fear. Then 2, 4 ran down the embankment, shouting for the Thurl. Another ran the wrong way down, moaning, out onto the stubbly field. Vala moved among the remaining defenders, sloshing fuel on towels. Women, men, whoever she could find. Haste would kill. Fuel would protect. Herbs? Well, the smell of the Thurl's herbs might last longer. In every direction she could see pale hominid shapes. So little detail. You had to imagine what they looked like. And with the scent tickling your hindbrain, you saw glorious fantasies. They were closer. Why wasn't she hearing guns? She'd reached Anthrantillan's cruiser, up onto the running board. "Hello? Anth?" The payload shell was empty. She used the trick lock and climbed into the payload shell. All gone. No damage, no trace of a fight. Just gone. Soak a towel. Then the cannon. The vampires were bunching nicely to spin. Bunching around Anth or Fawn or Himp somewhere down there. It didn't matter. She fired and saw half of them fall. Sometime during that night she heard a repeated whisper of sound. "Anthrantillan?" "Gone," she said, and couldn't hear her own voice. She screamed, "Gone! It's Valavir Gillen!" and barely heard that. Her bellow, his bellow, reduced to whispers by the cannon's ear-shattering roar. It was time to move the cruiser. The vampires had pulled way back here. They'd learned not to bunch, but she might find fresh prey elsewhere. Guns weren't needed on the starboard and spin sides. Upwind from the vampires, crossbows would reach them. "It's Kay. Are they all gone?" "Yes." "We're low on firepower. You?" "Plenty." "We won't have any fuel come morning." "No. I set all mine out and told the women about it. I thought, Moonwa, the grass giant who was forcing towels on the warriors, teach her to use the cannon? Do we want—" "No, boss, no. Secrets. Take too long to train her anyway." Kay's head rose into the cannoneer's chamber. He pulled out a jug of gunpowder, hefted it with a grunt. "Back to work. Do you need small shot?" "Plenty of rocks." He looked at her, froze. He set the jug down. She slid down. They moved together. "Should have soaked that towel again," she said unsteadily. It was her last coherent thought for some time. He, not Vala, Kay, wriggled out of the door and splashed into mud in a blowing rain. Vala followed, to snatch him back. He ripped her shirt off. She pressed herself against him, but he howled and ripped it again, and turned in her arms, and turned back with 2 dripping half-shirts, and pushed one into her face, and one into his own. She breathed deeply of alcohol fumes. Choked. "All right." He gave it to her. He tied the other around his own neck. "I'm going back," he said. "You'd better fight your gun alone. Under the circumstances." They laughed shakily. "Are you safe? Alone?" "Have to try it." She watched him go. She should never, never, never have mated with another man. Her mind, herself, had washed away in a tide of lust. What would Tarb think of her? Mating with Tarabliliast had never been so intense, but now her mind was flowing back. She was mated, She lifted the towel to her face. The alcohol went straight to her head and cleared it, unless that was an illusion. She looked along the wall and saw big shadows, too few, but some. Hominid shapes in the black fields were also fewer, but very close. They were taller, more slender than her own species. They sang, they implored, they were bunched almost beneath the cruiser. She climbed up and loaded her cannon. Chapter 2. Recovery. A pale light was growing, lighter to spin. The song was over. Vala hadn't heard a crossbow twang in some time. Vampires had become hard to find. Unnoticed, the dreadful night had ended. If she had ever been this tired, exhaustion must have wiped the memory clean. And here was Cawa Brimus asking, "Do you have any small shot left?" "Some. We never got our gravel. Barrock and Forn were both gone when I got back to the cruiser." Vala rubbed her eyes. There didn't seem to be anything to say. Wander Nothti and Sopashin Te came up, leaning on each other. Wand said, "What a night." Spash said, "Chit liked the singing over much. We had to tie him up. I think I put too much fuel in his towel. He's sleeping like I would if I could just—" She hugged herself. "Just stop jittering." Sleep. And several hundred grass giant males were expecting. "I couldn't handle Rishathra now," Vala said. She'd put off the memory of mating with Kay. That could have consequences. Cawa Brimus said, "Sleep in the cruisers, at least for tonight." "Hello." His hand on her shoulder turned her around. Company. 9 grass giants and a suit of silver armor had come among them. You could see their exhaustion and smell it. The Thurl asked, "How is it with you machine people?" "Half of us are missing," Vala Virgilin said. Wand said, "Thurl, we never expected so many. We thought we had weapons for anything." "Travelers tell that vampires sing us to our doom." Kay said, "Half of wisdom is learning what to unlearn." "We were prepared for the wrong enemy. Vampire scent. We never guessed. But we've set the vampires running," the Thurl boomed. "Shall we hunt them through the grass?" Wand threw up his arms and staggered away. Vala and Kay and Spash looked at each other. If grass giant warriors could still fight. Wand was done, used up, but someone had to stand up for the machine people. They trailed the warriors down into the wet stubble. Shapes stirred at the foot of the wall. 2 hominids, naked. Crossbows and guns swung around. Arms batted them aside. Voices barked. No, not vampires. A big woman and a little male were helping each other to stand. Not vampires, no. A grass giant woman and Barrock. Sabarok Karesh's face was slack with a terror too deep to touch surface. He looked at Vala Virgilin as if she were the ghost, not he. Half mad, dirty, exhausted, scarred, alive. "I thought I was tired." Vala thumped his shoulder, glad to feel him solid under her hand. Where was his daughter? She didn't ask. She said, "You must have quite a tale to tell. Later?" The Thurl spoke to the crossbowman Parum. Parum pulled Barrock and the grass giant woman up the slope. The Thurl moved at a trot away from the wall to starboard spin. His people followed, and then the machine people. A night of sleepless terror and wild mating had left them all without strength. They passed vampire corpses. None of their beauty survived into death. A grass giant stopped to examine a female skewered by a crossbow. Spash stopped too. Vala remembered doing that 43 phalans ago. First you smell rotting flesh, then the other scent explodes under your mind. The grass giant lurched clear. He stayed head down, vomiting, then slowly straightened, still hiding his face. Spash straightened suddenly, then wobbled toward Vala and hid her face against her shoulder. Vala Virgilin said, "Spash, you haven't done anything, love. It feels like you want to mate with a corpse, but that's not your mind talking." "Not my mind. Vala, if we can't examine them, we can't learn about them." "It's part of what makes them so scary. Lust and the smell of rotting meat do not belong together in one brain." Vampires near the wall had crossbow bolts in them. Farther out they were chewed by balls or small shot. Vala saw that machine people had scored as many kills as 100 times as many grass giants. 200 paces beyond the wall, they weren't finding vampires anymore. Dead grass giants lay naked or half-clothed, gaunt, with sunken eyes and cheeks, and savage wounds in their necks, wrists, elbows. That slack face. Vala had seen this woman run out into the dark hours ago. Where were the wounds? Her throat seemed untouched, left arm thrown wide, wrist unmarred, right arm across her body, no blood on the rucked-up tunic. Vala stepped forward and lifted her right hand. Her armpit was torn and bloody. A grass giant man turned and wobbled back toward the wall, retching. Big woman, small vampire. Couldn't reach her neck. Spash is right. We have to learn. Farther along, bright cloth lay near the grass border. Vala began to run, then stopped as suddenly. That was Tara Fasht's work-suit. Vala picked it up. It was clean. No blood, no ground-in dirt. Why had Tarfa been brought so far? Where was she? The Thurl had outrun his party by a good distance. He'd almost reached uncut grass. How much did that armor weigh? He scrambled up a 10-pace-high knoll, then paused at the top, waiting while the rest straggled up. "No sign of vampires," he said. "They've gone to cover somewhere. Travelers say they can't stand sunlight?" Kay said, "That tale's true." The Thurl continued, "Then I'd say they're gone." Nobody spoke. The Thurl boomed, "Beej!" "Thurl!" A male trotted up, mature, bigger than most, eager, indecently energetic. "With me, Beej. Taran, you will circle and meet us on the other side. If you're not there, I'll assume you found a fight." "Yes." Beej and the Thurl went one way, the rest of the giants went the other. Vala dithered, then followed the Thurl. The Thurl noticed her. He slowed and let her catch up. Beej would have waited too, but the Thurl's gesture sent him on. The Thurl said, "We won't find live vampires hiding in the grass. Grass grows straight up. Night slides across the sun, but the sun never moves, not anymore. Where can a vampire hide from sunlight?" Vala asked, "Do you remember when the sun moved?" "I was a child. A frightening time." He didn't seem frightened enough, Vala thought. Louis Wu had been among these people, but what Louis had told Vala Virgilin, he didn't seem to have told them. "It's a ring," he said. "The arch is the part of the ring you're not standing on. The sun has started to wobble because the ring is off-center. In several phalans the ring will brush the sun, but I swear I will stop it or die trying." Later the sun had stopped wobbling. Beej was still jogging, stopping here and there to examine bodies, swinging his sword to cut a swath of grass to see what it hid, eating what he cut as he resumed his patrol. He was burning more energy than the Thurl. Vala had seen no challenge between them, easy command and easy submission, but she became sure that she was watching the next Thurl. She nerved herself to ask, "Thurl, Did an unknown hominid come among you, claiming to be from a place in the sky?" The Thurl stared. In the sky? He could hardly have forgotten, but he might hide secrets. "A male wizard. Bald, narrow face, bronze skin, straight black scalp hair, taller than my kind, and narrow in the shoulders and hip." Fingertips lifted and stretched the corners of her eyes. "Eyes like this. He boiled a sea hereabouts, to end a plague of mirror flowers." The Thurl was nodding. "It was done by the old Thurl, with this Louis Wu's help. But how do you come to know about that?" "Louis Wu and I traveled together, far to port of here." "Without sunlight, the mirror flowers couldn't defend themselves," he said. "The clouds, though, they never went away?" "They never did. We seeded our grass just as the wizard told us. Smearps and other burrowers moved in well ahead of us. Wherever we went, we found mirror flowers eaten at the roots. Grass doesn't grow well in this murk, so at first we had to eat mirror flowers. The Reds who fed their herds from our grass in my father's time, and fought us when we objected, they followed us into new grassland. Gleaners hunted the burrowers. Water people moved back up the rivers that the mirror flowers had taken." "What of the vampires?" "It seems they did well, too." Vala grimaced. The Thurl said, "There was a region we all avoided. Vampires need refuge from daylight, a cave system, trees, anything. When the clouds came, they feared the sun less. They traveled farther from their lair. We know no more than that." "We should ask the ghouls." "Do you machine people talk to ghouls?" The Thurl didn't quite like that idea. "They keep their own company, but ghouls know where the dead have fallen. They must know where the vampires hunt, and where they hide during the day." "Ghouls only act at night. I would not know how to talk to a ghoul." "It's done." Vala was trying to remember, but her mind wasn't working well. Tired. "It's done. A new religion pops up, or an old priest dies, and then it's a rite of ordeal for the new shaman. The ghouls must know and accept what rites he demands for the dead."
The bull nodded. Ghouls would carry out funeral rites for any religion within obvious limits.
"How, then?" "You have to get their attention. Court them. Anything works, but they're coy. That's a test, too. A new priest won't be taken seriously until he's dealt with the ghouls." The bull was bristling. "Court them?" "My people came here as merchants, Thurl. The ghouls have something we want, knowledge. What do we have that the ghouls want? Not much. Ghouls own the world, arch and all. Just ask them." "Court them." It grated. "How?" What had she heard? Tales told at night, not much in the way of business dealings, but she'd seen and talked to ghouls. "Ghouls work the shadow farm under a cluster of floating buildings far to port. We pay them in tools, and the city builders give them library privileges. They'll deal for information." "We don't know anything." "Nearly true." "What else have we got?" The Thurl said, "Oh, Vala Virgilin, this is nasty stuff." "What?" The Thurl waved about him. In view were nearly 100 vampire corpses, all lying near the wall, and half as many grass giant dead, scattered from the crossbow limit to the uncut grass. Beej was examining a smaller corpse. He saw he had her attention, and he lifted the head so that Vala could see its face. It was Himipertheri, of Anthrantillin's crew. A shudder rippled along Vala's spine, but the Thurl was right. She said, "Ghouls must feed. More than that, If these 1,000 corpses were left to lie, there would be plague. All would blame the ghouls. The ghouls must come to clean up. But why will they listen to me? Vala shook her head. It felt stuffed with cotton. What then, after we know where the vampires lair? Attack them ourselves? The ghouls might tell us that, too. The Thurl broke into a run. Vala saw Beej waving, holding... what? At that moment he shook it violently, then flung it away, and hurled himself in the other direction. Where it fell, it writhed and went quiet, though Beej was howling. It was a living vampire. Beej called, "Thurl, I'm sorry. It was alive, wounded, just the bolt through its hip. I thought we might talk to it, examine it, anything, but the smell." "Calm yourself, Beej. Was the smell sudden? You attack, it defends? What, like a fart? Sometimes controlled, sometimes not? Thurl, I'm not sure." "Resume your patrol." Beej's sword slashed viciously at the grass. The Thurl walked on. Vala had been thinking. She said, "You must set a delegation among the dead. A tent, a few of your men." "We'd find them sucked empty in the morning." "No, I think it's safe for tonight and tomorrow night. The vampires have hunted this area out, and they'd smell their own dead. Even so, arm your people and, send men and women together." "Valavir Gillen." "I know your custom, but if the vampires sing, best your people mate with each other." Should she be saying this? She surely would not have spoken thus before other grass giants. The bull snarled, but yes, yes, and what the Thurl does not see did not happen. So. The Thurl beckoned at Beej. He asked Vala, "Will Farsight Trading join us?" "We should support you. 2 species in need will speak louder than one." Farsight Trading could roll away from most problems, but not this. They'd poured most of their fuel into towels. 3 species, then. Many gleaners died the night before last. The gleaners will wait with us. Should we be more yet, vampires must have hunted among the Reds. Worth a try. Beej came up. The Thurl began talking much faster than Vala could follow. Beej tried to argue, then acquiesced. "We should sleep during the day," Vala said. Her body was crying for sleep. Something closed on her wrist. "Boss?" She jerked awake. Her squeak was intended as a scream. She rolled away and sat up, and it was only Cewibrimus. "Boss, what have you been telling the bull?" She was still groggy. She needed a drink and a bath, or... That rattle, was it rain? And a flash and boom that was certainly thunder. She'd pulled off her filthy clothing before she slept. She slid out of the blankets, out of the payload shell, into the cool rain. Kay watched from the gunroom as she danced in the rain. Consequences. Traders didn't mate. They shared Rishathra with the species they met, but mating was something else. You didn't get a business partner pregnant, and you didn't engage in sexual dominance games, and you didn't fall in love. But in far realms, among strange hominids, you couldn't shun each other either. She beckoned and shouted, "Wash with me! What time is it?" "Coming on dusk. We slept a long time." Kay was pulling off his clothes in something like relief. "I thought we'd need this time to arm against vampires." "We'll do that. How's Barok?" "Don't know." They drank, washed each other, dried each other, and were reassured. The mating urge could be resisted. The rain stopped. You could see wind driving the last flurries across the stubble. Swaths of navy-blue sky showed through blowing broken clouds, and a sudden narrow vertical line of blue-white dashes. Vala gaped. She hadn't seen the arch in 4 rotations. By glow of archlight she could see patterns in the grass stubble, an arc of pale rectangles, a tent erected within the arc. Grass giants moved back and forth, and a handful of much smaller hominids moved with them. On the rectangles, sheets? They were laying out bodies. Did you tell them to do that? No. Not a bad idea, though, Vala said. In Anthrantillin's deserted cruiser they found Barok with a woman twice his size. He seemed abnormally subdued, but he was smiling. Wemb, my partners Valavir Gillen and Kewabrimus. Folk, this is Wemb. Kay started to say, I would have thought. Barok's laugh was not quite sane. Yes, and you would have been right if you would have thought we slept. Wemb cut in. Sleeping here together protects each against intent of the rest, against yet more Rishathra. We were lucky in each other. Groping through his exhausted mind, Barok found another thought. Thorn. You never found Forana Yidli? Vala said, She's gone. Barok's body rippled, an uncontrollable shudder. His hand closed on Vala's wrist. I shouted down at her, Load! Nothing. She was gone. I stepped out to look for her, to stop her if she followed the singing. Stepped out, and my mind turned off. I was at the foot of the wall, and the rain was hammering me into the ground. Someone stumbled into me, knocked me into the mud. Wemb. We. Rishathra isn't a strong enough word. Wemb took him by the shoulder and turned him toward her. Shared love, or even mated. But we must say Rishathra, Barok. Truly we must. Tore our clothes away and rished, and our minds seeped back to us with not a heartbeat to spare. A half-circle of those pale things was closing on us. The rain must have washed away some of the scent. I saw crossbows lying all around us. Grass giant warriors have been stumbling down the wall all night long, dropping crossbows and anything else they're carrying. We picked up crossbows, the grass giant woman cut in. I saw Maki lying dead with a vampire in his arms and a bolt through both of them, and his quiver dropped beside him. Picked up the quiver and dumped it and pushed a handful of bolts at Barok and shot the nearest vampire, then the next. At first I couldn't cock the crossbow. Then the next. Is that why you were screaming? We never talked till after. Scream and pull. Scream for strength, Barok said. Your cursed tools aren't built for tiny little machine people. Vala asked, You were out there all night? Wemb nodded. Barok said, When the rain started to slack off, I got us towels. There were heaps of towels. His grip was painful. Kay, Vala, we saw why. Warriors walked past us, Wemb said. I shot Hirst in the leg, but he just kept walking, following the singing. Vampires came up to him and pulled the towel off his face and led him away. He's my son. If something is covering your face, they pull it off. Hirst was using fuel in his towel. Rain washes it out. We looked for towels that had... Wemb? Pepper leek. Minch. Yes, those kept their scent. They kept us alive, the towels and the Rishathra. Any time it was too much for us, we rished. And crossbow bolts. The guards were dropping their swords and crossbows, but not their quivers. We had to go looking. Rob the dead. I saw what I didn't understand, Wemb said. I should tell the Thurl. Vampires rished with some of us, then led them away into the high grass and farther. Why keep them alive? Are they still alive? Vala said, The ghouls might know. Ghouls keep ghoul secrets, Wims said. The clouds had closed again. In the dark, Barok said, I shot the vampire who was leading Anth away. It took 2 bolts. Another picked up the song, and I shot her. Anth followed a 3rd woman, and by that time he was out of range. They led him into the grass. I never saw him again. Should I have shot him? They only looked at him. I can't keep vigil with you, Barok said. I can't face Rishathra now. My head is too... I don't know if I can make you see. They squeezed his arms and tried to assure him that they understood. They left him there. Chapter 3. The Gathering Storm. The tent huddled beneath the wall, but faced outward into an arc of gray sheets. The corpses were laid head to head, 2 giants to a sheet, or 4 vampires. Giants had found Anthrantillan and his crewman Himapertheri, and laid them out on one sheet. Taratara Fasht and Forana Yidle must still be missing. Another sheet held 6 tiny Gleaner dead. The giants had nearly finished making their patterns. Tiny hominids moved about them, not helping much, but carrying food or light loads. All wore sheets with holes in them for the head to poke through. A grass giant could lift a vampire with no difficulty. It took 2 to carry a dead giant. But Beej was carrying a dead grass giant woman across his back. He rolled the woman off his shoulders to slump across a sheet, perfectly placed. He took her hand and spoke to her sadly. Vala changed her mind about disturbing him. 2 women finished laying out more vampire dead. One approached. We rubbed pepper leak along the rims of the sheets, stopped small scavengers, Moonwa said to the 3 machine people. Big scavengers we can crossbow. Ghouls won't have to fight for what's theirs. A polite notion, Valavir Gillen said. Tables would have raised the dead out of a scavenger's reach, but where would grass giants find wood? What can I do for you? Moonwa asked. We've come to keep vigil with you. The battle cost you too much. No ghouls come on the first night. Rest. Vala said, But it was my idea, after all. Thurl's idea, Moonwa informed her. Vala nodded and carefully didn't smile. It was a social convention, as in Louis Wu helped the Thurl boil a sea. She waved toward the little hominids. Who are these? Moonwa called, Paralak, Silak, Manak, Koriak. 4 small heads lifted. These are more allies. Kewabrimis, Valavir Gillen, Wander Nothti. The Gleaners smiled and bobbed their heads, but they didn't come up at once. They moved off to where grass giants were carefully stripping their sheets off inside out, well away from the dead and the tent, then picking up scythes and crossbows. The Gleaners stripped off their contaminated sheets, then hung slender swords behind their backs. Beej approached, sheetless and armed. Towels under the tent. We rubbed minch on them, he said. Welcome to all. Gleaners stood armpit-high to machine people, navel-high to Beej and Moonwa. Their faces were hairless and pointed. Their smiles were wide and toothy, a bit much. They wore tunics of cured smurp skin, with the beige fur left on, lavishly decorated with feathers. On the women, Paralak and Koriak, the feather patterns formed smallish wings. The women had to walk with some care to protect them. Manak and Silak looked much like the women. Their clothing showed greater differences, feathered, but with arms free to swing, or fight. Rain spattered down, just enough to send the machine people into the tent. Vala saw grass piled thickly on the floor, grass for bedding and to feed the grass giants. She stopped her companions until they had taken off their sandals. Already it was dark enough that Vala could barely see faces. Rishathra was best begun in the night, but not on a battlefield. "This is a bad business," Perelak said. Wandernothti asked, "How many have you lost?" "Nearly 200 by now."
"We were only 10. 4 are gone."
"So Pashin Te and Chittakumishad we left on guard above us with the cannon. Barok is recovering from a night in hell. Our queen's man went with the Thurl's woman to bring other hominids to bargain. If the little woman's eyes flickered about her. "Lords of the night do not speak. Other voices will join ours tomorrow." Legend told that the ghouls heard any word spoken of them, unless, some said, during broad daylight. The ghouls might be all about them, even now. Kay asked, "Would your queen's man truly rish with his traveling companions?" The 4 gleaners tittered. Beej and Moonwa boomed their laughter. A little woman, Perelak, said to Kay, "If the grass giant women would notice, size matters, but you and we, might make something happen." Perelak and Kaywabrimis looked at each other as if both taken by the same notion. The little woman took Kay's elbow. Kay's arm brushed the gleaner's feathers. He suggested, "I expect you accumulate these faster than you can use them." She said, "No, the skins spoil quickly. We can trade a few, not many." "What if we could find a way to delay the spoilage?" From time to time, Valavir Gillen would catch a foul whiff of battlefield stench and snort it out. But the smells weren't reaching Kaywabrimis. Not him. Kay was into trader mode. His mind was in a place where win and lose were a matter of numbers, where discomfort was an embarrassment one could not afford, where an empire survived because one hominid's trash was another's ore bed. Full night had fallen, but by the faint flash of an arc of daylit arch, she saw Beej's broad grin. She asked the grass giant, "Have you watched bargaining sessions?"
"Some. Louis Wu came when I was a child, but agreements were all between him and the old Thurl.
The Reds made peace with us 30 Phalans ago. We parceled up habitats. 24 Phalans ago we gathered with the Reds and Sea People, shared maps. All peoples have learned things about the new territory, but all find grass giants awkwardly large." A polite disclaimer would not be believed. Vala reached up to grasp elbows with the grass giant. She'd been listening for ghouls in the night, but the only sound was the rain. The clouds had closed. It had become full dark. One of the Gleaner men asked, "Should we only wait? Would they find that more polite?" Manak, wasn't it? Hair thicker around the throat, as if he were an alpha male and Silak a beta. In a good many hominid species, one male got most of the action, but Vala didn't know that about Gleaners. Vala said, "Manak, we're here. In their habitat. You may even consider that we've come to entertain the Lords of the Night. Will you share Rishathra?" To Beej she quickly added, "Beej, this is for size, to leave me larger. I expect Wand will go with Moonwa first." Though Kay and Perelak, she noticed, were no longer talking business. Philosophies differ. To rish with a Gleaner male was no more than foreplay. Rishathra with the Thurl's heir was something else again. It had its pleasures. He was big. He was very eager. He was very proud of his self-restraint, though it was right at the edge of his control. He was very big. Kaywabrimis was having a wonderful night, or seemed to be. He was sharing some joke or secret with Moonwa now.
Good trader, that one. A generally good man. Vala kept looking in his direction. They'd mated. Vala couldn't get her mind out of that mood. Shouldn't try, really. It was a good mindset for a Rishathra party. Still. Mating is a matter of order. Eons of evolution have shaped many hominids' mating responses. Approach, sense, postures and positions, visual and tactile cues. Culture shapes more. Dances, cliques, styles, permitted words and phrases. But evolution never touches sex outside one's species, and Rishathra is always an art form. Where shapes don't fit, other shapes might be found. Those who cannot participate can watch, can give ribald advice, can stand guard, for that matter, when a trader's body or mind needs a rest. The night was almost silent, but not every whisper was wind. Ghouls should be out there. It was their duty. But if, for any reason, word hadn't reached them of a corpse-strewn battlefield, then those sounds might be vampires. Vala perched on a stool 3 paces high and sturdy enough for a grass giant. The night was warm enough for nakedness, or she was, but loaded guns were on her back. Before her was blowing rain and little else to see. At her back, any excitement had died for the moment. "We and the grass giants, we love each other, but we are not mere parasites," one of the gleaners was saying. "Wherever there once were mirror flower forests, there are plant-eaters now, prey that can feed us. We forage ahead of the Thurl's people. We probe, we guide, we make their maps." Manic, that was. He was a bit small to accommodate even a machine-people woman, and inexperienced, but he could learn. The proper attitude was easy for some. Others never learned it. Mating has consequences. A hominid's response to mating is not of the mind. Rishathra has no consequences, and the mind may remain in command. Embarrassment is inappropriate. Laughter is always to be shared. Rishathra is entertainment and diplomacy and friendship, and knowing that you can reach your weapons in the dark. "We hope to make our fortunes," Kay was saying. "Those who extend the Empire are well treated. The Empire grows with our fuel supply. If we can persuade a community to make fuel and sell it to the Empire, the bonus would let each of us raise a family." Moonwa said, "Those rewards are yours. Your client tribes face something else. Loss of ambition, loss of friends and mates, delusion and early death for any who learn to drink your fuel."
"Some are too weak to say enough. Moonwa, you must be stronger than that."
"Of course. I can do that tonight now. Enough, Kaywabrimus." Vala turned to see white grins, large and small. Beej said, "I wore one of your fuel-wetted towels last night. It made me dizzy. It threw my aim off." Kay gracefully changed the subject. "Valavir Gillen, will you return to Center City, mate and raise a family?" "I mated," she said. Kay suddenly had nothing to say. He didn't know. What had he been thinking? That he and she would become formal mates? Valavir Gillen said, "I made myself rich with a gift from Louis Wu of the Ball people." How she had done that was nobody's business, and illegal. "I mated then. Tarb's parents were friends of my family, as is usual with us, Moonwa. He had little money, but he's a good father. He freed me to engage in business dealings. I grew restive. I remembered that Louis Wu asked if my people make tools from the sludge that remains after we distill alcohol. Plastic, he said. His talking thing would not translate, but I learned his word. He said it means shapeless. Plastic can take any shape the maker likes. That sludge is useless, nasty stuff. Clients might be grateful if we had a reason to haul it away for them. So I funded a chemical laboratory. She shrugged in the dark. Always it cost more than anyone expected, but we got answers. There are secrets in that goo. One day most of my money was gone. Tarabliliast and the children are with my sire family, and I am here until I can feed them again. Koryak, are you ready to take guard? Of course. Hold the thought, Wandernothti. Vala, what's out there? Rain. I glimpse something black and shiny sometimes, and I hear tittering. No smell of vampires. Good. Moonwa had lapsed into grass-giant language and was making jokes that set Beej roaring. In the grey light of morning, the gleaners spoke together, waved at the brightening land, then more or less fell over in a pile. Do you think they came? Spash asked nobody in particular, and she stepped out of the tent. Wand said, I don't care. Let's sleep. They came, Spash said. Vala stepped out. It was moments before she realized that one sheet was empty. Which? Far left, 6 gleaner dead. The rest were untouched. Beej came forth briskly, swinging his scythe sword. More giants were coming down the earth wall. They conferred, then fanned out to explore, looking for evidence of what the ghouls had done. But Vala climbed up the wall to sleep in the payload shell. At midday she woke ravenous, with the smell of roasting meat in her nostrils. She followed the smells down to the tent. She found gleaners and machine people together. The gleaners had been hunting. The fire they had made to cook their kills, Barok and Wand had used to make bread from local grass. We eat 4, 5, 6 meals in a day, Silak told her. Pint says you eat once a day? Yes, but a lot. Are you finding enough meat? When your men came down to eat, ours went to hunt more. Eat what you see, the hunters will be back. The flatbread was a good effort, and Vala complimented the men. Smearp meat was good, too, if a bit lean and tough. At least the gleaners didn't have a habit found in other hominids, changing the flavor of meat by rubbing it with salt or herbs or berries. Vala wondered about breeding Smearps in other places, but all traders knew the answer to that. One hominid's local bounty was another's plague. With no local predators to restrict their numbers, Smearps would be eating somebody's crops, breeding beyond their food source, then vectoring diseases when starvation weakened them. Meanwhile, she had eaten everything in sight. Gleaners and machine people alike were watching her in amusement. Silak said, Heavy exercise last night. Did I miss anything? Kay said, The ghouls were active. There aren't any dead grass giants between the wall and the tall grass. Beej found neat piles of bones in the grass. They didn't touch the vampires. Saved them for tonight, I guess. Considerate of them. With their dead gone, the grass giants' mourning was over, except more considerate if they would take the rest of our dead. Anything else? Silak pointed. It wasn't raining now. The clouds formed an infinite flat roof, way high. You could see a long way across the veldt. What Vala could see was a sizable beast-drawn wagon plodding toward grass-giant domains. 5 great big-shouldered beasts, more than that high-sided wagon needed, though it was big. It will be here well before dusk. Even so, if your species can sleep in spurts, you will have time. Vala nodded and climbed up the wall to sleep some more. Parum was riding in the guide seat beside a much smaller red-skinned man. 3 more Reds rode in the enclosed space beneath. They stopped the wagon just under the wall, near the opening. They lifted a thing out of the wagon bed. Vala squinted, trying to see something almost invisible. Her mercenary instincts raced along her nerves, gibbering. At the fall of the cities, flying vehicles were the most common of fallen objects. This curved, transparent sheet was the kind of thing people found in fallen cars. Most were shattered. This one looked intact. Its value must be immense. The Reds came forward, carrying it at the corners. Each carried a sword nearly as long as himself, hung from his back in a leather sheath. They wore dyed leather kilts and leather backpacks, men and women both, though brighter colors adorned the women's. Their teeth were pointed, all of them, a double row of canines. Valavir Gillen, Kewabrimis, Moonwa, the Thurl in full armor, Manak and Koriak waited to greet them. The group had been pruned a little. "Thurl, this is a window," one red male said solemnly. "It is a gift from the marsh people, who cannot go from where they live. They beg that we shall ward them from the spreading plague of vampires. The marsh people cannot flee, for only the marsh gives them life." Valavir Gillen caught the Thurl's questioning look. "We know species like that," she said. "Marsh, desert, one side of a mountain, a forest that is all one kind of tree. Their bellies have changed to accept only one food, or they cannot survive cold or heat, or too little moisture in the air, or too much. But this is a magnificent gift." "It is. We will do what we can for the marsh people," the Thurl said. "These, our allies, were able to reach us." And the Thurl made introduction, speaking slowly, pronouncing the names of gleaners and machine people with varying accuracy. "I am Tegger Hookie Thanderthal," the red male said. "This is Warvia Hookie Murph Thanderthal. We travel with Anacrin Hookie Wanherher and Chechind Hookie Karashk." The other two Reds had moved away to tend to the load beasts. The Thurl asked, "How do your people deal with Rishathra?" "We cannot," said Warvia, and did not amplify. Parum grinned, and Vala grinned back, picturing the male grass giant's disappointment. The Thurl, as host, spoke for all, as protocol required, but briefly. What point in enlarging upon a guest's skill at Rishathra for a species that couldn't do that at all? Tegger and Warvia merely nodded when he fell silent. The other red males were not even listening. They were examining the vampire corpses lying on one sheet and chattering at high speed. Tegger and Warvia looked much alike. Their red skins were smooth, their faces were hairless. They wore kilts of soft leather with decorative lacing. They were as tall as machine people, but much thinner. Big ears stood out from narrow heads. Their teeth seemed to be not filed, but grown that way. Warvia had breasts, but almost flat. "We never hear of so many vampires found together," Warvia said. "You killed an army," Tegger said. "Vampires lie everywhere. Your neighbors must be glad." Warvia asked, "The ghouls, have they come?" The Thurl said, "An army of vampires came the night before last. An army was gone when the shadow withdrew from the sun. You have seen the dead they left behind, but our own dead have gone with the ghouls. They were half as many or a bit more, plus 100 of gleaners and 4 of our machine people. The vampires are a terrible foe. Welcome to you." "We have seen nothing of the terror," Tegger said. "Young hunters disappear. Our teachers lose their skill, we said, or some new hunting thing has found us. Parum, if we did show disbelief, forgive us." Parum nodded graciously. The Thurl said, "What we knew of vampires was half false. The Machine People Empire came in time to help us." Vala was beginning to realize that no other grass giant could say such a thing. To disparage the tribe was to disparage the Thurl. "We must show you our defenses," he continued. "But have you eaten? Should you cook while there is still light?" "We eat our meat uncooked. We like variety. Grass giants eat no meat, but what of gleaners and machine people? May we share? Let us show you what we have." They had 5 load beasts and the cage atop their wagon. The thing in the cage felt their gaze and roared. It was a beast as massive as a grass giant, and a killer, Vala realized. She asked, "What is that?" "Hakarch," Tegger said with visible pride. "A hunter of the Barrier Hills. 2 were sent us by the Gardener people for our sport. Hunted outside its familiar terrain, the male still killed one of us before we brought it down." It was a brag. "Mighty hunters we are. We hunt the lesser hunters, and we'll hunt your vampires." Vala suggested, "Parallac, shall we sample this? Not tonight, but tomorrow, at our one meal?" The Gleaner woman said, "Bargain. Warvia, tonight you may kill a lode beast. Tomorrow and after, let us play host. We will feed all until the—" Shadow's edge had bitten a piece from the sun, but the light was still bright. "Eaters of the dead deign to speak. You'll want to taste smearp meat." "We thank you." The fire had become the only light. Not enough light to cook, but the cooking was over. Of the other Reds, Anacron Hookie Wanherher was an old man, wrinkled but still agile. Chechind Hookie Karashk, another male, was badly scarred and had lost an arm in some old battle. They had brought a gift of their own, a sizable ceramic jug of a strong dark beer. Not bad at all. Vala saw Kay react, too. "Let's see how Kay handles it." Kay exclaimed, "Do you make this yourselves? Do you make a lot?" "Yes. Do you think of trade?" Chechind, "It might be worth moving if it's cheap enough. Tales of the machine people are not exaggerated." Kay looked flustered. Too bad, but Vala had better step in. "Kay-Wavrimis means that if we can distill enough of this, we would have fuel for our cruisers. Our cruisers carry weapons and can carry much more. They move faster than lode beasts, but they cannot move without fuel." "A gift you want?" Chechind asked, while Tegger exclaimed, "You would boil our beer for fuel?" "Gifts for the war. All must contribute. Grass giant fighters, Gleaner spies, your fuel." "Our eyes." "Ah?" "We know of no species that can see as far as any red herder." "Your eyes. Our cruisers, our cannon, our flamers. Can you contribute 300 man-weights of beer to the war against the vampires? It would distill to 30 man-weights of fuel. We carry a distilling system simple enough to be copied." Warvia exclaimed, "That's enough to souse whole civilizations." But Tegger asked, "What size of man-weights?" "Ha!" Vala said, "Your size." Tegger had asked the obvious question, but it implied agreement, and a machine people man-weight would have been a 6th higher. "I'm thinking of taking 2 cruisers. Leave the 3rd here. Let the Thurl fuel the 3rd cruiser." "Wand and Chit can supervise that," Kay said. "Oh?" She'd wondered why both were absent. "They've had enough, boss. Spash is wavering, too. So's Barok." "Any foray would be to murder selves," Red Warvia said, "unless we can know our enemy. Have the ghouls spoken?" The Thurl said, "Some bodies are gone," and shrugged. "We're paying for our good manners," Vala said. A trader must know how to project her voice on demand. "The bodies we guarded from vermin, the Lords of the Night will take last. They took our Gleaner dead because they died a day earlier." The Night would hear her. Tonight, Kay and Wand were on the wall with Barok, watching over them with the cannon. Spash and Chit had traded places with them. This night looked to be less exhausting, but less joyful, too. The Gleaners and machine people and an undersized grass giant woman named Twuck tried to get something going. The Thurl kept his armor on. The 4 red herders watched gleefully from beyond touching distance and chattered in their own language, and it all sort of fell apart. The Reds weren't unfriendly. They might be a little stiff around the Thurl himself, but around others they were relaxed and talkative. Spash and 3 Reds were trading stories now. The Reds had considerable experience with hominids, despite their handicap. Vala listened idly. The Reds were guided by their diet. They ate live meat, and they were herder gourmets. Herding one life form, rarely 2, was easier than trying to keep several types of meat beast together. The Red tribes mapped their routes to cross each other's paths, to trade feasts. They traded stories, too, and met hominids in a variety of environments. Now they were speaking of 2 types of water people, apparently not the same 2 Vala was familiar with. The 4th Red, Tegger, was on watch with Chit. The Thurl was asleep in full armor. He clearly wasn't interested in Rishathra, or ghouls either, Vala thought. So Pashin Te lay propped against a tent pole. "I wonder what it's like inside the wall tonight," she said. Vala considered. The Thurl's out here. Beej is in there, on defense. What the Thurl does not see did not happen. Spash came up on an elbow. "Where did you hear that?" "From the Thurl. The beta males are doing a lot of mating, I expect, and some fighting, too. I suppose we're missing all the fun." "Again, in my case," Spash said. "But they wouldn't rish anyway if they can mate, and I can use the rest." "So can the Thurl. He sleeps like a near-dormant volcano," Spash said. Chit looked at the women and smiled, and stepped lightly out of the tent. A dense mist cloaked the night. Chit picked up a bone from dinner and threw it. Vala heard a tiny muffled "talk." A silver bulk was at her shoulders, sensed but never heard. The Thurl sniffed, while his hands cocked a crossbow without sound or effort. He said, "They are not near, vampires or night people. Chittakumishad, did you see anything? Smell anything?" "Nothing." The Thurl seemed exceedingly alert for one who had been sleeping moments ago. He pulled his helm closed and stepped out. A grass giant guard, Taran, followed him. Spash said, "I had it wrong, didn't I? But why?" Vala whispered, "Reds. They're the ancient enemy, and they're all around him. That's why he kept his armor on, and that's why he pretends to sleep. Bet on it." In the morning there were no dead between the wall and the tall grass, save for those that lay on sheets. The ghouls had taken Vala at her word, it seemed. Chechind asked of nobody in particular, "Where shall we turn the Hakarch loose?" Koryak looked at Manak. The gleaner female said, "Just short of the tall grass, but let me tell my companions first. Vala, will your people hunt too?" "I think not, but I'll ask." She spoke to the others. None were eager. Machine people did eat meat, but predator meat generally had a rank flavor. But Kay said, "We'll look timid if someone doesn't join the hunt." "Ask some questions," she told him. "That thing looked dangerous. The more you know, the less often you get killed." He'd never heard the proverb. He stared, laughed, then said, "We want to bring it to less than once?" "Yes." She slept through the hunt. At midday she woke to share in the meal. Kewa Brimus bore a single slash along his forearm, the fool. Vala bound it with a fuel-soaked towel. Hakarch meat had a flavor of cat. The dead were fewer, but the stench of them hovered about the tent, and the dreadful night was coming. The ghouls would take her at her word, she thought. The bodies we guarded from vermin, the lords of the night will take last. Tonight. Chapter 4. The People of the Night. When shadow had nearly covered the sun, Vala found the gleaners and Reds around a fire. The gleaners were eating. They offered to share.
The Reds had eaten their kills as they were made. A fine rain began to sizzle on the coals. The negotiators retreated into the tent. Valavir Gillen, Chitakumishad, and Sopashinte for the machine people, 3 of the Reds, the 4 gleaners. Anakrin Hukiwanher and the Thurl and a woman Vala didn't know were already inside. Stale grass had been replaced with fresh. The Thurl spoke, his powerful voice cutting through all conversation. "Folk, meet my negotiator Wast, who has a tale to tell." Wast stood gracefully for so large a woman. "Parum and I went to starboard 2 days ago, on foot," she said. "Parum returned with these Reds of Gingerofer's folk. I followed on foot with a guard of Red warriors to speak to the Muddy River people. The Muddy River people cannot join us here, but they may speak of our sorrows to the Night people." "They'll have the same trouble we did," Koryak said. Something was tickling at Vala's attention. Wast sat. To the Reds she said, "You cannot practice Rishathra, but mating?" "It is not my time," Warvia said primly. Anakron and Chechind were grinning. Tegger seemed angry. The wind. Many hominid species were monogamous, exclusive of Rishathra, of course. Tegger and Warvia must be mates, and the Thurl was saying, "I must wear my armor. We know not what might visit us." Too bad. They might have gotten some entertainment going. "Music?" Spash asked uneasily, "Do you hear music? That isn't vampire music." The sound was still soft, but growing louder, almost painfully near the upper end of her hearing range. Vala felt the hair stir on her neck and down her spine. She was hearing a wind instrument, and strings, and a thuttering percussion instrument. No voices. The Thurl lowered his helm and stepped out. A crossbow was in his hand, pointed at the sky. Chit and Silak stayed at either side of the door, their weapons readied. Others in the tent were arming themselves. Tiny Silak walked backward into the tent. The smell came with him, carrion and wet fur. 2 big hominid shapes followed, and then the much bigger Thurl. "We have guests," he boomed. In the tent it was almost totally dark. Vala could make out the gleam of the ghoul's eyes and teeth, and 2 black silhouettes against a scarcely brighter glow, archlight seeping through clouds. But her eyes were adjusting, picking out detail. There were 2, a man and a woman. Hair covered them almost everywhere. It was black and straight and slick with the rain. Their mouths were overly wide grins, showing big spade teeth. They wore pouches on straps and were otherwise naked. Their big, blunt hands were empty. They were not eating. Vala was terribly relieved, even as she resisted the impulse to shy back. Likely enough, none but Valavir Gillen had ever seen one of these. Some were reacting badly. Chit remained in the door, on guard, facing away. Spash was on her feet, not cringing, but it seemed the limit of her self-control. Silak of the Gleaners, Tegger, and Chechind all cringed away with wide eyes and open mouths. She had to do something. She stood and bowed. "Welcome. I am Valavir Gillen of the Machine People. We've waited to beg your help. These are Anakron and Warvia of the Red Herders, Paralak and Manak of the Gleaners, Chitakumishad and Sopashinte of the Machine People," picking them out as and when she thought they had recovered their aplomb. The ghoul male didn't wait. "We know your various kinds. I am—" something breathy. His lips didn't close completely. Otherwise he was fluent in the trade dialect, his accent more like Kay's than Vala's. "But call me Harpster, for the instrument I play. My mate is
something breathy and whistling, not unlike the music that was still playing outside. "Grieving tube. How do you practice Rishathra?" Tegger had been cowering. Now he was beside his mate instantly. "We cannot," he said. The ghoul woman half hid a laugh. Harpster said, "We know. Be at ease." The Thurl spoke directly to Grieving Tube. "These are under my protection. My armor may come off if you can speak for our safety. After that, you need only have care for my size." And Wast only smiled at Harpster, but Vala could admire her for the nerve that took. The gleaners were in a line, all four standing tall. "Our kind does practice Rishathra," Koryak said. Vala longed for her home. Somewhere she would have found food for her mate and children, and as for her love of adventure, a person could set that aside for a time. Too late now. "Rishathra binds our empire," Vala Virgilin told the Lords of the Night. Harpster said, "Truth was that Rishathra bound the city builder's empire. Fuel binds yours. We do practice Rishathra, but not tonight, I think, because we can guess how it would disturb the red herders." "We are not so fragile," Warvia said. "And for another reason," Harpster said. "Do you have a request to make of us?" They all tried to speak at once. "Vampires! You see the terror, the deaths." The Thurl had a voice to cut through all that. "Vampires have devastated all species in a territory 10 day walks across. Help us to end their menace." 2 or 3 day walks, no more," Harpster said. "Vampires need to reach shelter after a raid. Still a large territory, housing more than a 10 of hominid species." "But they feed us well," Grieving Tube said gently, her voice pitched a little higher than her companion's. "The problem you face is that we have no problem. What is good for any of you is good also for the people of the night. The vampires feed us as surely as the lust for alcohol among your client species, Valavir Gillen. But if you can conquer the vampires, that serves us too." Did they realize how much they had revealed in a few breaths of speech? But too many others were speaking at once, and Vala held silence. "For your understanding," Grieving Tube said, "consider. Manak, what if your queen had a quarrel with the Thurl's people? You might persuade us not to touch any dead who lie near the Thurl's walls. Soon he must surrender." Manak protested. "But we and the grass giants, we would never—" "Of course not. But Warvia, you and the old Thurl were at war 50 Phalans ago. Suppose your leader Gingerifer had begged us to tear apart any grass giants who came to kill their cattle." Warvia said, "Very well, we understand." "Do you? We must not side with any hominid against any other. You all depend on us. Without the people of the night, your corpses lie where they fall, diseases form and spread, your water becomes polluted." The ghoul woman sang in her high-pitched, breathy voice. She has made this speech before. "We forbid cremation, but suppose we did not. What if every species had the fuel to burn their dead? Clouds still lit this sky 43 Phalans after a sea was boiled. What if that were the smoke of the burned dead, a stench growing richer every Phalan? Do you know how many hominids of every species die in a Phalan? We do. We cannot choose sides." Che-Chind Hookie Karashk had been flushing a darker red. "How can you speak of siding with vampires, with animals?" "They don't think," said Harpster, "and you do. But can you always say that so surely? We know of hominids just at the edge of thinking, several just along this arc of the arch. Some use fire if they find it, or form packs when prey is large and formidable. One strips branches into spears. One lives in water. They cannot use fire, but they flake rocks for knives. How do you judge? Where do you draw the line? Vampires don't use tools or fire. Not fire, but tools. Under this endless rain, vampires have learned to wear clothing stripped from their prey. When they are dry, they leave it like garbage. The ghoul woman said, "You see why we should not rish with you, if we must refuse your other desires." Grieving Tube did not see, chose not to see the mixed emotions that statement generated. Well, she must try something. Vala said, "Your help would be of immense value if you had reason to give it. Already you have told us the reach of vampire depredations, and that they must return to their lair, that they have one single lair. What else could you tell us?" Harpster shrugged, and Vala winced. His shoulders were terribly loose, like unconnected bones rolling freely under his skin. She continued stubbornly, "I have heard a rumor, a story, a fable. The machine people hear it where vampires are known. You must understand that to our client species far from Center City, there's no real explanation of how all these vampires appeared so suddenly." "They have a high breeding rate," Harpster noted. Grieving Tube said, "Yes, and clusters of them split from the main body to find other refuges. 10 day walks was not too large a guess." The others, even Chechind, were letting Vala speak. Vala said, "But a less sensible explanation spreads, too. The victim of a vampire will rise from the dead to become a vampire himself." "That," said Harpster, "is purest nonsense." And of course it was. Of course it is, but it explains how the plague spreads so rapidly. See it from the viewpoint of a, careful now, hanging person, widow, and mother. Hanging people were everywhere. Vala set one hand on the beam overhead, lifted her feet to hang, and said, "What is to be done, lest my poor dead Vainya become my enemy in the night? The lords of the night forbid us to burn the dead, but sometimes they permit it." "Never," said Grieving Tube. Vala said, "Starboard spin from Center City by 12 day walks. There are memories of a plague." "Long ago and far away," Harpster snapped. "We designed the crematorium ourselves, taught them how to use it, then moved away. Years later we returned. The plague was beaten. The digging people still cremated, but we persuaded them to leave their dead again. It was easily done. Firewood was scarce." "You see the danger," Vala said. "I don't believe locals have started burning vampire victims yet." "No, we would see plumes of smoke. But if one client species begins, the rest might follow." Grieving Tube said sadly, "Then, of course, we'd have to do a deal of killing." Valavir Gillen throttled a shudder. She bowed low and answered, "Why not begin now, with vampires?" Grieving Tube mulled it. "Not so easy, that. They, too, command the night." And Vala's eyes closed for an instant. "Now it's a problem, a challenge, and lesser species must see you solve it. Now I have you." The ghouls had cleared the grass away from a sizable section of tent floor. They were drawing in the dark, tweetling at each other in their own high-pitched language. They argued over some feature none other could see, and settled that, and Harpster stood up. "When the shadow withdraws, you may examine these maps," Harpster said. "For now, let me only describe what you would see. Here, spin by port by 2.5 day walks. The ancient structure of an industrial center floats 2 tens of man-heights above the ground." "I know of a floating city," Vala said. "Of course. Near your center city, a collection of free buildings linked. Floaters are rare enough these days. We think this one made machinery for the city builders. Later, it was abandoned. Vampires have lived beneath the floater for many generations, for hundreds of phalans. The perpetual shadow is perfect for vampires. Locals moved out of their reach long ago. Peaceful travelers and migrations were warned to avoid it. Warriors must look to themselves in that regard. This range of mountains to port and anti-spin of the shadow nest stands between there and here. It formed a barrier for the mirror flowers. Hominids on the far side came to call it the barrier of flame, for the fire they could sometimes see playing along the crest. The flowers would ultimately have crossed the crest and burned out the shadow nest in their usual fashion. Vampires wouldn't be safe from horizontal beams of light. But then the clouds came. Heads nodded in the dark. Harpster said, "The vampire's range expanded by a daywalk. Grieving Tube is right. The damage is worse than that. Their population has grown, and hunger drives families of vampires into other domains." Valavir Gillen asked, "Can you blow away the clouds?" Both ghouls hooted laughter. Grieving Tube said, "You want us to move clouds?" "We beg." "Why do you think we could do such a thing as move clouds?" Over the rising sounds of throttled laughter, Valavir Gillen said, "Louis Wu did that." Harpster said, "Omnivore tinker. Not odd as hominids go, but from off the arch, from the stars. He had tools to prove what he said he was, but we do not know that he made clouds." The Thurl spoke. "He did. He and the old Thurl boiled a sea to make these clouds above us." "Then go to him." "Louis Wu is gone. The old Thurl is gone." "We cannot move clouds. Our embarrassment is great." Harpster laughed. "What can we do that you cannot do yourselves?" The Thurl said, "We will use your maps, much thanks to you. I will lead an army of whatever species will fight. We will destroy this nest of vampires." "Thurl, you cannot go," Grieving Tube said. Harpster questioned. Grieving Tube began to explain, but the Thurl would not wait. "I am protector to my people. When we fight, I fight at the head." "In armor," the ghoul woman pointed out. "Of course." "You must not wear armor. Your armor keeps your smell. You, all who fight, you must wear nothing. Bathe where you find water. Wash every surface of your cruisers and wagons. Can't you see that the vampires must not smell you?" Vala thought, "Oh." "The bottleneck is the fuel," Chittakumashad was saying. "The Reds make a beer. It can be turned into fuel." "Go to your war by way of the Red pastures. We can send them the design for your distilleries by a secret means, tomorrow. Let them make fuel there while you make fuel here from your own stills and rotting grass. You will confront the shadow nest no more than a phalan from now." Chit nodded, his own mind busy with plans. "Fuel to take 2 cruisers there and back." "You must cross the barrier of flame. I think your cruisers can do that. There are passes." "Takes more fuel." "Fuel to explore, or for towels or flamethrowers, would come out of what you have. What of it? Only in victory will you need fuel to return here, and then your 3rd cruiser can meet you, or you may leave one behind." "Travel in mated pairs," Harpster said. "Grieving Tube and I will travel together. Thurl, we know your customs, but from time to time your tribe divides. Do it that way. Tegger, you and Warvia believe you can resist the vampires. It may be so, but what of these others? Let them mate when they must, and not rish with bloodsuckers. Anacron, Chechind, you have no mates. You should go home." And the arguments began.
No hominid here would uncritically accept a ghoul's plan for their war, but Vala remained silent and knew how much she had won. They're with us. They really are. And they'll bathe. Chapter 5. The Web Dweller. Weaver Town, A.D. 2892. No telling how long the wizard had been there. The older children had gone into the great wood to compete at catching birds. The boy parrelled through with conspicuous grace. His net kept its shape longest, flew the farthest, though he'd caught only 2. Strill was thinking how to speak to him when she chanced to look up. The wizard was out on the river, floating far above the silver water, on a thick coin-shaped support not much wider than a man is tall. They shouted, beckoning him down. When he noticed them, he stopped his stately progress among the tree-tops, then descended gradually. He smiled and spoke in an unknown tongue. He was bald over most of his body, but that wasn't rare among visitors. They led him home, talking all the way. Some of the boys tested his knowledge with insults. Strill disapproved, and presently knew she was right. The wizard never did learn their speech, barring a few basic words like flup and rishathra, but he wore a necklace that spoke like a teacher before they reached the village. Any one of a strange species might be a teacher. A wizard who flew, who was served by a magical translator, must have a good deal to teach. 9 years now since he'd left Kawaresk Senjajok and Harkaby Perelin. 10 since Chmee departed for the map of Earth. 11 years since they'd set sail aboard Hidden Patriarch. 12 since their return to the Ringworld. 41 years since Louis Wu and his motley crew first touched down, cocooned in stasis, at 770 miles per second. The first hominids they'd found had been small, furry religious fanatics. These chattering youths were of that or a similar species. They were chin-high to Louis Wu, and covered with fluffy blonde fur, and wore kilts of muted browns. They threw their wonderfully patterned nets with wonderful skill, in this maze of bare trunks beneath branches spread like the caps of mushrooms. They were friendly. Every species around the great ocean was friendly to strangers. Louis was used to it. The oldest girl asked, "What shape is the world?" Quiet fell, and heads turned. Was it a test? "I should ask, rather than tell, Strill. What shape is the world?" "A circle, the shape of infinity, the web-dweller says. I don't understand, though. I see an arch, like—" Strill pointed. There were small conical roofs below, sprouting among the trees. A sizable village strung along the river's vastness. Upstream was an arch like the oft-rebuilt St. Louis arch, broad at the base, narrowing as it rose. Like the upstream gate. So that was all right. "The arch is the part of the ring you're not standing on," Louis said. "Web-dweller?" He was walking with one proprietary hand on the stacked cargo plates as they floated alongside him. There were millions of these in the repair center beneath the map of Mars. He'd welded some needed items to the topmost floating disk. These included handholds, a seat back, a bin for spare clothing, and another for food, and a little attitude thruster, a spare part for the hindmost's probes. And, well, he'd found that already in place after the battle 11 years ago. It was Tila Brown's medkit. Furry adults and small furry children saw the bird-catchers returning early. Most stayed with their tasks, but a man and a woman waited at the arch to greet them. Strill cried, "He's a wizard! Kidada, sir, he says it's a ring!" The man glanced at the floating plates. He asked, "Do you know this?" Louis said, "I've seen it. I'm Louis Wu of the Ball People." It shouldn't have meant anything to them, but the elders gaped and the children oohed. The woman said, "Louis Woo of the Ball People." Age had put white in her golden fur, and more of that in the man's. Their knee-length kilts were elaborate tapestries that would have been valuable in any culture. "I am Sawur, and this is Kidada, both of the council, both of the Weaver folk. You are from nowhere on the Arch, yes? The Web-Dweller has vouched for your power and wisdom." Web-Dweller? How could anyone have known of him here? Kidada said, "The Web-Dweller is certainly of another world. It's got 2 heads, and servants like itself in uncountable numbers." Ah, Tange. What else did the Web-Dweller have to say? "It showed us pictures from far up the Arch, so it says." "What did you see? Vampires?" "Strange humanoids living in darkness, and an alliance of many kinds of people come to attack them. Can you tell us of those?" "I know something of vampires. The Web-Dweller may know more, but I haven't spoken to him in 36 Phalans." "How do your folk manage Rishathra?" Sawur asked, and there was suppressed giggling. Louis grinned. "As best we can. Yours?" "We weavers are said to be very good with our hands, and visitors speak well of the touch of our fur. One must ask, shall we wash?" "Good idea." Weavers, they called themselves. Their village, city, was nowhere crowded, but it seemed to go on and on, spilling up and down both sides of the river, sprouting among the trees of the vast forest. Their houses were wickerwork shells shaped like low mushrooms, not unlike the trees. Louis was being led toward a vertical cliff of bare, pale rock. Kidada said, "See you, water running down that cliff face. The baths are below. Sunlight warms the water as it flows a little." The pool was long and narrow. Low tables bore little heaps of embroidered kilts. Sawur and Kidada added theirs to a heap. 3 parallel furrows ran through the hair across the old man's buttocks, old scars rimmed with white fur, leading Louis to wonder about local predators. Weavers were already bathing themselves. Children and the elderly seemed to gravitate together. Post-adolescents separated out, but rarely formed pairs. Louis had learned to look for such patterns. The water was muddy. He didn't see any towels. He set his clothing, canyon-style camping garb and back purse, from 200 light-years away, on a table, and stepped in. When in Rome, it wasn't all that warm, either. Now all the ages mixed as the weavers gathered around the visiting alien, the teacher. Newly met species always had the same questions. "My companions and I steered our great ship to the shore of the great ocean 40 Phalans ago. We found desolation. Long before any of you were born, Fist of God raised the shore 40 man-heights along 20,000 day-walks of shoreline." Confusion. Louis's translator would translate Sol system measurements into the Ringworld's 30-hour day, 75 days to a Phalan, but day-walks and man-heights varied by species. Louis floated on his back, treading water while they spoke of distance, time, height. No hurry. He'd done this dance before. People to spinward remember Fist of God in their legends. Something bigger than any mountain struck the floor of the world from underneath at hellish speed 3,500 Phalans ago. A.D. 1200, by Louis's best guess. It pushed the land up and then ripped through as a fireball. You can see the mountain it made from here, 100,000 miles away, and the deserts all around it. The shore of the great ocean moved 1,000 miles seaward. All the patterns of life changed. The water was armpit deep, shallower at the end where the children gathered. A kind of dance was going on here, not a courtship game, but the women around Louis were of mating age, and men their age were hanging back. Ring pattern. A Rishathra dance? His eye kept snagging on Strill's attentive look and wonderful smile. They all had questions, the same questions always, but Louis had seen the glitter of bronze on the bare cliff above his head. The fractal spiderweb was out of a weaver's reach, and the water flowing down the rock wasn't washing it off. So he spoke for an unseen audience. We had to stay with the ocean, or we'd have had nothing to eat. We spent 2 phalans cruising along the shore, and finally we realized we were in a river mouth. We continued upstream. The fertility has returned to the soil along the Shenthi River Valley. We've been in this vast river valley for 35 phalans. My city-builder friends left me at a village downstream 20 phalans ago. Why? They have children now, but I continued upstream. The people are friendly everywhere. They like hearing my tales. Sawur asked, Why does that surprise you, Louis Wu? He smiled at the older woman. When a visitor comes to your village, he probably doesn't eat what you eat, or sleep where you sleep, or feel quite comfortable in your house. An alien doesn't compete with his host, and he might have something to teach. But the Ball people are all one species on all the worlds. A visitor can be bad news. A moment's uncomfortable silence followed. One of the brawny boys settled behind Strill broke it. He called, Can you do this? He reached around his back, one arm above, one below, and clasped wrists with himself. Louis Wu laughed. Once he could have. No. Then you should have your back washed, the boy said. And they all moved in. The great thing about the ring world was its variety, and the great thing about variety was that Rishathra wouldn't work at all if it required an elaborate dance. How do your folk manage Rishathra? If you will state your gender. How long can you hold your breath? Sea folk. No, but we like to talk about it. We cannot. Don't be offended, red herders. It was thus we ruled the world, city builders. Only with sapient species. Here, solve this riddle. Only with non-sapient species. We prefer not to become involved. May we watch you with your companion? Louis had once had to explain that Chmee was not a hominid, and was male besides. He wondered how much the weavers knew about the bronze spiderweb above their heads. They were pairing off now, but not mating in public. How would weavers rish? Sawur led him out of the water. She squeezed a liter of water from her brown and white fur, with Louis's help. When she saw he was shivering, she wiped him down with his shirt. Louis could smell roasting bird flesh. They dressed. Sawur led him into a circle of woven wicker cages. Council house, she said of one. Birds were roasting above a barbecue pit. The smells were wonderful. Birds and a huge fish, tended by... Sawur, those aren't weavers. No, sailing folk and fishers. One weaver of middle age was tending the pit with the help of 7 aliens. They weren't all of the same species. 2 males had webbed hands and broad flat feet, and oily straight hair slicked along their bodies in a smooth curve. The other 5, 3 men and 2 women, were burly, powerful versions of the weavers, with altered jaws. Close enough that they might still mate, maybe. All 7 were wearing the fantastic weaver kilts. The big fisher, Shan's serpent strangler, made introduction. Louis tried to remember their names. His translator would retrieve them if he could remember even a syllable. Shan's explained, We trade for cloth, yes, we compete. When Hish-Thair Rock Diver and I offer to broil this monster fish the sailors catch downstream, the sailors offer too. Afraid we talk to Kidada, learn something needful, get a lower price. Meanwhile, we argue over how to cook our fish. That was the sailor Huik.
Kidada at least gets his birds the way he wants. I'd say those birds are done, Louis said. I can't guess about the fish. When did you start? It will be perfect in 100 breaths, Shans said. Cooked on the downside for the sailors, warm on the upside for us. How do you like it? Downside. The weaver population half-dried themselves and came to eat. The birds came off the hot rocks and were torn apart. The fish continued to cook. Louis would find his own vegetables tomorrow. And they talked. The weaver's nimble fingers wove nets to catch mid-sized birds and beasts of the forest, but they wove cloth for river traffic. Peekaboo clothing, hammocks, fishnets, belt pouches, and back pouches, a variety of things for a variety of species. Fishers and sailors traded up and down the river, carrying weaver kilts, smoked and salted fish, salt, root vegetables. It was shop talk. Louis eased out of that. He asked Kidada about his scar, and was told of a fight with what sounded like a monster bear. Weavers withdrew. They'd heard the tale. Kidada told a good tale, though from the sound of it the scar should have been in front. At sunset all the weavers seemed to melt away. Sawur led him to a ring of tents, their feet crunching in dry brush. Sailors and fishers remained in conversation around the dying coal bed. One called advice after him. Don't wander. Only the night people walk these paths at night. They stooped under the edge of the wicker cage. Sawur rolled against him and fell asleep at once. Louis felt a moment's irritation. But species differ. Sleeping in a strange place hadn't bothered Louis in Phalans. No, in years. Nor sleeping in a strange woman's arms, nor rubbing against fluffy fur, like sleeping with a big dog, nor both together. But knowing the hindmost's eye was near, that kept him awake for some time. Sometime in the night he dreamed that a monster sank teeth into his leg. He woke, holding back a scream. Sawur spoke without opening her eyes. What is it, teacher? Cramp. In my leg. Louis rolled out of her arms and crawled to the door. I get cramps, too. Walk. Sawur was asleep. He limped outside. The side of his calf was shrieking. He hated muscle cramps. The daylit arcs of the ring world reflected far more light than Earth's full moon. The medical kit would give him medicine for a cramp, but it didn't act any quicker than just walking it off. His foot crunched dry twigs. Low dry brush surrounded the guests' huts. Friendly as they were, the weavers must have some way to discourage thieves. This dry stuff might be their defense. The cramp had eased, but he was wide awake. His cargo plates floated outside the guest hut. He pulled himself aboard. He crossed the brushy barrier without a sound, weaving among the tree trunks. Not a bit nocturnal, these weavers. No sign of any of them. Sleeping like the dead, how would they catch a thief? The visiting aliens had retired, too. Lanterns lit the bow and stern of a long, low sailboat he hadn't noticed earlier. In a minute or two, Louis was floating silently above the pool, lit by archlight, real and reflected. Motion within the cliff, and a light blazed in his face. Louis squinted, cursing. He looked into the glare, through a window with fuzzed-out edges, at an impressive cinder cone capped in what seemed dirty snow. On any world, that would be a volcano. Here it could be a meteor crater punched from below. It looked very like Fist of God, crowned with vacuum and naked ring-world floor structure. A message from the hindmost? Once the puppeteer knew Louis was moving up the river, he could have moved his probe ahead. He'd sprayed a spy device on this rock cliff, and others elsewhere, no doubt. He'd talked to the weavers. Easy enough, but why bother? What did he want? Something spat from the crater, twice, thrice within 10 seconds. 610 hours ago, said a familiar contralto. "Watch." The view zoomed on the three objects. Lens-shaped spacecraft. Big. Kzinti design, Louis thought. They stopped just above the peak, then began their descent, 2 or 3 meters above the glassy crater wall. "The warcraft are moving quite slowly. Let me show you fast forward," the hindmost said. The warcraft moved briskly downslope. Beyond and below, cloudscape jumped into streamlined motion. In 2 hours, 20 minutes, at just under sonic speed, they had covered 1,400 miles. For Kzinti, amazing restraint. Then they diverged, thus. The cloudscape and the saucers jerked to a near stop. 2 veered off at right angles, the third continued straight on. White light blinked. Then the scene was as before, but the 3 ships had a blobby, half-melted look, and they gleamed like mirrors. They began to descend, to fall. "Stasis fields. They stopped your beam," Louis said. "Worrisome, Louis. Wrong twice within 5 seconds. Is your brain deteriorating?" "That can happen," Louis said equably. The hindmost said, "Those beams were intense. Vast energy flux was trapped inside the stasis fields before they formed." "But you and Nessus survived a similar attack because we designed defense mechanisms to react quickly. Those Kzinti warcraft are nothing but bombs now, and that was the Ringworld meteor defense, but I did not use it." "Yeah, right." "Observe." The view jumped. A view of the magnified sun, darkened to something tolerable. From the fluid storm a plume rose in fast-forward motion. Higher, straight toward the camera, hundreds of thousands of miles. A brighter shock wave was rising from its base. It lashed out along the plume and was suddenly terribly bright. "A superthermal laser effect. Definitely the Ringworld meteor defense, Louis, but not mine." The hindmost would lie. But would he shoot down an invading ship? "Louis, I'm not shooting down invading spacecraft. I want to contact them. A hyperdrive motor could free me from this place." "I buy that, I guess, but—" "Hindmost, do you think someone is in the repair center with you?" "I do not believe my defenses have been breached. Louis, there are 2 great oceans." It took Louis a moment to see what the hindmost meant. A single great ocean would unbalance the Ringworld. The water involved would mass as much as a major Jovian moon. There had to be 2 on opposite arcs, and there were. The hindmost's crew had found a repair center in one great ocean under the map of Mars. The other ocean they had never explored at all. And it was across the Ringworld's diameter. The Ringworld was 16 light-minutes across. 16 minutes at light speed before a second repair center could see invading ships coming through Fist of God. 8 minutes more to begin to affect the sun. More time. An hour, 2, to stretch a plume of plasma some millions of miles out from the sun, then cause it to laze. The terrible sword of light would be another 8 minutes on its way. 2 hours and 20 minutes was a plausible guess. Louis said, "Stet." "You'd best assume there's another repair center on the far side of the Ringworld arch, and a protector inside." "Why a protector?" "Mind you, Louis, I think so too." "A protector would find a way in. If a hominid got in somehow, a breeder, he'll be a protector by now. The other repair center must be infested with Tree of Life like ours was. Is this what you wanted me for? You know almost as much about protectors as I do, and it's dead of night here, so my brain may not be fully functional. Age, too, may have affected your brain. We do need to talk, and I have more to show you. Louis, shall I appear to the Weavers and acknowledge your power, or shall I not?" "Thoughtful of you, but that may be out of our hands." The locals slept, but fishers or sailors must have seen this glare. and who could know when a ghoul was nearby? Actually, the hindmost missed Louis's sudden grin. He said, "These weavers seem hospitable. Every species around the great ocean is friendly if you watch your mouth. What news of our companions?" Chmee took an assault vehicle to carry his gear. Didn't you have a web-eye on that? He buried it, the hindmost said. Louis laughed. He can unearth it if he has need. What of the city builders? Louis said, Kawaresk Senjajok and Harkaby Perilin had 2 children to raise, and another on the way. I won't say we were bored with each other, but futz. I put them off at a village downstream from here, with one of the assault boats. They're teaching there and along the far shore. How are you? Not presentable. Louis. 3 silver blobs bouncing down the slope of Fist of God were replaced by a glare of snow, a mountain ridge in broad daylight. A green outline blinked around 2 dots crawling through a cleft in the ridge. Let me direct your attention to these. 10 years ago I showed you. I remember. Is this the same view? Yes, as of 3 days ago, taken from the rim of a floating structure above a vampire nest. Is this what you've been showing the weavers? Yes. The view zoomed. Those were great, crude, 6-wheeled vehicles, possibly powered by steam. One of them was turning back, upslope. The view zoomed on the other, on the driving bench. These are machine people? Louis looked. Right. Note the beards. Looks like machine people vehicles, too. Hey, Louis, my computer's recognition program. That's Valavir Gillen. Chapter 6. Snowrunner's Pass. The barrier of flame had been given a low, eroded look. None but Valavir Gillen would see mountains that way. Louis Wu of the Ball People had taught her to view the world as a mask. He and his weird companions had looked up into its black underside, where seas were bulges, mountain ranges were chains of pits, and tremendous pipes carried sea-bottom flup under the world and over the rim wall to become spill mountains. Some entity had carved the barrier of flame to suit aesthetic whims, had carved passes through the range for the convenience of travelers. Various red tribes and their herds had followed the retreating mirror flowers across Snowrunner's Pass. 2 of these same reds now guided the cruisers. Night was biting an edge from the sun as the cruisers crossed the crest of Snowrunner's Pass. None of them had seen blue sky in many Phalans. They gloried in it. Unbroken clouds spread below them. There was snow on the ground, not deep, but enough to cause the wheels to slide. Vala had trouble steering. To left and right the mountains flamed, raw sunlight reflecting from snowfields. Below and behind the driving bench, Wast was telling someone unseen, "We didn't see snow when we crossed here. The mirror flowers burned it all away." Her bulk had half hidden Tegger. He said, "Mirror flowers don't like clouds. They burn anything that moves. Wast, is it good to separate the wagons this late in the day?" "One must decide," Wast said firmly. The red herder frowned. "Of course the pilot gives the orders. But look you, mates have been separated. Valavir Gillen and Kewabrimis, Grieving Tube and Harpster, too. Kewabrimis and Chittakumashad are both male. What if vampires come? Warvia and I are safe separated. Beej is with you, Parum is with Twuk, Manak is with Koriak. But what of the rest?" Vala steered Cruiser 1 down the long slope, pretending not to listen. This was how a red herder expressed his dissent, by letting it be overheard. "Mates!
The next turn put her in sight of a wide brown river.
The Reds were of a monogamous race and mated. They didn't like being separated, but 2 cruisers need 2 guides. Kay and Vala must part too. 2 cruisers need 2 drivers. But she and Cawa were not mated.
And here came Pilak, pelting after her ahead of Cruiser 2. Vala choked the fuel line and let her cruiser stop. Gleaners could run like the wind. Pilak looked up at her, grinning for a moment in which to catch his breath. He said, "Cawa wants to go farther up." She looked back. Left of the pass, the crest rose gently enough. Kay would be above the snow line, and he'd have a view. "Shall we wait?" "Kay says don't wait. Stop the cruiser if you find danger. We'll have you in view. We'll come." "Aye." Pilak ran away. Uphill, Kay's crew were offloading cargo. Tons of it. Without Peroom and Twook, it would have taken forever. A few 10 breaths later, Cruiser 2 was in motion, with Kay on the steering bench and the rest of the crew walking behind, except for the ghoul, of course. Grieving Tube would not wake till half-night. Now a curve took them out of sight. Cruiser 1 carried Valavir Gillen and Sabarok Karesh, Wast and Beej, Manak and Koriak, Tegger and Harpster. They stayed out of the payload shell. The payload shell had never been so clean, so scentless. The ghoul Harpster would have liked the darkness, but he made do with the rest, taking their turns under the awnings, on blankets spread along the running boards. The machine people on Cruiser 2 were both male. She and Kay had dithered about taking Chittakumishad. They'd have preferred Spash, but nobody would risk Spash's life while she was pregnant, and Chit had had to be tied up during the vampire attack, but he was clever and skillful with tools. They'd be all right. There was always Rishathra. Cruiser 1 was beneath the cloud deck now. The darkening day signaled a sun half-shadowed. And what was happening down there at the river? "Tegger, give me your sight. The river." Gleaners were nearsighted. They could barely see beyond their toes. Machine people had good eyes, but none had eyes like the Reds. Tegger scrambled up onto the steering bench, peered under his hand, then climbed to the cannon tower, higher yet. "Vampire. 2 of them. They're hideous, Vala. Do you hear anything?" "No." "I think they're singing, Vala. And a black thing is coming out of the water. What do river people look like?" "Wet black. Your size, but compact, streamlined. Short arms and big hands with webbed fingers. Legs likewise. They've lured one out. Now one vampire is moving downstream. Wrong gender, maybe. I can't tell from this far away. How fast can we get down?" "Not that fast. Not fast enough for rescue." They were closer now. Vala could see 2 pale shapes and a black. One pale shape ambled away down the shore. The black waddled to the other white, who enfolded it in its arms. Moments later, the white hurled itself backward onto the mud. The squat black shape approached again, arms outstretched. The white backed away fast on its skinny buttocks, recovered its courage or its hunger, got up and accepted the other's embrace. Black rubbed against white. Vala heard a squall like a mountain cat's as the pale shape tore itself free and ran away along the shore, upstream. The black shape couldn't catch up. It stopped and cried, a desolate honk. "How fast?" Tegger asked again. "We'll be down before half-night, in time to wash. Then we'll test our defenses, I think. Best if Cruiser 2 stays high. Manak, you listening? Koriak?" "I hear," Koriak said. "Cruiser 2 stays high till dawn." "Go tell Cawa. Then stay with Cruiser 2.
I don't want you alone on the slopes when night falls." Beej was up and walking ahead and to the right, his crossbow cocked. Barok was tending the cannon. Tegger perched above him. The black hominid lay inconsolable on wet river mud. It presently rolled over and saw the descending cruiser. It waited. Manak dropped from the running board and ran ahead. Vala's gun was in her hands, ready. A vampire sang. The music was unmistakable, thrilling along her nerves. Manak came to a jarring stop. Vala could see no target. The river person waddled toward the bushes. The second vampire stepped timidly out to meet it. Male it was. It raised its arms imploringly. With the scent and the music going wild in her head, Vala fired. The bullet struck beneath its armpit, slamming the vampire violently away. In the near dark, its blood was as red as any hominid's. Vala caught a stronger whiff of its scent. She raised the towel and inhaled pepper leak. Manak was hanging back. The river person cast itself on the body. The vampire spasmed in agony, then relaxed. Vala pulled the cruiser alongside both. Passengers were dropping from the running board. Slick black hair, short, thick arms and legs, wide hands and feet, streamlined body. Clothing. The river woman's torso was covered with some other creature's brown fur. She looked up, then pulled away from the vampire male with visible effort. "Greeting," she said. "I am Werbli Chug." A liquid flow of syllables and a trace of smile. "You can't pronounce that." Vala said, "Greetings, Werble. Valavir Gillen. Why didn't the vampire kill you?" "This," the woman said, and her hands waved down her barrel body. The garment was stiff around her throat. The sides were smooth leather, the hair shaved off. The rest, chest and back, were fur taken from some water beast. She said, "We take a gel from a floating predator in Lake Deeps, half a day walk across land. The gel-fisher stings fish to eat them. The sting is in the gel. We smear an otter fur vest with gel, then shave off the fur where our arms lie when we swim. Vampires don't like the sting, but after must. She turned to Manak. "Can swim, little courageous one? Can hold breath for a little while?" "I would drown," said Manak. The river woman told Vala, "Homeflow tribe has only 4 vests. Vampires bar us from shore, many Falans now. If from time to time one of us wears a vest and lets a vampire embrace her, she may teach them to leave river people alone. Then we can hunt the shore for a time." "You show great courage." "I show my courage for Borubble, to take him for my mate." "And get some vampire scent on yourself, too," Wasp leered. "Shubbleflup, this is not to speak of. You, Red One, can dive deep for only a few tens of breaths?" Tegger shook his head. He was tired of the question. The river woman sighed. "We hear Rishathra. Never practice. Must mate. We'll tell Borubble the good news. We'll tell him visitors come, too. Stay here on Mudflat. See vampires coming from a long way." She was across the mud and into the water before Vala could frame an intelligent reply. Water could hide threats other than vampires. The whole team bathed with edged weapons in hand. Afterward, Barok went upstream with the gleaners to fish. Vala envied him a little, but she must remain to set up defenses. Cruiser 1 spent the night on the mudflat. No visitors came, vampires or river people. It was all going very smoothly, Vala thought, very much according to prediction and plan. That worried her. 3 nights ago they had put a final shape to their plans. 4 Reds had come to the war. Warvia and Tegger had stayed, but 2 unmated males, Anacron Hookie Wanherher and Chachint-Hooky Karashk had been persuaded to return to Red territory, carrying instructions that might be the saving of them all. Huand had had enough of vampires, and it seemed he and Spash had gotten pregnant. They would stay to refuel Cruiser 3. That left Valavir Gillen and Kawa Brimus, the remaining drivers, split up to command 2 cruisers. They'd chosen the teams early, then argued about it every night since. Raking through a mountainous grass giant midden for several days had not improved the machine people's standing with these tribes. Vala was sure of that. The grass giant dung had yielded many barrels of saltpeter crystals. The relief map outside the wall had become elaborate and wonderful. Only at half-night and half-day was there light for ghouls and the other species to work together on it. But they'd had a Phalan, 75 days, to do that. Dirt was replaced with colored clays. Once witnesses agreed on the shape of the land, they'd baked it hard under coals, and afterward used colored sand to mark possible routes for the cruisers. They were still moving those lines when night fell, and all retreated inside. The vampires didn't come every night, but they came in swarms. Vampires didn't learn, didn't communicate. Moonwa had mounted the marsh people's curved window in the starboard spin curve of the wall. The vampires attacked from starboard spin, and warriors of 4 species killed them with guns and crossbows, firing around the edge of an invisible shield. Vala had learned crossbows that way, several nights running. She loved the false sense of invulnerability. False because the window would not stop vampire scent. The main building was a near dome, fabric stretched over the top of a dirt wall, with a central pole. It was awesomely big, but awesomely crowded. 1,500 grass giants, more women than men, a great many children, infants everywhere, made a stench rich enough to slice with a scythe sword. Wemb was in a cluster of wives. They were feeding her by hand, feeding themselves too, and Wemb seemed to be enjoying it. Barok waved at her, and she waved back without getting up. Recovering nicely, Vala thought, from the night she and Barok had spent down among the vampires. Barok would ride with Cruiser 1. Vala had wondered if he would drop out of the game with Wand and Spash, or chase down the vampires who had taken his daughter. Grass giants were big, but they could stand crowding. For machine people, Vala discovered, the problem was to avoid getting stepped on. The Reds were prickly. Grass giants steered clear of them. If Reds and machine people were feeling overmatched, why weren't the even smaller Gleaners intimidated? But they'd found strategies that seemed to work. Some were playing with the children, some were grooming adults. Their nearsighted eyes found insect parasites with precision. The Thurl pulled himself free of a 10 of wives. He asked Vala, courteously and with no malice, "Do you have what you wanted of the shit pile?" So, it was time to reveal a secret. "Yes, we thank you. When we mix the crystals with the sulfur and charcoal the Reds are gathering, we will have what propels our bullets." "Ah," the Thurl said, hiding surprise. He could not make gunpowder. He still didn't know the proportions, Vala told herself, but now he knew that this was no mere machine people perversion. Into the quiet, vampire music insinuated itself, and quiet became silence. But now the vampire's song had a rising instrumental accompaniment. First it matched the vampire music. Vala had learned to pick out the harp, the grieving tube, the whistling tube, the thutter. Now the ghoulish music skirled away, jarring with the vampire song, drowning it, while the thutter in the background played faster and faster, pulling heartbeats along. And now there was no vampire song at all. Next dawn they'd been rolling. By night they camped on a bluff above a river. The vampires left them alone.
They reached Gingerofer's herds early on the second day. The Reds had fuel waiting. Charcoal and sulphur they had imported from far away, trading away their own wealth, with little yet to show for it. Night covered the sun before the cruisers were loaded. The Reds made camp around the cruisers. When the vampires came, the cannon fired over the heads of Red sharpshooters. By dawn, the vampire dead numbered 40 or more. Cruisers carried trade goods, and Vala made gifts, but 40 vampire dead were what bonded these species together. The third day carried them through Snowrunner's Pass. The length of a day walk varied by difficulty of the terrain, by altitude and slope and species, but Vala thought they'd covered 2 honest day walks. They could reach the vampires' refuge by midday tomorrow, if they were crazy enough to travel so directly. In the morning, Cruiser 2 came rolling down. Warvia rode above the cannon housing, beneath a sheet awning. Twuk called cheerily, "Wast, is it so that Snowrunner's Pass is the easiest through the mountains? When Reds and ghouls agree, who can doubt? Vampires think so too." Cruiser 2 was noisy with victory. Even Grieving Tube's dark head lifted into the light, squinting, and grinned grotesquely before it sank back. Vala didn't notice Warvia's silence then. Red herders were rarely merry. The din roused others. Vala saw wet black heads surfacing in a line along the shore. The river people came no farther, and Vala let them be, while Kay, Chit, Twuk, Parum, Peralak, and Silak told their interwoven stories. Kay-Webrimus parked Cruiser 2 on a knob of rock above the pass. The view was of unbroken clouds, not what Kay had hoped for, but he would wait. All had bathed in the streams they crossed, twice in 3 days. If they were not scentless, at least they'd tried. They weren't scentless now, grinning and touching and word-wrestling to be next to speak. Vala could guess something of how the night had gone. Darkness flowed over them. Vampires began to stream through the pass. Grieving Tube, on watch, alerted the rest. Cruiser 2's heavy cargo, still piled in the pass, must have carried a scent. Kay sighted the cannon starboard of that point and waited. He killed 20 with 3 blasts. The vampires left the pass empty for a while. Then they'd begun darting across. Kay's passengers used the chance for target shooting, but otherwise let the vampires through. Bolts and bullets could be recovered, but not gunpowder. They bunched up again later. Kay used the cannon again, and stopped almost at once. They had prisoners, Vala. Big, slow guys with big hands and big shoulders, wide-bodied women, a head shorter, both of them with yellow hair blooming out around their heads like mushrooms. Warvia saw them best. "Warvia?" Warvia roused herself. "We know the farming people. Herbivores. They grow and tend root vegetables and keep animals, too, in partnership with red herder tribes who defend them. We didn't see any Reds last night." Parum. "They weren't bunched up, and they weren't trying to escape. They were each with their own vampire, companion. I couldn't get a clear shot. We shot a few that didn't have company." Twuk. "They sang at us. Grieving Tube played along. That scared them." Kay. "I couldn't use the cannon because of the prisoners. Not that we were any help to them. What under the arch would vampires want with prisoners?" Tegger said, "Herds." He spoke almost absently. He was studying Warvia, who would meet nobody's eyes. Still, it was an ugly thought. Double ugly. It implied uncomfortably high sapience in vampires. "The wind," Kay-Webrimus said, "was cold and wet and clean in our nostrils until the night was half gone. The vampires started crossing again, and these didn't have prisoners. They ran. Maybe the smell of their own dead made them nervous. It was fine shooting. Then the wind shifted around,
and we smelled them, too. Grieving Tube was looking out from under the awning, listening, though her face was deep in shadow.
"I would have hunted them, Kay," she said. "Our music confuses them, freezes them."
Kay's eyes were on Vala. Whatever. I invited Grieving Tube to join me in Rishathra. Unspoken, the ghoul woman was about to join the vampires. She played, we danced. Warvia accused me of abandoning the fight, but the rest got the idea quick enough. In the general laughter, Harpster's tenor whisper sounded clear.
"How was he?"
Grieving Tube.
"Inspired. Parum, too."
We all... Kay stopped suddenly, for no more than a heartbeat, but Vala knew at once. We all joined in. You understand, Vala, we had them backed up at the pass. As soon as we stopped shooting, they flowed through like a wide river. The smell of them, we could have chopped it into bricks to sell to the elderly. Tegger was looking up at his mate. Warvia's silence disturbed him, Vala thought, but he hadn't noticed anything more ominous. Kaywabrimus said, "I think the Thurl gave us Twuk because she's small. Inspired decision." Twuk smiled brilliantly at him. Warvia was looking into far distances, her face like stone. 2/10 of night passed this way, I think. Then the wind swung around. I didn't notice right away. The vampire scent was gone, but we had our own smells by then. But Chit saw. Chit. Vampires trying to creep upon us across the ice. They're not much darker than snow themselves. Kay. The wind went gusty and stayed that way. They'd get a whiff of us and look around, and we were conspicuous, I guess. Parum. 10 tens of them. Kay. Toward morning they stopped coming entirely. We left a carpet of vampires dead in the pass. Twuk. There's nothing under the arch like the stink of 100 vampire corpses. They do avoid their own dead. Vala. Might keep it in mind. Twuk. We collected our cargo and our bolts and bullets at half-dawn. Vala, I think we saw the shadow nest. Tell it. Warvia? The red woman didn't look down. From Spin, the light of day flowed toward us while we were still in dark. We were exhausted, but I was at my post, here on the cannon tower. The clouds parted. I saw 2 black lines. Hard to tell how far, hard to tell how high, but a black plate with structures above, high in the center and glittering silver, and its black shadow parallel below. Not much more than what Harpster told us, Vala said, probing. A flash of anger throttled. I could see the silver curves of the river, this river, flowing into the shadow. We know of the shadow nest. A new voice heard from. A glossy black shape of uncertain gender and uncertain age slid out of the water and stood erect on the mud. I am Rubalabel. Welcome to the home flow. Have free passage of us. I speak the tongue better than most. I'm told none of you will rish. Not underwater, Rubla, Vala said with regret. That would be a coup. Shadow nest? The shadow nest is a cave without walls, a black roof 1,500 paces around, with open sides. Vampires have lived and bred below since before any of us were born. Harpster spoke without emerging from the awning. Only Vala heard. 1,500 paces around would be less than 500 across in water people paces. 200 for grass giants, 3 for the rest of us. 300 paces in diameter, as we were told. Vala asked, Rubla, how high is that roof? Rubalabel exchanged a quick sequence of honks with someone still in the water. Then, Fudge Habloddle doesn't know. More honking. Rubalabo said, "Low enough to block rain, even in high wind. Understand, only Fudgehablottle has been there." "What's the home flow like under the shadow nest? Can vampires swim?" A gabble of honking voices. One came forward, white fringes on his head and along where his jaw would have been, and chattered at Rubalabo. Rubalabo said, "We must hug the bottom when we pass through. None of us go any more. The water is a sewer, sometimes a honky," unknown word. "Vampires never swim." Unseen harpster spoke, "Honky, path of the dead." Vala nodded. Warvia swung down into the cannon enclosure. Vala watched Cruiser 2 while the discussion ranged. Warvia didn't emerge. And where was Tegger? The river people had observed the vampires for generations, but from their own viewpoint. Vampires sporadically rolled corpses into the home flow, hundreds at a time, from 10 to 20 species, including their own. A turn later there would be a glut of fish. That used to be worth knowing, but old Fudgehablottle hadn't been near the shadow nest in 20 phalans or more. Fishing aside, nothing that lay beyond was worth traversing the shadow nest. Vala dropped her voice. "Harpster, corpses rolled into the home flow are lost to you, aren't they? Fish eat them, and fishers eat the fish, and in the end all is ours." "Flup, you're being robbed." "Vala, vampires are animals. Animals don't rob." Rubalabo. "None but the river people may come to the shadow nest and leave alive. Why do you ask these things? Why are you here, so many species?" Beej spoke before Vala could. "We go to end the vampire menace. We will attack them in their home. Hominids who cannot travel have supported us." The river people discussed that. Vala thought she saw silent laughter. Maybe not. Rubalabo said, "Vala Virgillen, we think we saw a ghoul among your number. 2 of the night people travel with us. Others parallel our path as friends. They don't like sunlight, Rubla. Ghouls and vampires are all people of the night." Did Rubalabo mean they were allies? "They compete for the same prey on the same terrain. Truly, it's more complicated than that. Are you sure they stand with you?" For all of a phalan, Vala had wondered at the ghoul's motives. She said, "Yes, quite sure." "We could not travel with you." "No. But if you will roll your wagons along the home flow, we can travel alongside, Fudgehablottle and I. Tell you things, take vests, teach our lessons downstream." They began working out details. This was unlooked-for luck, and Vala knew she must pursue it, though Tegger and Warvia were nowhere to be seen. Chapter 7. Wayspirit. Tegger knelt with his back to a big pale rock, his heels under his buttocks, quite still. The scrub was all around him, hiding him. This was how Reds hunted, and Tegger was hunting through his mind, seeking Tegger. His hands played idly with his sword, honing the edge. Thoughts played over the surface of Tegger's mind. If he let them go deeper, he'd be thinking of Warvia. He knew he couldn't face that. The water's steady roar had him nodding. He would not hear any creature approaching. Perhaps he would smell it, or see motion in the scrub around him. His sword was defense enough. All the action was at the shore. At some point the negotiations had become a swimming party. The sword could be used on oneself. Just turn it around. Jump from the top of a rock? The thought merely skimmed the surface of his mind. Tegger Hooky Thanderthol. Tegger jumped and was on the rock,
his blade swinging in a full circle before his mind caught up. Vampires don't speak. What? A voice just louder than the river, so low that Tegger might have imagined it, said, "I cannot harm you, Tegger. I grant wishes." No living thing was in sight. Tegger asked, "Wishes? Had he been found by a Wayspirit?" "I was a living woman once. Now I help others in hope of making a better self. What would you have of me?" "Want to die." Pause, then, "Such a waste." Tegger heard a rasp of effort deep beneath the whisper. Somehow he could not believe that his sword would be fast enough. He said, "Wait." "I wait." The whisper was much closer now. Tegger had twice spoken without thinking. Now he had evaded a quick death. Did he want that? But if wishes could be granted— "Something happened last night. I want it not to have happened." "That cannot be." Every man on Cruiser 2, whatever his shape, chemistry, diet, had mated with Tegger's mate. They have to die, he thought. But the women? All who know. Warvia too, he thought, even as his mind was rejecting the notion. They did this to Warvia. To me. It was the vampires. Shall I kill half of us with a wish? Undefended, the rest would die. Gingerofer's tribe. He saw suddenly how the red tribes would fall before an expanding vampire plague. Men and women, unable to trust one another, would separate in rage. Families and tribes would disintegrate. Vampires would take them one by one. Tegger said, "I would have you kill every vampire under the arch." The whisper came, "I have no such power." "What power have you?" "Tegger, I am a mind and a voice. I know things. Sometimes I see things before you do. I never lie." Useless creature. "Wayspirit, your good intent exceeds your means. What if I wish for a fish to eat?" "I can do that. Will you wait?" "I will, but why?" "I must not be seen. I could much more quickly tell you how to get your own fish." True, the shore was very active. "Do you have a name?" "Call me what you wish." Whisper. "Good." Whisper. "I want to kill vampires." "So do all of your companions. Will you rejoin them?" Tegger shuddered. "No." "Think what you will need. By now you must know that the vampire's power reaches farther than your sword." Tegger moaned, his head bowed low, his hands over his ears. The whisperer waited him out and presently said, "You will need defenses. We should make a list." Whisper, "I don't want to talk to any of them." He was beginning to remember that for a phalan of nights among the Thurl's people, he and Warvia had tried to explain why their monogamous nature made them superior to the lure of the vampire. It made the other species irritable. Whisper said, "The first vehicle is abandoned, save for Harpster. Harpster sleeps. Even if he wakes, he will not disturb you. Take what you will need." Vala was wishing she could get into the spirit of the thing. The water was cold. You had to stay active to stay warm. Everyone seemed to be washing each other. Discussions involving physiognomy or Rishathra could be answered by pointing. Chittakumashad and Rubalabal were trying to work out an arrangement that would leave Chit's mouth above water. Beej and Twuk were watching and making suggestions. Any parasites had been washed away, but gleaners were good at finding a phantom itch. Barok turned, grinning. His hands took Vala's shoulders and firmly turned her around. He scrubbed her back briskly with some scratchy sea vegetable thing. It was all wonderfully friendly, as it can be among species who don't compete for the same needs. All would be well if only Warvia and Tegger would come running out of the payload shell hand in hand. She looked over her shoulder. The river sounds would drown her lowered voice. Sabarok Koresh, I need your help. You and Kewabrimus and Chitakumashad. Barok continued his work. What kind of help? Come with me when I look inside Cruiser 2. His hands stopped then. He looked around. I don't think we should disturb Chit. No. Do you think he'll get that to work? Might drown himself. There's Kay over there. Unusual view. Kewabrimus was lying on his belly, mostly in the water, drawing maps in the mud with his fingertips.
An unidentifiable river person was advising him.
Vala pulled herself up on his other side and asked, Learning anything? Maybe. Give me a few breaths of your time, me and Barok. He looked around, studied her face, decided not to ask. Jumped to his feet and was pulling her along, as naked as she and Barok. There was no chance for Vala to go to her piled clothes. She might have liked going naked, if the rain would ease off. Was clothing really that dangerous? But it wasn't just a matter of keeping clean. A vampire might learn that there was blood underneath the scent of woven cloth or cured leather. It wasn't her clothes she wanted, it was her pack. A pack would look incongruous on a naked woman. Oh, no doubt it would be all right. When the three were out of anyone's earshot, Vala asked, Kay, how did Warvia act? Rished with all of us. She stepped up onto the running board. Bother her? It did. A few times she tried to go outside, maybe just to get clear of us, maybe to go to the vampires. They would have had her anyway. She's wrong about being immune. Kay, nobody believed that. Warvia did. I couldn't let her out. Come daylight, we tried to calm her down. He was talking through clenched teeth. No good. Maybe a woman, or someone who wasn't there, could get her talking. I'll try, Vala said. She opened the trick lock and entered the payload shell. It wasn't quite dark. Light glared down from the gun tower. Vala sniffed at the ghosts of old cargoes and waited for her eyes to adjust. Gunpowder, minch and pepper leek, great masses of grass for Twuk and Parum. Soap, strange stuff made by a species far to starboard. She sniffed for old stenches, the fear sweat of people hiding from attackers, agony of the wounded, but those had been cleaned away. There was no smell of blood. She climbed the ladder to the cannon. No sign of Tegger. Kewabrimus touched her ankle. She half sobbed. Oh, Flup! Oh, Flup! I was so sure we'd find everything covered with blood. Tegger must have guessed. And how could Warvia lie to him? Warvia! Warvia's feet dangled listless before the cannon slot. Vala pulled herself half through the opening. Warvia, where is he? Warvia made no answer. Well, how's he taking it? Warvia spoke. Dead inside. Warvia, cherished ally. Nobody really thought you'd be immune to vampire scent. I thought he'd kill me, Warvia said. It never even crossed his mind. Can we do anything for him? He wants to be alone, I guess. For you. So do I. Vala slid down the ladder. He can't lose us, Kewabrimus said. He can follow the river, follow the wheel ruts.
Maybe he just wants some time to digest what's happened. Rethink. She nodded in the gloom. Vala, we should get the wagons moving. I'll take the tail position. While the rest got Cruiser 1 ready to roll, maybe she could search out Tegger. She didn't believe it. Keep a close eye on Warvia. Or shall I take her? Take her. You're the boss, and she's got the best eyes. That isn't... It's a decent excuse. But she might talk to you because... He stalled. Because she hasn't rished with anyone in Cruiser 1. Just so. You're a male, Kay. Boss, I just can't guess how Tegger's feeling now. This doesn't happen to Reds. Tegger dropped silently from the cannon mount. No living thing was in his sight, and he jumped when a voice whispered from far too close to his ear, "Do you have what you need to travel?" Tegger remained crouched. He whispered, "Towels and a pepper leak, soap, clean clothes, my sword. I'm following the river, so I won't need the canteen, so I filled it with fuel. That can be useful stuff." "Not for drinking, I hope." "Fuel burns. None of your business." "Is it random killing you plan, or something more organized?" "I don't know anything. They live under a factory city, a big floating structure. Whisper, if you... If I can't destroy their refuge, I accomplish nothing. If I can't do something large." "For your honor?" "Yes. What Warvia did, I am nothing now. I must make myself something." "Wish." "To destroy the Shadow Nest." "You shall." "Make it fall. Crush them underneath." "That could be difficult." "Difficult." Tegger shouldered his pack. He noticed 3 naked machine people entering Cruiser 2. That was harmless, but they might search the other cruiser next. Tegger eased away into the bush. He spoke to himself, or to the empty air. "Difficult. It's impossible. I can't invade a vampire nest. If I could get above them, onto that floating factory, but I'd have to fly." Whisper. "What is Valavir Gillen hiding?" "Huh?" "Machine people have their secrets," Tegger said. Whisper. "She knew that you and Warvia would succumb to the vampire lure. Still, she hopes that her little army can win. Does she know something that nobody else does?" Tegger's mind was trying to shut down. The moan was rising in his throat. They'd hear him. Find him. His mind. He must not lose his mind to his body's hysterics. Think! His first coherent thought in some time was that he had just heard Whisper's first real command, however phrased. Louis Wu of the Ball People had visited Gingerofer's tribe. Valavir Gillen knew him too, knew him better, since Rishathra was among her skills. Had Louis Wu revealed something to her? And he'd seen her naked, moments ago. She must have left her pack with her clothes. Whisper, where are Valavir Gillen's clothes? Look along the shore. There. The pack is on the mud flat, but you could reach it with a stick. Whisper, I'm not a thief. I only want to look. The voice whispered, what if Valavir Gillen hides knowledge that would help her companions? Information is property. Silence answered. Am I mad? He asked himself. This Wayspirit had done nothing Tegger's own mind couldn't do. What had happened to him might drive anyone mad. Was there a whisper? Warvia had suffered a shattering shock. What was she feeling?
The horrifying truth was that she might be as crazy as him. And Tegger was creeping through the brush like some predator, his prey a leather pack that didn't belong to him. Stop, listen for rustling brush, for whisper, or for his companions. Nothing. He must already be lunatic, to suspect the machine people woman. This was truly Valavir Gillen's war. She had involved the ghouls, where a megalomaniac would have kept command for herself. Valavir Gillen's weaponry was worth their lives. But here was her clothing, washed and tossed over bushes, and her backpack hung here too. He could look. He need not show himself. His blade had the reach. He slid its point under the strap and fished the strap to him, and slid backward on his belly into the bushes. The pack opened out flat, like many he'd seen, but unlike those, this had a good many pockets, leather on the outside, some very finely woven stuff as a lining. Her fire starter was as good as his own, traded from some distance away. Blanket, fancy canteen, empty, a box containing damp soap, bullets, and an empty handgun. The gun. For Tegger it might be the difference between life and death, between thief and— There was no word for what he and Warvia were now, but every hominid knew the word thief. Lunatic, he said. He was trying to put things back as he'd found them. Could he get the pack back without being suspected? He whispered into the silence. I do not hold title to machine people gunpowder. Stealing that secret would be stealing. And he rolled the pack closed and open again. Something had felt cold. The lining. It was cold, the cold fading under his touch. He rubbed it in his fingers. Its weave was too fine to see at any distance. It had layers, several layers. He separated a layer out and pulled. Threads of a less robust material separated, and the layer detached. It was filmy stuff, very fine. He could see no way to put it back. What was it? What was Whisper's interest? He stuffed it into his kilt. That was less likely to be searched than his pack. He wrapped Valavir Gillen's pack. His blade set it back on a branch, perhaps the right branch. His erstwhile companions were all up and down the beach and into the bush. Maybe they were hunting him. He'd best be on his way. Tegger knee-walked through brush until the brush petered out. Then he ran on bare mud, hidden in a mist growing gradually denser. The river was broadening, and so was the mud-flat shore. The cruisers were out of sight. Tegger wasn't worried about river folk. Folk whose eyes must see through air and water both would have trouble identifying him. They couldn't swim as fast as he could run, and they could hardly walk at all. How would they inform the cruisers? He was outrunning the news of himself. Tegger was on his own. The knowledge was a tearing in his chest. Though 4 alien species had been his allies and friends, he gave them little thought. His grief was for Warvia. Never since their mating, never since his childhood or hers, had they been separated for more than a few days. The world must change before he could ever face her again. The river changed as he ran. Sand, pebbles, a stand of trees dug in all over a bare rock cliff, nearly to the water. Narrow rapids here, and he had to climb a cliffside to get around them. 3 vampires and an infant, huddled in the meager shadow of an overhanging cliff across the river, watched him run away from them, and didn't give chase. As the day passed, he ran. Chapter 8. For Not Being Warvia. It had been raining since midday. Valavir Gillen tried to find paths over bare rock, but there was mud everywhere. Tilting, skidding, never quite toppling over, the wagons moved downstream toward the shadow nest. When night bit an edge from the sun, Vala already had the military high ground picked out. The river was 400 paces wide here. Rubalabel and Fudgehabladel should be safe enough. The cruisers filled their water tanks, then rolled up toward the crest. These nearer mountains were foothills to the barrier of flame, but that highest one would do. The cruisers slipped and tried to slide off cliffs. Would rain slow vampires the way it was slowing her? She should have camped earlier. But they still had daylight when they reached her chosen position. She set the cruisers back to back, not too close, cannon facing out. Those who must cook their food cooked under an awning while they still had light. Warvia had shot some creature big enough to share with the machine people. In the last light they washed, then piled their towels a distance from the cruisers. The gleaners retired. They didn't like rain, and they needed their sleep. The rest talked or slept or merely waited. Vala would have welcomed the ghouls' advice. They were perched on a bare granite peak overlooking the shadow nest, talking in their own tongue, with their backs to the doused fire and the company. Vala Virgillan saw two only, but she seemed to hear several voices. The other hominids were letting the machine people do most of the talking. So be it. Vala said, "Any vampires that get this far should be exhausted from the trek uphill. Our smell is all on the towels. It'll distract them. They'll be easy meat." "Give me your thoughts. What have I missed?" Barok said, "Vampires would be coming back from where they hunt. They won't expect to hunt this close to their nest. There's no prey left." "We'll see." Chit said, "When they come in hordes." "Reminds me," Kay said. "I scooped up 3 barrels of river gravel, Vala. Want some? We still have to use powder, but we can save our shot." "Good." "How's Warvia?" Warvia said, "Warvia Hooky Murph Thanderthal can speak for herself, Kewabrimus. Warvia is in health. Have you seen sign of Tegger?" Vala said, "I found some things missing. Survival stuff, enough to fill a backpack, all from Cruiser 1. Tegger must be the quickest thief alive." Her backpack had been disturbed, too, but nothing seemed to be missing. That she didn't mention. "Next question. What do we do tomorrow? Harpster? Grieving Tube?" "Come and see," said Grieving Tube. Vala climbed the rock. It was nearly flat on top, and cold to the touch. She saw that Warvia had followed her. She reached down and pulled the red woman after her. Downstream, the home flow split and split again. Her gaze followed the main channel to where it dipped into shadow. The floating factory was ominously close and huge. Grieving Tube was almost scentless, smelling only of wet fur. She said, "Vala Virgillan, can you see beneath the floater? Do you see dangling loops, near side, right of center?" It was as Tegger had described it, a disk that bulged upward in the middle. Beneath? Beneath was shadow, and a sense of restless motion about the edges. "No," Vala said. "Yes," said Warvia. "I'll sketch it come day." The ghoul said, "Warvia, that dangling helix is a ramp, wide enough for heavy machinery. There are cogs along one edge, so that machines need not slip, and stairs along the other. No eyes have seen these things in many generations. The description you hear is more than 20 lifespans old, stored in a library far to spin, given me some days ago at the Thurl's fort." Given how? But communication was a ghoul's secret, and what Vala cared about was, "You have maps of the floating thing?" "Yes, from before the fall of the cities, before so many things stopped working.
Details only reached me yesterday, while we were above the clouds. It doesn't touch the ground, Warvia said. Grieving Tube said, I was afraid of that.
Harpster said, None of us have been this close in a very long time. There was no point before Louis Wu boiled a sea, and after it was too dangerous.
Vala broke in. Warvia, the ramp doesn't touch? I'm having trouble with distances, Valavir Gillen, but it's hanging in mid-air. The bottom of the ramp straightens out flat like a shovel blade, but twice as high as those vampires around it. We did not expect this, Grieving Tube said. Our chosen path would have been to force a way onto the floater. Then vampires would have to come to us along a narrow way. They prefer to swarm. They might even have to face raw daylight that high. Vala was holding tight to her temper. Long practice made that surprisingly easy. I see. But we can't reach it. I see no way, Harpster said. But there are more minds here than ours. Let us set them thinking. Running through fog and mist, running from his life, his eyes always where his feet would fall, Tegger would not have seen any threat. But he smelled it, gasped it in, as if the memory of Warvia punched him in the face. He stopped, caught his balance, reached over his shoulder, and was armed. Fingers brushed his face. He slashed waist-high, forward and back, before ears and eyes caught up. Her song peaked in a squeak of agony. He poked out at throat level. The song ended. Tegger clapped his hands over his ears and ran. And ran. He knew that smell. She was behind him, dying, but with her scent in his nose he saw her more clearly than his pounding feet. The leather cloak she wore was too big for her, and in tatters, and she spread it like wings to show her nakedness. Her song was piercingly sweet. She was slender and very pale, perhaps adolescent, her hair thick and white, the points of her canine teeth visible past her red lips. Vampire. Night after night they sang outside the Thurl's wall. Tegger was stronger than their lures. He'd said so over and over. But that drifting scent was older yet, for it was Warvia's scent during the friendliest part of her cycle, only stronger. His heaving breath was driving it out of his nose, out of his mind, and he ran. Out of the mist, and slowed to a stop. For most of a phalan he'd studied the map, the relief map they'd shaped and fired outside the Thurl's compound. Now it was as if he were an ant viewing it at eye level. He crept uphill to put a boulder between himself and the creatures around the floater before he looked again. An ant looking at an ant-hill. It was far away still, but a red's eyes are good. Those were human shapes interacting in what seemed human patterns. They moved as if at work, or gathered in little social groups. Some carried burdens that their posture said were babies. They moved in and out of the black shadow that lay beneath a huge disk, a mass like a full-sized city floating above them. The ghouls had called it a factory complex, but Tegger couldn't help but think of it as a city-builder's city. A vampire city now. He could see no more than 20 vampires, even including the few down at the river, but there must be thousands in the shadow of the floater. If it fell, it would crush most of them. Shrapnel spraying horizontally would take out most of the rest, Tegger thought. He could see something hanging down, like an unsupported spiral staircase. He couldn't see the bottom. Maybe he could climb that. How to reach it? As best he could judge through the drifting fog, the floating city was 1,200 paces downstream along a wide mud flat that the home flow had carved into multiple channels. The main channel flowed under the city, but many channels went around.
Here and there along the river, vampires had come into daylight to drink. Too close to the shadow nest, channels flowed around both sides of some tremendous thing, a tilted square plate, obtrusively artificial and half buried in the mud. Some relic from the fall of the cities, no doubt. Vampires nearby didn't seem to be avoiding it. A pity he couldn't swim. Could he hide beneath the water and move downstream that way? Or would he freeze?
Or were there vampires too close, and would the smell be too much for him?
For the vampire woman's scent was still in his mind, if not his nose. Were there river people about? He was willing to ask for help. Mist blew across his view. A fine rain washed him, and a voice in the mist whispered in his ear, "So you really were as strong as you thought." Tegger snorted. An unarmed woman. No challenge. Mere murder. His mind shied from what the dying vampire had taught him of himself, and fastened on another puzzle. "How did you get ahead of me, Whisper?" Silence. Tegger was coming to believe that Whisper was a machine, something left over from before the fall of the cities, or else a Wayspirit who had dreadful secrets. Whisper didn't answer questions about Whisper. Ask instead, "Is there a way to make the floater fall on the shadow nest?" The Whisperer said, "I know of none. My father told me. The city builders made lightning to flow through silver threads for their power. We could turn it off, find the threads, rip them out." Whisper said, "Floater plates don't use power to float, though power was needed to make them. They were made to repel the skrith, the floor of the arch, and that is what they do."
It was impossible, then. It had always been impossible. In some bitterness, Tegger said, "You know so much. You hide so much. Are you a ghoul?"
Silence. One might consider that distance means nothing to a Wayspirit, or that a madman's imagination is as quick as thought, or if gleaners run faster than reds, faster than Tegger at a dead scared run, then something else might run faster than gleaners. But ghouls could not. Whatever else he was, though ghouls were as elusive as Whisper, Whisper was not a ghoul. The mist drifted, revealed and concealed. It was full dark, or very near. Through gaps in the clouds, Tegger could catch an occasional vertical blue-white glare. The arch still unchanged, whatever happened to his universe. The activity beneath the floating mass was increasing, Tegger thought. It was certainly growing darker. Vampires would be waking. Tegger said, "We should hide." "I see a place, but it might not help you." "Why not?" Tegger asked, and was instantly aware of the sweat running freely down his arms. Much of that was rain. Still, his own smell would attract vampires for a day walk's distance. He waited while the mist closed in, and heard no more from Whisper. On hands and toes, then, he moved down to the river. He drew his sword before he waded in. No telling what lived in the brown water. If a fish brushed him, he might find his dinner. He stopped as water brushed his kilt. Bolivar Gillen's rag. Should he get it wet? He pulled it free of his kilt. It was filmy stuff, very finely woven, very strong. He'd seen his hand through it earlier, though it was too dark now. He'd noticed it because it was cold, but it wasn't cold at all an instant after he stuffed it in his kilt. During a half-day of running, he'd forgotten all about it. He let a corner dip into the river. It wasn't dissolving. Good. But the upper corner in his fingers was as cold instantly as the river washing past his legs. He submerged himself, rubbed himself with moss, climbed out fast, dried himself fast. Running had kept him warm in the wind and rain, but he wasn't running now. There was a poncho in his pack, and the fire starter. Vala's cloth was like a pipe for heat and cold. What would happen? Whisper, what if I put a corner of Vala Virgilin's cloth in a fire? Would it burn? Would it be too hot to hold? There was nowhere Whisper might be on this bare mud. His own mind told him he'd be crazy to build a fire. Hominids used fire. Vampires, no matter how stupid, would learn to seek fire. Still, he couldn't help but wonder. He toweled his face and pulled the towel away in time to see 6 vampires running at him across the mud. They didn't sing, they didn't posture, didn't implore with their bodies. They came fast. Tegger snatched up his sword. A sword didn't frighten them. They were pacing each other, spreading out a little, attacking as a pack. Tegger ran to the left and slashed. 2 fell back with haphazard wounds. Enough to put them out, Tegger thought, but he was too busy to look. The other 4 had him encircled. He half-rested, turning in a step-stop motion, his sword held vertical, reversing himself, reversing. He and his friends had played this game with sticks when they were children. Their elders had fought grass giants this way. 2 wounded were crawling away, uphill toward the shadow. The remaining 3 men and 1 woman circled him. He hadn't known, none of the vampire hunters had known, that when vampires outnumbered their prey 6 to 1, they didn't bother with lures or song, or even scent. They just attacked. He must reach the cruisers if he lived. Tell them, even if he must face Warvia again. Warvia. The vampires didn't seem to be in any hurry. No reason why they should be. More were trickling down from the shadow nest. More yet would be returning from the lands beyond the mountains. Darkness was falling. "Whisper!" he screamed. "Hide me!" Nothing. The rain had stopped. He was on a wide mud flat. This time there really was no place for a Wayspirit to hide. The scent. It wasn't strong, but it was getting into his head, and it wasn't coming out. He remembered the other vampire, remembered killing her for not being Warvia. His mind was going, and there was no reason why he should wait. And the woman spread her arms for him, imploring. Tegger jumped backward, turning, sword swinging. Yes! The men were coming at his back, converging while she held his mind prisoner. His blade swiped across their eyes. He missed the second clean, came back and stabbed economically into that one's throat. He jabbed back blindly at where the woman should be. She slammed into him with his sword through her to the hilt, knocking him off balance, her teeth slashing at his biceps. He curled her away one-handed. He could hear himself screaming. One man was crawling backward, leaving his life's blood behind. One seemed blinded. The third brushed blood from his eyes and saw Tegger as Tegger reached for him. Then Tegger's hands were on his throat, and Tegger's weight was driving him into the mud. The rest was a fog. The man gripped Tegger's shoulders and tried to pull Tegger close to his teeth. Tegger shook him like a rat while he strangled him. The woman had almost reached the river when Tegger reached her and took back his sword. He stepped too close to one who should have been dead, felt teeth close in his ankle, stabbed down, and kept walking. The blinded one came toward him, sniffing. Tegger took 3 swings with a blade dulled as blunt as a club before the head came off. He could hear himself snuffling like a sick herd beast. In the shifting fog he could see shapes moving down from the shadow nest. The pack. Don't forget the backpack. Good. Where now? Whisper! Hide me! Whisper spoke, but not in a whisper. Run toward me! The voice was a whip-crack command with just a trace of speech impediment, coming from far downstream, straight toward the shadow nest. Tegger ran. He was 100 paces along when the voice spoke again, much closer now.
Out into the river. Tegger veered left into the water, toward the voice of Whisper. Was there something out there? In the rain and the dark was a shadow on the fog, a shadow too big to be solid, and a strip of darkness. An island? Vampires couldn't swim, or the water folk would have known it. Tegger was a plains dweller. He had never tried to swim. It was ankle-deep, knee-deep. Pause a moment to get his pack on his back. No kilt. He'd left it. Sword, into the sheath on his back. He'd need his arms to swim, if hominids swam like Rubalabal, if Reds could swim at all. And he ran on, knee-deep, knee-deep, and out. "Here," said Whisper from far away. "Go to the downstream end." He'd crossed 30 paces of knee-deep river to reach a shallow bulge of dark mud that did not really deserve the name of island. Vampires were piling up on shore. One, then another, stepped into the water and came toward him. Downstream he went, running over mud, beneath a shadow too big to be anything but fog patterns, wondering if vampires could fight while water impeded their feet. This might really be the best place for a final stand. He did not shy from dying. "I killed a vampire woman for not being Warvia," he'd told himself. But when he killed the 6, it felt like he was killing Warvia over and over, killing her for what she'd done in the night, and he gloried in it. If he killed more vampires, he would lose Warvia even in his mind. As his feet pounded across the mud, the monstrous shadow shifted. It was too rigid, was solid suddenly, and alongside him. He lashed out at it with his sword and whacked something. He rapped it with his fist. Not a fog pattern. It was flaky and a bit springy, like layers of hammered metal. He'd seen this thing from much farther away. It was a tilted plate with square corners, obtrusively artificial, 15 paces by 15 paces if half of it was under the mud. It stood out of the mud at an angle of 40 degrees. The mud had piled up against it. There were notches along the rim, big enough to attach cables. A thick post stuck up from the center. At one of the visible corners was what looked like a pulley. If there had been a cable, it was gone. The highest corner bulged. Whisper was silent. Whisper spoke rarely. It might be Whisper expected him to work things out on his own, Tegger thought. But why? There was no smell of vampires here. At the fall of the cities, hundreds of Phalans ago, vehicles were said to have rained out of the sky. Most of those were gone, buried or corroded out of existence. Sometimes you could find the shell of a floating car, and curved sheets of stuff as transparent as water, usually broken. Windows. Sometimes something bigger. Like a big plate for carrying cargoes too big to fit into a car. The fog concealed, revealed. The plate's highest corner bulged like soap bubbles stuck together, faceted, and as with soap bubbles you could see in. One facet was crazed, as if crawler webs covered it. Others were clear. When Tegger tried to climb, the plate was too smooth and too slippery with rain and mud. He'd better do something. He didn't doubt he had outrun this latest wave of vampires, but even wading, they'd catch up. Tegger backed up several paces, then ran at the plate. Halfway up, he ran out of momentum. He dropped, arms and legs spread wide. The mud didn't reach this high. It wasn't metal, or it was covered metal, a gritty surface offering traction even under a rain slick. He crawled. The bulb was a single bubble, part windows, part painted metal. What was clearly a door hung by one hinge. Tegger's fingers found an edge of the opening and pulled himself up and in. He looked down to see a vampire below him.
She looked back, watching him. Now 2, now 4. Tegger reached down for the hanging door. His thrashing foot went through something crunchy. He ignored that. He lifted the door. It wasn't heavy, pulled it into place, and looked for a way to lock it. There was clearly a lock, but he couldn't make it work. Now the vampires began to climb, and slip, and climb again. The door wouldn't stop them. The slope might. Otherwise, this bulb would become their larder. "Whisper, what next?" he asked, expecting nothing. Nothing. He must have left Whisper down there, with the vampires. Funny, but he couldn't make himself worry for Whisper's safety. Tegger took off his pack. He wanted light, and there was no harm now in setting a fire. He struck his fire starter until he had a blaze. He studied the crunchy stuff for a moment. He'd seen the bones of prey and of cattle, and he knew the feel of his own bone structures. His foot had punched through some ribs, it seemed. The pilot had been of an unknown species, bigger than a red, burly, with long arms. Its clothing was mere shreds of no particular color. The skull had fallen too easily, as if its neck was broken when the carrier hit the mud. It had the massive jaw of an herbivore. A hominid skeleton. Imagine that. The ghouls had never come for it. At the fall of the cities, the night people must have been gorged and busy beyond imagination. When they found they couldn't climb this wreck to reach the corpse in the control bubble, they'd given up. Nothing else would be climbing up here, they must have reasoned, to find an abandoned corpse and upbraid the untidy ghouls. In the dazzle of the firelight he couldn't see the vampires below. The shell glowed around him. One curved window was not covered with webs, as he'd thought, but shattered, the pieces still stuck together. Others were intact. Before him were toggles just big enough for his fingertips, that slid horizontally or vertically. There was a little door as big as his 2 spread hands, and another twice that size, but neither would open. There was a wheel on a post that Tegger found he could push in all 6 directions, though that took both hands and all of his strength. He moved all of the toggles, right or left or up or down, whichever way they'd move. None of them did anything. His tinder was running out, and there was nothing here to burn. If Warvia were here, she'd figure this out. If Warvia were here. He'd tell her he never doubted her. She hadn't chosen to break their marriage. She'd been overwhelmed by a smell that entered below her mind and clamped down on the soul. How long had he been hearing that vampire song? The light was going, and now he could see a triangular face peering longingly in at him. Animal. Brain half the size of his. If she ever realized what the door was, he was dead. But the real danger, Tegger knew, was a scent that would have him tearing it free himself. He shouted, "Whisper!" She shied from his scream just for a moment, then answered with her song. He drove his fist into one of the little doors with all his strength. It popped open. The compartment behind it wasn't large, but he found what he needed, a thick book full of dry sheets of thin stuff that would burn. The vampire women, shied back from the light. 2 women now, and a man, too, all trying to balance above him on the shell. Waiting. He held a burning sheet above the compartment. There was the book. He was tearing up a thick book of maps, and a paper bag filled with dry mold, and a peculiar dagger which he took, and nothing else. So he smashed the other door. It hurt, but the door popped open. This recess was no deeper than one joint of a finger. What showed was entirely cryptic, a maze of tiny knobs. The guts of a city-builder machine, Tegger thought, and he looked for silver threads linking the little knobs. He had been told that they were what carried power. He was disappointed not to find them. He touched 2 of the points with his fingertips. The muscles in his arms spasmed hard and threw him back in the seat. For a long moment he couldn't remember how to breathe. Was this what lightning felt like? Power! But it would kill him. He lit another paper and held it above the recess. Some of the little knobs were linked by slender lines of dust. His own touch had disturbed the rest. It was as if something linked in his mind. Tegger pulled out Vala Virgilin's cloth. The peculiar dagger didn't have an edge, only a flattened point. He used his badly blunted sword's edge to cut a narrow strip from the cloth. He should lay it along one of those lines of dust. He brushed it, the little strip of Vala's cloth, quickly across the knobs. Lightning flashed up his arm, jolting him just for an instant. The smell. He couldn't fight it forever, but he'd fight it for now, the vampire that sang in his mind. He glared at them and tried to think. Glove? He pulled his towel out and tried gripping the strip through that. No good. He could grip the peculiar dagger through it, though. He could drop the strip of Vala's cloth into the recess and push it around with the point of the dagger until it mated 2 knobs. He couldn't see what suddenly glowed. It was outside the cabin. 3 vampires suddenly lit up like suns. They yelped and tried to leap away from the light. 2 slid away down the plate. The man dropped off the edge. Reflected light was still pouring in. He didn't need the fire anymore. He left the first strip in place. He cut another strip from Vala Virgilin's cloth and began testing that. His teeth hurt from being clenched. He could hear his whimpering and know how badly he wanted to throw himself out that door and follow 2 vampire women down to the mud. But Warvia, Warvia, I did it. I made the lightning flow. Now, why didn't he have anything but light? It might be, he thought, that light was only the easiest part of City Builder tech, the part that lasted the longest, or the part that used the least power, and too little power remained for any of these other unnamed wonders. But Tegger didn't believe that. He'd felt the shock. Wherever it came from, there was power, and it was driving the vampires back. The old skull was so clean. Something had claimed the meat. If not ghouls, then birds? The big empty sockets seemed to be looking at him. He set it in the larger compartment, but changed his mind about closing it. He said to the ancient pilot, "You think you had a bad day. I had a day nobody would want to live through. You had maybe 100 breaths." But it must have felt like forever to the pilot, he thought, falling out of the sky, maybe in a cloud of smaller vehicles, maybe screaming for help through a voice sender that didn't work anymore, as every part of his wonderful flying hauler went dark and dead. Ah! Tegger began sliding every toggle that would move. When the lights died, he slid that one back. Yes, every sliding thing was on full power when this thing fell, and in his experimenting he had turned each of them off. Everything but the lights. The hauler must have fallen in daylight. And the next thing Tegger caused to happen was a sputtering and a smell of something burned. He feared he had destroyed something. But the next was a wind in the control bubble, which carried the vampire scent out and away, and left his head clear and cold. And then he screamed in triumph. He twisted himself around to look down the length of the cargo plate. It was hard to pick out the vampires. The lights seemed to be to either side of his bubble. They cast shadows, and vampires like shadows. He thought he saw 5, and guessed at twice that. But they would come no closer. Time now to remember hunger, to wonder if anything nested in here. The outside was too bare. He'd have to wait for full day and catch a fish. It seemed he would live through the night. Where was the power, the lightning, coming from? He couldn't guess. He cut another finger-length strip and began trying that. Chapter 9. Familiar Faces. Weaver Town, A.D. 2892. Through the window in the cliff, Louis studied the weathered woman in weathered clothing. She was steering a steam-powered vehicle downslope, with a similar man beside her and a small red man perched above her head. 3 days ago? 90 hours, exactly. If that's Valavir Gillen, she doesn't look good. Neither do you, Louis. Perhaps she's been neglecting her booster spice. Louis ignored the dig. She's gotten old. 11 years. Louis himself had lived 11 years without the bioengineered seeds that kept a human being from aging. Vala had never touched the stuff. Was it really Valavir Gillen? It was. He'd rished with the woman. This skews the odds a bit, doesn't it, Louis? She must be tens of thousands of miles starboard of where I left her. What would she be doing here? Attacking a vampire enclave, I believe. It's her, isn't it? Have I made my point? If I show you 10 healthy hominids, they could be 10 survivors out of 1,000 dead. But I show you a woman you knew before the radiation storm, and clearly in present time. What are the odds now? Louis shifted on the water-smoothed boulder he'd chosen for a seat. Is this present time, hindmost? 40 hours ago. Louis asked what he had refused to ask for 11 years. Are you claiming Tila lied? Why? She acted on insufficient knowledge. With enhanced intelligence comes enhanced arrogance, and she never did have good sense, Louis. She could have done what I did, with my computers to play with. Louis, Tila never grasped how closely I was able to guide the plasma plume we ripped from the sun. I set it flowing directly into the attitude jets on the rim wall. The plasma never played across the main Ringworld surface. The radiation she feared. Of course, it was well above background level. The rim, Louis said. He was beginning to believe. Yes, the rim, of course. And how do you suppose the Spill Mountain people made out? Along 5% of the rim wall, I suppose I must have killed a great many. 10 million, 100 million people of a kind Louis Wu had never met. Several species, maybe. Nonetheless, Louis said, Hindmost, I believe I owe you an apology. The hindmost chimed, making sure it's in his records, Louis thought. Then, another matter. Notice the man in lookout position. Red herder? Yeah. Little red carnivores, lived not that far from the rim wall. Very fast runners they were. The great wagon suddenly zipped down slope, fast forward, dodged boulders at Mach 5 in a storm of streaming cloud shadows, and was lost in a maze of rocks. I lost the wagons for a time, the hindmost said. 15 hours later I picked up this. A small red man ran down a river shore, Mach 12 for sure. Louis laughed. They're not that fast. It's the same man? I can't tell. Slow him down. The red man slowed to something an Olympic runner might hope for. Louis said, Looks like him. Infrared, the hindmost said. A pink shadow glowed through the fuzzy-edged window in the dark cliff, running along a black river amid glowing rocks. A brilliant green cursor pointed. This? A running pink shadow and glimpses of another. The red ran steadily. Some warmer shape flitted from cover to cover, flashed between rocks. Slow that down! Now through brush. Now where was it? Reds ran fast, but this thing was keeping up with the red while hiding most of the time. Louis couldn't get any notion of its shape. Louis, we watched the burning of 3 Patriarchy ships. I suspect a protector, the hindmost said. Might we have another protector here?
Why not just a ghoul? The red dots streaked away and fast-forward, then shifted to normal light. The red herder ran alone. Near him there was a suggestion of sporadic motion, and the man's eyes were constantly shifting. Something popped up in front of him. His sword came out.
Pause.
And the hindmost's cursor pointed. Red herder, vampire, do you see anything else? Give me infrared. In infrared, Louis found 5 glow spots. In normal light, the cursor pointed. Red herder, vampire, this and this are ghouls, see? Louis remembered ghouls. Though they were hidden in brush and shadow, he knew their lanky shape. But the 5th glow was hiding even from the ghouls. Louis could make out a hand smaller than a ghoulish hand, nearly hairless. An old man's hand, arthritic, with knobby knuckles. Protector? Why would a protector bother?
Unknown. But see this.
Fast forward. The vampire woman fell, dying. The red ran, stopped, splashed in the river, and was suddenly fighting 6 vampires. The recording went dead slow. The red's sword swept around. A woman was uncoiling herself at his back. A hand slapped her ankle. The hidden one was mud-colored, plastered with mud. Its knotted hand only just touched her, closed and released. The woman swiped with her claws at nothing she could see, returned to the attack, and died on the red man's sword. Minimalist, Louis said. A rustling sound was trying to find his attention.
Secretive,
the hindmost said. The red herder ran along mud. Vampires converged, and they all faded into distance.
He's out of my instrument's range. I lost him for a time. I nearly lost the hidden one, too, and that concerns me. Look.
The camera viewpoint swung back along the river, caught a splash, then moved fast upslope and into shadow. Louis said,
I don't. Here, again, in infrared. The lurker is nearly invisible.
Yeah. He was underwater, of course, shedding heat. Where's he going? Into the vampire nest? The sequence ran again, light-enhanced. Splash! Something emerged from water and ran upslope in jerky, random fashion. Pause. Not a good view, but the shadow was clearly hominid. Run. Up into shadow. Gone.
That was the last I saw of it. Clearly it is not a vampire. It guards the red herder, and perhaps his companions, too, avoiding notice at all costs.
In a crunching of brush, the fishers and sailors were lining up along the pool to stare at Louis Wu afloat in mid-air, or else at a window in a rock cliff, a view of distant daylit mountains. Louis asked, "What else have you got?"
Nothing of interest since 3 hours ago.
Hindmost, my brain really is dying for lack of sleep. The hindmost said,
Wait, this thing
is 35 degrees up the curve of the arch, 5.5 minutes away at light speed. Can't hurt you. You're right, though. It's a protector.
Louis, you must accept medical help.
You don't have medical help. You put the dock on the lander, remember?
The crew cabin kitchen has a medical menu. Louis, it can make booster spice.
Booster spice doesn't make a man well. It only makes him young.
Are you...
No, I'm not sick. But humans get sick, hindmost, and I keep remembering why we don't have a full working dock. Chmee and I, we didn't volunteer for this work. You thought we might refuse to operate the lander, so you put the auto dock in the lander,
and Tila flamed it. But leave the window running. I don't want anyone to think we're hiding something from them. Louis stood and turned away. Louis, I weary of your not listening to me. Louis took 2 more steps. But he'd refused to listen to the hindmost for 11 years, and he found apologizing Tange awkward. So he turned back and resumed his seat on the boulder. Speak, he said. I have my own medical facilities. Oh, yes. The hindmost would surely be protected against any conceivable accident or malaise. Nessus had lost a head and neck on their first visit, and Louis had seen it replaced. Surgery for a Pearson's puppeteer. What would that do for a human? Louis, this technology was of human origin. We bought it from a Kazin law enforcer on Favnia, but it appears to have been an ARM experiment of more than 200 years ago, stolen from Saul's system. The system uses nanotechnology to make repairs inside the cells themselves. No second was ever built. I've had it modified to heal humans or Kazinti or my own kind. Louis was laughing. Tange, you're careful. Most of what was aboard Needle was of human manufacture, and what wasn't had been carefully hidden. If the hindmost were caught while abducting his crew, he wouldn't implicate the fleet of worlds. Pity I'll never see it. I can move it to the crew deck. Louis felt cold running up his spine like river water. He said, You're not serious, and I'm too tired to think. Good night, hindmost. Louis parked his stack of plates next to the guest house. Dry brush rustled as he stepped down. He spoke to the night, not loudly. When you're ready to talk, I'm here, and I bet you're wearing an embroidered kilt. The night had no answer. Sawur barely stirred when he crawled into the tent. He fell asleep at once. Chapter 10. Stair Street. A whiff of corruption pulled her half awake. Pointed fingernails pressing hard into her elbow pulled her the rest of the way. Vala sat up with a yelp. Harpster ducked below the gun she managed not to fire. Valavir Gillen, come and see. Flop. Are we attacked? You would smell vampires. I'm surprised they haven't come to look at us. Perhaps they're distracted. Vala stepped out onto the running board. Rain was falling in fat drops. The awning kept her half dry, but visibility was low. Lightning played to anti-spin starboard, the direction of the vampire's stronghold. Lightning and something else. Downslope, toward the river. A steady white light. After all their talk, had Tegger lit a fire? But fire wasn't quite that color, and fire would have flickered. Grieving Tube was above them on the rock, on sentry duty. Harpster said, Will you wake Warvia? Yes. Vala slipped into the payload shell. No point in waking anyone else, but Warvia could see details. She might even see something that would tell her this was Tegger. Warvia? I'm awake. Come and look. Rain came and went at random, permitting glimpses of the light. The glow wasn't a dot, she saw presently. It was a tilted line. The light blinked off, then on again. Warvia said, Tegger likes to fiddle with things. Is it him? How would I know? The red woman snapped. They watched. By and by, Harpster said, Light could keep away the vampires, if it's bright enough. Warvia was slumped against a rock, asleep. Vala said, Wake me if something changes. I'll be out here, but I want a blanket. She started to climb into the payload shell, thinking, Get 2, 1 for Warvia. The light began to jitter. Vala paused to watch. Then a bright dot separated from the tilted line and went straight up. The hauler was shuddering, shaking, trying to tear itself apart. Tegger clung to the seat as he would have clung to Warvia. Could he free a hand to pluck the strip of Vala cloth away from the contacts? Did he want to? The shaking wasn't killing him, only jarring his teeth. What was doing this? Some half-ruined motor? Or else a motor doing just what it was told to, trying to lift a cargo hauler along with the riverbed it was buried in. And while his mind toyed with such notions, Tegger's fingers toyed with toggles. Flop, that was the lights again. That one didn't do anything, nor that one. That one turned the wind off, then back on. An ominous grating sound from somewhere below had been the response to this one, but now it did nothing. Something protruded from the shadowed recess where the skeleton's knees would have gone. A big two-pronged handle that didn't move under his hand. Tegger gritted his vibrating teeth, gripped the chair with his knees and the handle with both hands, and pulled. Nothing. Fine. Push. Push and twist. It lurched under his hands, and his head banged hard into the controls. He was being hurled into the sky. The twist of cloth! Get it out of there! He dared not let go of the chair, and perhaps that was a good thing. Dark as the night was, he could see the riverbed dwindle. A fall from this high would kill him. If he could free a hand or a toe from its death grip on the chair, there must be a way to steer this bubble. As the river wheeled past him, he glimpsed a half-buried square plate with a notch missing at the high corner. He'd torn the control bubble loose from the hauler. Then he was falling. He felt it in his belly. Falling, falling. Surge, 20 to 30 man-heights above the river and moving inland, moving toward the city. A way to take control. There must be a way. Did he trust Whisper? Whisper had led him to the cargo hauler. Whisper had put Vala cloth into his hands. What would Whisper have done if Tegger hadn't experimented on his own? But Whisper had never suggested he steer the hauler, or its ripped-away control bubble either, anywhere but where he was going now. The damaged machine was going home to its aerial dock. So, Whisper's minimal guidance was taking him where he wanted to go. To trust Whisper was to let it happen. But he didn't know Whisper's nature, and had never known Whisper's motives. Rain running down the windows had Tegger half-blind. By flickering lightning and glimpses of archlight, he saw a flat-topped mass approaching. He could see no motion. Wait, the rain was swirling, wheeling. Suddenly he was in a cloud of screaming birds. Could vampires fly? But even in the rainy dark he knew them. Blue-belly macaways, no different from the macaways of his own turf. Wingspread greater than his spread arms, good gliding ability, raptor beaks. Macs were meat-eaters, big enough to carry off a herder boy. He'd never seen so many together. He couldn't navigate through that. He kept his hands where they were, gripping the chair back. The birds withdrew to a wheeling pattern. The window bubble had come to rest, still in mid-air. Plainsman that he was, Tegger had once boarded a barge to trade stock with another tribe. He was familiar with docks. He was floating a man-height from the edge of what might have been a riverside dock hung in mid-air. Floating boats would ride against this buffer rim. Those cables hanging over the rim would tether them. Cargo in those big buildings, behind those vast doors. The birds were losing interest, returning to roost. Macaways weren't night birds. The bubble's doorway was facing out from the dock. Was there at least a way to turn it around? Maybe if he twisted something. Tegger was reluctant to experiment this high in the air. What should be happening here? The hauler might be waiting for the city's signal to land, might be sending a signal of its own. Maybe one of those cables was supposed to reach out and secure the hauler, pull it in. But none of it was going to happen, because the dock was as dead as anything else that had died in the fall of the cities. The door hung loose as he'd found it. Pack. Sword. Tegger eased out into a light rain, feet on the hanging door's wobbly rim. Jump to the bubble's slippery top, flatten and cling. The birds wheeled closer, looking him over. Tegger crept forward on his belly, down the slope of the bubble. A little farther, hands and knees now. A bit more, knees forward, feet braced, slipping. Jump! He landed flat, banging his chin, his legs kicking in open air. The dock felt like soft wood. He'd have stayed but for the shrieking of the birds as they dropped toward him. He rolled over, pulled his sword, and waited. When one came close enough, he slashed. He must have found some city-builder thing, something like an old car, made it work. He's up there. Warvia stared fiercely at the light that blazed at the edge of the floating factory. Her faith was stronger than Vala's. Vala asked, "What do you see?" "I can't see past the light. There are big birds wheeling around it. I think I saw him jump." The light sank. Faster, flashed painfully bright, and was gone. "He jumped," Warvia said positively. "Vala, I'm about to fall over. I'll give you a better description come daylight." "Can we do anything?" "Vala, I'd do anything to reach him." "Grieving tube. Any thoughts?" The ghoul shook her head. "We'll have to wait. I don't know any safer spot for the cruisers, and the view is lovely. Dig in here, wait, and watch." Mackaways preferred live prey, but they would eat carrion. Mackaway meat had a nasty taste. Tegger felt much better after he had devoured the bird. Take away hunger, disperse the rutting scent of 10,000 vampires, give him a flat surface to rest. The wind was cold this high. Tegger pulled a poncho from his pack and wiggled into it. The cold, the aches, the troubles of a nightmare day began to recede, and sleep was a vampire with its teeth in his throat. He dared not sleep in the open. He looked about him in woozy panic. The huge door on that storage cube was surely too heavy to move, too heavy for anyone, and wildly wasteful of power. Around a corner from the huge door was a door not much taller than Tegger. A kick sent it springing back at him. He went into darkness, found something resilient to climb, and slept. He clung to sleep, fearing what his memory would tell him. Memory came anyway, but it was wavering light on his eyelids that snapped him awake. Sunlight flooded through the man-sized doorway. It faded even as he was climbing down from a mountain of bales that smelled weakly of vegetable rot. Stuff to be turned into cloth? Foodstuffs would have been in a worse state. He stepped outside. Broken cloudscapes swept sluggishly overhead. Sunlight swept in vertical beams along the dock. Tegger didn't see any birds until he crept to the edge on hands and knees and looked down. The windowed bulb that had carried him here was below him, crushed. He wasn't going home that way. Hadn't planned to. Myriad birds wheeled with spread wings in the sunlight, dropping to snatch up what? Mackaways in such numbers must be finding plenty of prey. A whole ecology would be feeding off what the vampires left, off whole populations of drained corpses. There might be nothing but birds up here. No, wait. Here was some kind of web on the vertical face of the dock, facing outward, to starboard. He had to lean far over to see it. The threads were bronze when the light fell right. Otherwise nothing could be seen at all. Size was hard to judge because of the way the web divided itself into nothing at the edges. It might be as wide as a grass giant was tall. The motionless black dot at the center might be the web spinner, dead of starvation. Tegger hadn't seen an insect since he left the ground. Birds and a web spinner implied insects,
but the birds might have eaten the insects. Tegger wondered if he would starve. At best, he faced a time limit, as if he hadn't known that already. What he'd been thinking of as the city was unfamiliar in nearly every detail. Tegger didn't have names for most of what he could see. The city sloped upward in irregular geometries, and peaked at the center in a vertical tube. Tegger began running. There was no fear in him now. It was just a way of exploring. He ran, and the dock, 8 man-heights wide, ran away before him. Now it narrowed, but continued, 2 man-heights wide. Not a dock anymore, but merely the rim of the city. Rim Street. Structures lined it. Some had doors. Here and there an alley ran out of sight between windowless bulks. Rounded, doorless shapes had ladders running up their sides. The rain resumed. Tegger had to watch his footing now, but the surface was rough beneath his feet, and the rain was running off into a gutter along Rim Street's inward edge. He was not much more than warmed up when he saw an anomaly, a wide street becoming flights of steps, and on either side— Tegger stopped. Dwellings? He knew the Thurls' tents and Gingerofer's much smaller tents. He'd seen permanent dwellings kept by more sedentary hominids. He'd never seen anything like these brightly painted square houses. But they were houses, with man-height doors, and trees arrayed about them, and windows. Later. He ran on. There were no more houses along Rim Street. He saw Brobdingnagian shapes, rectangular solids, distorted eggs, forests of tubing, great, flat and curved metal webs. His mind wasn't making much sense of what he saw. Get a rounded picture, that was it. Go for detail later. He was looking at the city, not at the landscape beyond, but he had the river in view again, and a line of rocky bluffs. The cruisers! No species had better distance vision than a red herder, and no natural shape could pass for a machine-people cruiser. He couldn't be wrong. He'd found Valavir Gillen's caravan on that rocky peak. Most of the expedition seemed to have gone off. He saw no sign of life until one of 2 specks stood up to stretch. Grass giant sentries? Tegger stepped to the edge and waved like a man trying to fly. Would they see him? Not here, against all these confusing shapes, but if he could put the sky behind him. All in good time. The cruisers would keep. Surprises were not easy to come by when you recognized nothing. Rim Street opened out, widened. Far ahead, that was the door he'd kicked open last night. And here at the port spin end of the docks, a street ran off at a right angle. A dark-mouthed street 8 man-heights wide, angling steeply down, where everything else ran uphill toward the city's center. He turned right. He was running into darkness. He slowed. The stench would have stopped anyone. Death and corruption, and something under that, something familiar. A bit of night vision was coming now. The street curved off to the right, still descending. He ran out, faster than he'd gone in. What he'd seen as a spiral staircase last night was far larger than he'd realized. Big enough for 4 cruisers moving abreast, he thought. For vampires, too, this was the way up. Tegger looked into the darkness and knew that he would have to go there, and wait while his eyes adjusted, and look into the shadow nest, and see what looked back. But not yet. Tegger ran on. Docks and storage, great silvered tanks. Here sunlight flashed off windows. Short streets and wide stairs, skewed as they rose, windowed houses rising tier after tier to what might be a great eyeball. He'd reached Stair Street. Tegger began to climb. The houses had bands and patches of dirt around and between them. For most of Stair Street's length, the wide dirt patch stretching out from the front door of one house was the flat roof of the house below.
Some of these plots were flooded. Some had been washed away or reduced to sand by hundreds of phalans of rainfall. Here grew tall grass, here grew nothing. There were dead trees, fallen trees, live trees, fruiting trees. Here a straggling line of pomes ran from the topmost house nearly down to Rim Street. They looked planted at first, but 2 topmost pome trees were dead, and the bottommost were just beginning to produce head-sized fruit. Tegger pictured tens of thousands of spherical pomes rolling downhill over hundreds of phalans, seeding this whole slope from one tree. Here was a window, flat, not like a vehicle window, as big as the Thurl's bed. Awesome. Its surface was murky. Tegger peered through it, but the interior was dark. Next door, a huge tree had uprooted and cracked the wall of a house. This house, too, had one great window facing the earthen plot. Tegger picked up a chunk of fallen rubble and tried to smash it. It was the rubble that cracked. But the cracked wall, might he squeeze through that opening? Yes. The place was big by Tegger's standards, larger than a tent. The scale was larger, too, not quite grass giant size. A chair he sat in left his feet dangling. He found an oval bed on the other side of the picture window. 5 skeletons on the bed, 3 adults, 2 children. They were a friendly group and seemed at peace. One more, child-size, was off the bed, reaching for a door. The space behind that door looked very dark. He used rotted bedding to make a torch and went in. No windows here. There were furnishings. Controls? Levers that would wiggle anyway, above spouts that came out of the wall. 2 were at either end of a tub with a drain in the bottom. Water spouts, but no water ran from them. Tegger continued his search. Another windowless room. Another skeleton, adult size, lay near a shallow opening with tens of tiny knobs inside. More controls, Tegger thought, reaching for his pack, like the recessed control panel in the hauler. Towel, wedge-bladed knife, strips of vala cloth already cut. He began pushing them into place. Nothing. 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 A miracle happened. Light. A point in the ceiling was blazing too bright to look at. Tegger got out of there. Lights were shining throughout the house. Tegger left them that way. It surprised him that there was still power. Where did it come from? Thunderstorms? Power was directed lightning. He moved up the line of houses, faster now, looking through windows. Here and there he saw skeletons. Always inside. Bodies outside were gone. Meat for birds. There were scrubby grasses, some he knew as edible to hominids. Plants too weird to be anything but ornamental, unless that one with big purple leaves. He dug a bit, pulled, and found fat roots. Cloudy River Delta farmers would eat those boiled. These were miniature farms.
Tegger settled himself cross-legged on the roof edge of a plot of earth, slumping within his earth-colored poncho, letting the rain wash over him like just another lump on the landscape.
These little patches of dirt were farms no longer. The plants were no orderly array of crops, untended since the fall of the cities, likely enough. But was it not strange that in this restricted space the occupants would seed croplands too small to feed a smurp? Tegger found it more than interesting. He hadn't been nibbled by pests last night. Maybe he'd climbed out of their reach. Maybe nothing lived here save for the Mackaways who foraged below. But if there was anything like a food chain up here, it would begin with growing plants. So he would hunt. What else was worth noting here? Vines had grown from 2 narrow strips of soil to engulf the house behind him and tear it down. Windows and their frames had buckled. He could see furniture ruined by rain. The houses were flat surfaces in right angles. but Stair Street was crowned by a dome of window stuff as big as 2 or 3 houses. He'd compared it to an eyeball, but he was only seeing reflections of white clouds. It had no color of its own. The tube that was the city's peak loomed above even that. He was among the topmost houses, and they were the biggest, with the widest of garden farms. It seemed the city builders liked a view. The wilderness before and below him was almost a perfect square. The center was an empty pool in the shape of a scallop shell. 4 trees had been planted at the corners, but rain had carved runnels, undercut one of the trees, and felled it. Its roots poked into the air beyond the roof's edge. Tegger liked the pool. It might have been some Cluster Island's grotto. Its rounded bottom was smooth blue city builder stuff, and there were stairs leading in. There was even a running waterfall, a spout in the pile of boulders at one edge. He could see where the outflow from the waterfall and the rain all ran into a drain at the bottom and disappeared. There was dirt in the pool, too, but it didn't belong. There wasn't enough. It had washed in. Still, plants had taken root and were cracking the blue bottom. A pool for swimming. Why? Stairs to get out. You could drown otherwise. Maybe city builders swam. Maybe home-flow river folk came visiting. But having built it, why leave it empty? Nothing was happening among the patches of plants. Tegger supposed he would have better hunting during half-night. Between light and dark was an active time for things that were used to evading predators. Maybe he could chase something into the pool, trap it there. Meanwhile, he dropped to the grass, then walked into the pool. Mud had half-choked the drain. It had not quite hidden the cover. A round drain and a pipe below. A round cap the size of his spread fingers, on a hinge, with a rusted chain hanging from it. Tegger could see where it ought to lead, up there at the edge. You'd stay dry while you pulled the chain to open the cap. He tried to close the cap. It resisted. He leaned his weight on it, and the hinge snapped. He set the loose cap on the drain. It stayed. He watched as the pool began to fill. Chapter 11. Guard Duty. Weavertown, A.D. 2892. Daylight was glowing on his eyelids. Lewis tried to roll over, then stopped. He'd wake her. His memory oozed into place. Sawur, Weavers, Shenty River Valley, hindmost, vampires and vampire killers, a hidden protector. She turned in his arms. Gold and silver fur, thin lips. Her breasts were near flat, but prominent nipples poked through the fur. She was awake in an eye blink. Bare black eyelids made her brown eyes look huge. Sawur studied him to verify that he, too, was awake. Then, he hadn't asked, but he had guessed. Morning was Sawur's time for Rishathra, and Louis needed this in the worst way. The worst way. She certainly sensed something wrong. She pulled back 2 inches to see his face. "Do you hunger in the morning?" "Sometimes." "Something is distracting you." "Something was. Is. Sorry." She waited to be sure he had no more to say, then, "Will you teach today?" "I should go looking for plants I can eat. We're omnivores. Our guts need roughage. Hey, the older children go hunting." "Yes, we'll go with them," Sawur said. "They'll learn more from you in the woods than they would from me in a hut. Here, this would be your parting gift, but you need it now." From a corner she pulled something with straps. Louis took it into sunlight to admire it. It was intricately embroidered weave work, a valuable gift, a back pouch. He found remains of last night's fish in the ashes of the barbecue, wrapped in leaves. It made a good breakfast. He caught up to Sawur, trying to herd a score of children all in one direction while she lectured on plants, fungus, animals, and animal spoor. Yesterday he'd seen fleshy arrowhead-shaped leaves on a purple stalk growing at the bases of the trees. Something like that grew downstream, and those leaves had been edible. Ordinarily, an omnivore could watch what other hominid species ate and try that himself, try eating whatever another hominid found safe. He couldn't do that among strict carnivores. Then again, what he found need not be shared. If it was poisonous, there was the med kit. Eat one thing at a time and check himself. If it was mildly poisonous, he might have to eat it anyway for roughage, for potassium, for whatever scarce substance he wasn't getting. The children watched as he tested this and that, chewed this, threw that away, put this or that in his back pouch. Sawur tried to help. She pointed out a poisonous twining plant before Louis could hurt himself, and a blue berry the birds liked that tested clean and tasted of lemon. A fungus the size of a dinner plate tested positive for allergies. They reached a pond a little ahead of the children. Sawur slowed him with a hand on his arm. The water was flat and still. His knees and back protested as he knelt. His hair, he'd never seen it like this, laced with white strands. His eyes were lined at the edges. Louis saw his age. In an agony of regret, he thought, like this. I should have dressed like this at my 200th. Everyone in the party would have freaked. Sawur grinned at him impishly. Were you hoping that Strill would come to you? Louis stared at her, then laughed with surprise. Sawur hadn't been seeing his age, but her own. He was saved from answering. The children were crowding around them again. There was something Louis wanted to know. He could learn by teaching. He picked out a blonde-furred net-thrower who was fighting hard to attract Strill's attention. "Harold, do you know that all humans were once alike?" They had heard of such. They didn't quite believe, and they didn't quite disbelieve. Louis drew in the mud. Homo habilis, life-size as best he could render him. Pack breeder. Our ancestors lived on a planet like the world I was born on, a ball, but much closer to the center of our whirl of stars, and he drew a barred spiral, the galaxy. We're out here. The pack lived in there. He couldn't draw the pack world. Nobody had ever seen it. A plant grew there called Tree of Life. He began to alter Homo habilis, giving him a swollen, misshapen head, swollen joints, wrinkled and folded skin, toothless jawbones grown through the gums into a bony beak. You're turning from children into adults, he told them. When all humans were alike, before there was a Ringworld, there were children and adults to make more children, and a third shape to protect them both. Adults didn't have minds then. When an adult got old enough, he would eat Tree of Life. "She," Harold said, and giggled. Stet, their generic pronoun, was female. Louis said, then she would sleep, and change as she slept, like a butterfly. Her sex would fade away. Protector men and women look alike. Her jaw would grow to replace her teeth. Her brain case would expand. Her joints would expand to give the muscles greater leverage. Her skin would become thick leather armor. When the change was over, she would be smarter and stronger, and she would care for nothing except to protect her children. Protectors fought terrible wars over whose children would survive. Strill asked, "Why doesn't it happen to us?" There's an element almost missing from the soil beneath the arch. The virus that makes protectors can't live without it. But in a cavern under one of the islands on the great ocean, Tree of Life still grows with the virus in the root. The terrible thing about a protector is that she'll do anything to give an edge to her own relatives. Whoever built the Ringworld locked the Tree of Life up so nobody could reach it. It grows in artificial light in great plantations beneath the map of Mars. But somebody must have got to it. "That's what scares the web-dweller," Harold crowed. "Right. He thinks he's found a protector on the other great ocean, and another halfway up the arch to antispin, and maybe more at work on the rim wall. The web-dweller isn't related to any human protector. By instinct, they would call him an enemy. He controls the meteor defense in the repair center. With that, he can burn whatever he likes, anywhere on the arch. So, who should we be afraid of? The web-dweller or the protectors?" The children shivered and giggled, and then began to talk. Louis listened and learned. They knew of protectors. War was only a rumor to them, yet the rumor came clothed in protector-shaped armor. All hominids seemed to carry that shape in their minds, as heroes or monsters, as St. George or Grendel, as designs for armor among the grass giants, and as pressure suits on the spaceport ledge. After much argument, the children seemed to side with the hindmost. Strangers didn't compete, didn't steal, didn't rape, and what could be stranger than the web-dweller? Presently they all ran off to swim in the lake. Plants here reminded Louis of another plant with a fat root like a beet. He began digging. Sawur watched for a bit, then asked, "Well, Louis-woo, can you feed yourself?" "I think so. It isn't the style of life whereby a man gets fat," he said. "And are you glad you came among us?" "Oh, yes." He was barely listening. A decision he'd made 11 years ago was unraveling. "But you wanted Strill."
Louis sighed.
Strill would have been a delight, but even Sawur, mature at 40-odd Earth years, was as close as he wanted to get to child molesting. He said, "Strill is beautiful. Sawur, if Strill had come, it would have been bad news. I can tell how wealthy a culture is from the woman who shares her tent with me. I'm the prize here, whatever my real value." "Hi!" "And you claimed me. But if people are starving, or beset by predators, or at war, they try to guess what prize I want. Then I find some glorious young woman in my bed, and I know we have a problem." "But you would not." "No. I mean they might need more than ideas." He'd given away 2 of his cargo plates to people along the river who needed heavy lifting power. He didn't want to tell Sawur that, so he only said, "Knowledge is like Rishathra. You have it, you give it away, you still have it. But I've had to give away tools." "What made you so twitchy this morning? Protectors?" Louis dropped a root into his pack. Now he had 4. "You know about protectors?" "Since I was a little girl. In the stories they are heroes, but at the end of time their battles destroy arch and world together. Kidada and I don't tell those stories anymore." "These are heroes," Louis agreed. "The ones on the rim wall, they're repairing motors that hold the arch where it belongs. Another has been repelling invaders. But protectors can be a bad thing. The web-dwellers' records suggest that protectors destroyed all the life on home, on one of our ball worlds. It was part of a war between protectors who wanted more turf for their breeders." Sawur asked, "Do you trust the web-dwellers' records?" "They're very good." "Shall we swim?" In mid-afternoon the boys killed something like a small antelope. The children cut a pole to carry it down to the village, with Louis marching at the fore end. It was pleasant to be the strongest man, and not all that uncommon. The average Ringworld hominid was smaller than Louis-woo. The swimmers had moved on, but the sailors and their ship were still in port. They'd caught a few fish and started the fire. By half-night, the antelope was nearly done. Half seen between the huts, tonight the window in the cliff showed the Ringworld edge to edge, a checked blue and white band with black sky along either edge. Where in Tange were the fearless vampire hunters? Louis set his assortment of roots to roast at the edge of the coals. Children and adults were abuzz with questions. "It's the arch," he told them. "Tonight the web-dweller must be looking all the way across to the opposite edge. See, there's the edge of the sun itself, and that's part of one of the shadow squares that hide the sun at night. All that patchy white is clouds. No, you can't see them moving. If they moved as fast as that, the wind would blow the landscape right off the Skrith foundation. Those glittering dots and curves and lines, if you can make them out, those are seas and rivers." "He's showing the stars larger, too," old Kidada said. "What's that moving one? And, Louis, what is the web-dweller trying to tell you?" Off the edges of the arch, all of the bright stars were adrift. The brightest was moving crosswise to the rest. Louis had been watching it. It slowed as it approached the rim wall. It was on the rim wall, turning a stretch of the rim into a brilliant blue-white line, and it went out. Louis said, "He's trying to tell me that another invader has come under the arch." Harold sliced off meat and passed it to Kidada, then Sawur, then a sudden crowd. Week offered Louis a fish on a stick. Weavers and sailors took their meals and moved through the huts to the cliffside. "I show you the Ringworld invaded. Come and talk. I do not show you Valavir Gillen, alive or dead. You must ask." Louis accepted a slice of antelope and, eating two-handed, followed Harold. The weavers sat on tables in the sand, watching. Sawur made room for him on a table. Within the web-eye window, a shadow square crossed the sun. Details became clearer, sharper. Brilliant light flared on the rim wall. Over the next several minutes the point moved inward, above the Ringworld surface, dimmed, blurred, went out. Dull stuff, but they watched. Louis wondered if weavers would become addicted to passive entertainment. The clouds were moving now. Vast wind patterns showed their shapes in fast-forward. A tiny pale hourglass sucked streamlines at both ends, a hurricane on its side, a meteor puncture hole. Fast-forward, a solar prominence rose past the rim of the shadow square. A shock wave of green brilliance rose up the plume. Then a burning green star delicately touched the rim wall at the point where the earlier star had rested. The green star walked off the rim and blurred as it intersected clouds. As the last sliver of sun vanished overhead, the weavers all streamed off to their huts, chattering in excitement punctuated by yawns. Louis watched in astonishment. These weavers were really diurnal. Before the hindmost could decide to speak in front of them, Louis strolled back to the fire. He raked 2 roots out of the coals. One was acrid, one wasn't bad. He didn't always eat this well. The sailors had remained. One came to join him. "That show is for you, isn't it?" Louis looked back. Within the hindmost's window, the green star had gone out. "I don't know what to say to him," Louis said. "Week, did he speak to you?" "No. He frightens me." The hindmost's message seemed clear enough. Fusion drive, invading spacecraft. ARM and Patriarchy and the fleet of worlds all knew of the Ringworld. Each had had time to mount expeditions. Or the invader might be a returning city-builder craft, or someone else entirely. The automatic meteor defense wouldn't react if an invader moved slowly. Some entity was actively killing ships. The killer had a problem, too. Light speed. The invader had landed light minutes from the second great ocean, but the attack had come hours slow. A solar plume must be ejected, The superthermal laser effect must propagate along the plasma, and it all took time. But there was still that light-speed delay. The prey might still escape. The hindmost would be extremely eager to find a hyperdrive ship undamaged. Low music was playing through distant branches. Wheek had gone to his boat. Louis raked a third root from the fire. He slit it, then pushed on the ends to open it. Live steam, and a smell not too different from a sweet potato. He wondered if he'd found Wild Tree of Life. No matter. The soil wouldn't have enough thallium. The plant wouldn't support the virus that caused the change, and cooking would kill it anyway. Louis took his time eating, then went toward Sawur's wicker hut. The music seemed to grow louder, strange stuff with qualities of wind and humming strings. He stopped outside Sawur's wicker hut to listen. The music stopped. A voice said, "Will you not speak to the web-dweller?" "Not tonight," Louis said, and looked around him. The voice was a child's, with a bit of a speech impediment. Tonight was foggy, but Ringworld nights were bright, and he should have seen something, Louis thought. "Will you show yourself?" A nightmare rose out of low brush, too near. Lank hair covered its body, the color of the night. Big spade teeth forced an exaggerated grin. Long arms, big hands, a miniature harp in one hand. The ghoul seemed male, but a kilt hid that. Sparse facial hair, flat chest. A child, boy or girl. "Nice kilt," Louis said. "Nice back pouch. Weaver work is loved all through the Shenthi River Valley." Louis knew that. He had seen Weaver work tens of thousands of miles downstream. He asked, "Do you do security work for the Weavers?" Guard their possessions by night." "Yes, we stop thieves." "But you're not paid for normal, In lieu of answer, was there a word for garbage disposal plus funeral service? The child blew into the handle of his harp while his fingers played across the holes and tweaked the strings. He played a tune on his tootling, twanging instrument, then held it out. "Do you have a name for this?" "Illegitimate child of a harp and a kazoo." "A kazarp?" "Then I am Kazarp," the ghoul said. "Are you Louis Wu?" "How?" "We know that you boiled an ocean far up the arch." Kazarp pointed. "There. You vanish for 41 phalans, and we find you here." "Kazarp, your communications are awesome. How is it done?" Louis didn't expect an answer. Ghouls had their secrets. "Sunlight and mirrors," Kazarp said. "Was the web-dweller your friend once?" "Ally, not friend. It's complicated." The pointy-faced hominid examined Louis. Louis was trying to ignore the smell of a carrion-eater's breath. The child asked, "Would you have spoken to Father?" "Maybe." "How old are you?" "Near 40 phalans." 10 years. "How old is your father?" 150. "In phalans, I'm about 1,000, Louis Wu said. He decided that the child was too easy to notice. A distraction? Was his father eavesdropping? Well, then, how to tell this? Should he? Louis said, "The web-dweller, the big cat, 2 city builders, and me. We saved everything under the arch." Kazarp said nothing. Some wanderers must be great liars, Louis thought. He said, "We had a plan, but it would kill some. It would kill many of the people we were trying to save. I'm as guilty as I thought the web-dweller was, and I hated him for it. Now I find out that the web-dweller saved many more than I realized.
Then you must thank him and apologize.
I did that, Kazarp. Kazarp, I expect we'll talk again, but my species needs sleep. If your father wants to talk, a ghoul could certainly find me. Louis knelt to enter the wicker house.
Did it leave a bad taste?
Louis laughed. A ghoul might well know all about bad taste, but that voice wasn't Kazarp. He stepped back outside. He said, "Yes."
Still, you swallowed what you must. Now the web-dweller must decide. A valuable alliance, a breach of manners. You're 1,000 phalans old? How old is the web-dweller?
Even guessing makes my head hurt. The child had settled cross-legged and was playing background music to the voice that spoke from nowhere. The adult's voice said,
"We live perhaps 200 phalans. If your misunderstanding only cost you 40 or 50 phalans, for such as you, it must be worth repairing."
Oh, the city builders were refugees, and killing doesn't bother Chimie. But I'm still guilty. I consented. I thought we killed all those people to save the rest.
Be joyful.
Yeah. He couldn't ask even a ghoul to consider the numbers involved. No sane mind could grasp them. Hominids of varying intelligence inhabit the Ringworld, invading every conceivable ecological niche. Cattle, otters, vampire bats, hyenas, hawks. Roughly 30 trillion, with a margin of error bigger than all known space. We can save most of them. We will generate a solar flare and turn it on the Ringworld's surface to bring heated hydrogen fuel to the few remounted attitude jets on the rim walls. Lose 1,500 billion to radiation and fire. They would die anyway. Save 20 times as many. But the hindmost's advanced, adaptable programs had exercised fine control over a plasma jet bigger than worlds. The hindmost had not killed 1,500 billion. Not at all. But Louis Wu had consented to their deaths. He said, "That region of the repair center was infested with Tree of Life, with the plant that changes hominids into something very different. Kazarp says you're about the right age to become a protector. I'm 7 times that old. The virus in Tree of Life would kill old Louis Wu. So I sent the web-dweller in alone to cause their deaths. Otherwise, I would have seen how many didn't die. I took all those lives, and the only apology I could make was to die."
"But you're not dead,"
the hidden voice said. "Dying. With the med kit on my cargo plates, I might get as much as another phalan." The child's music broke in discord, and the night was silent. Tange. He had longevity, and he'd thrown it away, but these people had never had the choice. Just how ill-mannered had he been? The adult said,
"And you gave up his friendship?"
"The web-dweller doesn't exactly have friends. He bargains very exactly, and his aim is always to make himself safer. He intends to live forever, whatever that takes. That bothered me then. It bothers me now. What will it take?"
"Your alliance, does he have something to gain from you?"
"A traveling pair of hands. A life to risk that isn't his own. A second opinion. He can offer me another 120 phalans of life." And that was scary.
"Could he do that for, let us say, me?"
Offer longevity to a ghoul? No. His systems, the programs to heal him or me, or the big cat, He must have designed and built them before he left home. He can't get home. I stopped that. And if he could, why not just stay? And he thought further. He's got a program to repair humans and a program for a Kazin. For a ghoul, he'd have to write a new program. What my life would cost me is already too much, but what would it cost to write a treatment program for yet another species? And if Louis Wu asked him to save a ghoul, then why not a weaver next? A city builder? Impossible. The hidden ghoul had accepted that, or else he was thinking that some wanderers were mad. Kazarp was playing again. Louis said, "When I thought I'd murdered so many people, I decided to age and die in traditional fashion. How bad could it be? People have done that since there were people. Louis Wu, I would give all I have to be 100 Phalans younger. The web-dweller can do that for me, for my species. He can do it again when I get old again, demanding anything he likes of me each time." "You could refuse each time." "No. That's my problem exactly." Louis peered into the dark. "What shall I call you?" The music of the kazoo harp suddenly had a bass accompaniment.
Louis listened for a time.
A wind instrument? He could not guess its shape. "Tunesmith," he decided. "Tunesmith, it's been helpful talking with you." "We should speak of other things." "Ships and shoes and sealing wax, and protectors." What did the ghoul heliograph net know of protectors? "But I'm groggy. Tomorrow night," Louis said, and crawled inside to sleep. Chapter 12. Weaning Vampires. Tegger had expected the window dome to be some kind of weird dwelling, but it wasn't. There was no obvious way to lock the door. The interior was all one big room, and that was a stairway too big even for grass giants, concentric semicircles of steps, and tables, a dozen light tables on skids. What was this, he wondered? If 100 or so hominids sat on those steps, they'd have one fine view of the factory city and lands beyond. A conference room? He tried it himself for a bit, then moved on. Doors at the top of the last step. Beyond, darkness. Tegger lit a torch. This was not a room to live in. It was all flat surfaces, and thick doors that had little windows in them and little boxes inside. When in doubt, he thought, keep looking. 3 big water basins with drains. A flat table of wood now warped. Hanging from 100 hooks, metal bowls and dishes with long handles. Behind a panel above eye level, Tegger found something he recognized, tiny knobs joined by fine lines of dust. He began replacing the dust lines with strips of vala cloth. A light came on. 6 channels he'd laid, 1 light. What did the others do? There were more doors to the back. Tegger took up his torch and passed through. Storage here. Doors, drawers, and bins. The ghosts of old smells were pleasant enough. Plants. They didn't smell like food, but they probably were. Tegger searched out dried plant residues, but found nothing that even a grass giant would eat. They sat on those semicircular steps and ate? Maybe. Tegger went back into the lighted room. It seemed warmer, and he still didn't get it until he tried to lean on one of the flat surfaces. Red herders don't yell when hurt. Tegger hugged his burnt arm, teeth bared in pain. Then, after careful thought, he began to spit on flat surfaces. Twice his spit sizzled. The doors of 2 of the boxes were hot to the touch. He was in some kind of chemical plant. Maybe another hominid could understand this better than he. The peak of the city was a great squat tube with a wasp-waist constriction. A helical stair took him to the rim. Tegger looked about him like a king. What he'd missed before leapt at him now that he'd reached the tallest point in the city. Every roof was the same color. The flat tops of rectangular solids, the curved tops of tanks, were all a glittery gray. Some had symbols painted on the gray in narrow lines. The only exceptions were the houses along Stair Street, where flat places were soil and pools, and yes, the stairs were glittery gray. But the sides of things were of all colors. Industrial shapes were not so much decorated as labeled. There was script Tegger didn't recognize, square and curved and scrawly. There were simple pictures. The old city builders could fly. Why not label the tops of things, too? Unless this gray surface was... Flop, he almost had it. Work on it. Meanwhile, he was standing at the rim of a tremendous tube, 10 man-heights tall and about that wide. Tegger looked down inside, a much greater distance than 10 man-heights. The reek of ash and chemicals was faint, but he wasn't imagining it. Here was a chimney, big enough to burn whole villages. This alone might be reason enough to set a factory floating. The smoke from such a burning might hover for years before drifting away, but at least it would rise first. Irritated neighbors might be pacified. Then again, how would neighbors reach a floating industrial center to make their complaints? He'd been climbing stairs and exploring houses for a quarter of the day, but the cruisers hadn't moved. Vala Virgilin must have chosen that peak as a defensible position. Sentries shifted on the rock, watching the river, watching the shadow nest and its floating roof. Tegger dropped his poncho to expose the unmistakable color of his skin. At the rim of the tallest point of the city, he raised both arms and waved. "Warvia, by the power of our love, and Vala Virgilin, by the power of the cloth I stole, I've reached this place. Here I will accomplish something, somehow. Somehow." Had he been seen? He thought they were pointing at him. Well, then. The city rolled away below him. He was able to find the dock, to orient himself from that. The houses and stairs ran from just below him down to Rim Street, along both sides of a zigzag line. That line was nearly opposite the docks. Most of what he saw he still didn't understand. But cisterns. 16 huge cylindrical tanks were open to the sky, evenly spaced about the city. He had to guess that those tanks were intended to hold water. The houses and window dome at least would need water. But the cisterns were empty, every one of them, like the pools along Stair Street. All empty. After the fall of the cities, citizens would have nothing to carry them down. Some must have gone down the ramp. When the vampires moved in, that option closed. They were marooned. They would need water. There was the river. There must be pumps. Why else position a factory above a river? But the pumps had likely stopped working, and the rain hadn't started yet. But they'd drained the city's water. Why had they done that? Were they already crazy? Whisper was gone, and his own mind wasn't enough. He had to get the cruisers up here, somehow. He slept in the window dome that night, on one of the steps. It seemed safe, and he loved the view. At half-night, several hundred vampires streamed away from the shadow nest, up the home flow and into the mountains. As the last edge of sun disappeared, their numbers rose into the thousands. Vala's people reacted variously to that many vampires passing that closely. The gleaners simply missed it. They had to sleep at night. Vala rapidly realized that she couldn't use grass giant sentries at night. Anyone could see their courage, but anyone could smell their fear. Except Beej. How did they train a budding thurl? Was it something she could use, too? She sent the rest to bed and relied thenceforth on her own people and the ghouls. Whatever their frustrations, they were learning a great deal about vampires. The second night was ending, and now, in driving rain, beneath a black lid of cloud, the vampires straggled home. Their numbers were thinned a bit, Harpster said, and they had a few tens of prisoners. They had been more quarrelsome going out. The ghouls reported structures in the shadow nest. There were huts or storage shacks. Many had fallen down. Something mountainous stood in mid-river. The ghouls couldn't see the top of it. Their angle was too high. They could see no way up, save for the spiral ramp. There was a midden, a garbage dump off to port antispin of the shadow nest. It must have been growing for ages, a mountain of vampire and prisoner corpses, until even Vala could see it once it was pointed out. It was too close to the shadow nest to be of use to ghouls. There was no place beneath the floating factory that the vampires didn't go. It was full light now, and the procession of vampires had become a trickle. "When that stops, we're going back to the river," Vala said. "We need our sleep," Harpster said. "I know. You stay here." "We're ripe for bathing, and we need to learn. We'll sleep under the awning. Wake us at the river." Vala Virgilin rolled the cruiser along the riverbank. There was no way to hide anything so large, and she didn't try. Flashes of daylight came and went, and flurries of rain. The shadow nest loomed ahead, too near. None of her companions could see into the blackness below the ancient hulk, but when the shifting black clouds closed their own lid over the land, Vala could see motion around the shadow's edges. Some vampires, at least, were active. It was midday. Vala Virgilin kept a wary eye on the weather. If it got too dark, the vampires would be out and hunting. The tilted plate loomed across the sluggish brown water. It looked hard to reach. Vampires seemed safely distant. Vala stepped out onto the river mud. Two black heads surfaced well out into the water and swam toward them. It was best to introduce oneself repeatedly to aliens who might not see differences in individuals. "I am Vala Virgilin. Rubalabel, Fudgehablotl. The river is shallow here. Your cruiser might safely roll as far as the island. It would be more difficult to attack you. Warvia, Manak, Beej." Barok and Wast were tending the cannon. "We're not planning to stay. Rubla, there was activity around here last night." "The Red Companion you asked us to look for. We have seen him. We could not come near, but we saw him fight, and we saw him fly. Fudgehablotl says that he has a companion. I never saw one." Warvia burst out. "Companion? Where would Tegger find a companion? Was it a vampire?" "I saw no companion, no kind. Fudgehablotl's sight fails. Tegger talked to himself from time to time. He came to look at this tilted flying thing. 6 vampires jumped him. They did no courting. They simply attacked." Rubalabel sounded petulant, as if the vampires had broken a rule. Vala nodded. Worth knowing. Beyond that, the river folk had seen not much more than Warvia had seen from the cruisers. When the tale was told, Vala asked, "Are you safe here?" "We believe so. We learn, too. Do you know that prisoners live in the shadow nest?" "We saw prisoners brought through the pass," Warvia said. "Some roam free," Rubalabel said. "We did not come near those, but we watched. Never were more than 2 or 3 loose at once." "What species?"
2 big ones went to eat river grass, then back under the shadow. Grass giants, I think. Many vampires came to meet them. The vampires fought. Some ran away, and the rest fed upon the grass giants. The grass giants did not survive. But we saw farmers of the Spin Delta region pull up roots and boil and eat them, and return alive. Fudgehablotl spoke. The river folk chatted a bit, then Rubalabl translated in spurts. Fudgehablotl watched a red woman. She spent half a day hunting, but badly. She had no patience. She came back again and again to the shadow and her vampire. He would send her again. Late in the day, she caught a leaper-buck drinking, jumped it and broke its neck, pulled it back to the shadow. 3 vampires shooed the rest off. These 3 drank the beast's blood, then they rished with the red, then the red ate of the leaper-buck. She was very hungry. Vala tried not to see the hot rage and shame in Warvia's face. She asked Rubalabl, "Did you see any of my species?" More riverfolk chatter. Then, "1, a young woman, goes guarded by a vampire male. Valavirgillen, what success for you?" "We've seen Tegger waving at us. He's up there, alive and active. I still don't see how we can get ourselves up. I don't see how else we can do anything." "What did you expect?" Warvia half snarled. "The ghouls had a plan. The ramp they want doesn't go all the way down." Vala half expected angry comments from under the awning, but the night people held their peace. "It must have reached the ground once," Rubalabl said. "What else could it be for?" When the city worked, there had been flying cargo craft, but rolling craft must have been cheaper, and surely there were cargoes too heavy to float. "I expect the fall of the cities brought the vampires," Vala said. Beej asked, "How?" With her eyes on the misty outline of the shadow nest, Valavirgillen let her mind roam and her tongue follow. A center of industry could hardly permit vampires to nest in their basement, so somehow they kept the vampires out. But when the cities fell, it stopped working. Vampires look for shadows. They moved in. One night the vampires went up the ramp. They didn't get everyone, so by the next night the refugees had pulled up the ramp. Again Beej asked, "How?" Vala shrugged. Rubalabl's voice was like bubbles popping in mud. "Ask instead why. They built a tremendous hanging road for cargoes too big even for this great floating plate. Why would anyone build it to move, to lift? Such a vertical bridge would be difficult to build and easily damaged if it also had to lift. We understand weight and mass a little, I think." Rubalabl was right, and Vala was irritated. "I don't know the answer. How about a war between people who could fly and people who couldn't? You'd want to pull up the bridge, so to speak." Her crew looked at each other. Beej asked, "Do any of you have old records of such a war?" None spoke. "Rumors, then?" "Forget it," Vala snapped. Manak asked, "Why build the ramp to lift? Why not just lift the city a little?" Alien or not, he saw something in Vala's demeanor and added, "Never mind." The sky was black and pouring rain when Tegger walked into the shadow. He lit a torch when he could, but the light didn't travel far. It lit a featureless circle of the road down. He was walking into a roar like a rainstorm. He edged to the right side and found a rib-high curb, peered over and saw nothing. They must have seen him. They might not like the torch, but it certainly made him conspicuous. He was carrying 9 more. What would happen if he dropped one? Instead, he leaned far over the curb and hurled the torch onto the loop of road below him. He looked over to be sure it still burned, then walked a little farther down the ramp. He'd come somewhat more than a full turn. Now he could let his night vision develop. These odors reminded him of the nights he and the others had spent waiting to speak to the ghouls. The sounds were like the Thurls' tent at night. Domestic sounds, murmurs, sudden quarrels, all in an alien language, all above a sound like a waterfall. What he imagined below him must be worse than the reality. Tegger looked over. The bottom of the spiral ramp was high off the ground. Something inside him saw that as funny. He could see pale triangular faces looking up, and that was funny too. Tegger began to giggle. Deep into shadow, water fell in a vertical river, a waterfall of tremendous scope. All the rain falling on the city was pouring onto some huge dark mass, and thence into the home flow. He was at the edge of the city. The waterfall must be near or at the center, but the roar was loud even here. It was pouring into a vast, intricate structure, then into the home flow via lesser falls and streams. Tegger could see little but dark on dark, but here was a fountain of such size as nobody but an ancient city builder would even consider. The home flow ran around the fountain on both sides. Here it seemed to be confined in concrete. Where the concrete ended, near Tegger's perch, was rapids, water falling from the city, adding its momentum to the home flow itself, had cut a deep canyon. Only its walls showed in the blaze of daylight around the city's edge. And, of course, there were vampires everywhere. Most were asleep, cuddled in family groups. Wait now. That was a machine people, wasn't it? Hard to tell in the dark. A woman, despite the mustache. She had breasts, and no clothing. She was the center of a circle of vampires. It looked to Tegger like they were protecting her from other vampires, from thieves. 4 of adult size, 2 small enough to be children, and the infant in one woman's arms. Enough to guard her. Machine people had been taken during the attacks on the Thurl. Tegger continued to watch. The baby woke and attempted to suck. The woman half woke. She gave the baby to the Red Woman. Oh, flop, the Red was putting it to her neck. Tegger let himself slump against the curb in the dark. He hadn't eaten in some time, but old bird meat was trying to rise again. Why do vampires collect prisoners? How do vampires wean their babies? Tegger didn't want to know any more. Sometimes the trick is to set a problem aside. Tegger had almost reached the light above him when it all came together in his mind. Water, ramp, lights, vampires below, stranded city builders above. The cruisers. There was more to be learned, but Tegger knew what he had to do now. And afterward, ultimately, he'd have help. All over the floating industrial structure, lights were going on. Bolivia Gillen was hurting for lack of sleep. Soon she would seek her bed. But they were so beautiful. Her mind drifted. Food was running low in the heights. Grass was scarce. Prey was scarce and agile. The gleaners were finding enough to eat. The river folk had found fish, enough and to spare. Cruiser 1 had brought whole basketfuls back. Fish would feed anyone but the ghouls and grass giants. Machine people would need something more than fish, but not yet. A few vampires were hunting around the Shadow Nest's garbage dump. They must be hungry, Vala thought, but they were having some success. Warvia reported scavengers no Red had ever seen before. Perhaps ghouls killed competing scavengers where they could. Fudgehablotl had said they rolled corpses into the home flow. The vampires' numbers must have been smaller then. Now they stacked them away from the river. Scavengers came for the bodies, and starving vampires hunted them for their blood. The cruisers were once again parked back to back, with sentries on duty. Vampires had ignored them on the first night. They've had the whole day to watch us, as we watched them. In a day or two the stored grass would be gone. The giants would have to forage in the lowlands, in daylight only, with companions to guard them. The ghouls might find forage, too. Vampire prisoners must die during the trek home. Grieving Tube spoke. Power cannot be made to flow without certain unusual materials. Vala Virgilin didn't jump, didn't look around. I know. Unusual. Some wire must have survived the fall of the cities, or else come under the arch afterward. Where would a red herder find such? In my pack, I think, Vala Virgilin said. Ghouls know all secrets. A good thing for Teger. He would have died at the river. Yes. Into the silence, Vala Virgilin said, Louis Wu left me a stack of it. It has a long name, Superconductor Cloth. I traded it to the city-builder families of a floating city. They used it to repair their lights and water condensers. So, I was rich. I took Tarabliliast for my mate. I bore 3 children. I invested in a project to make what Louis Wu described. Plastic. Tarabliliast has never criticized me for wasting our money. Never but once, she remembered. After all, it was my wealth. He brought little to the mating. This plastic. Grieving Tube's pronunciation was the exact imitation of Vala Virgilin's. Does it have a name in our tongues? I think not. Louis described stuff that could be made from the nasty residue after one makes fuel, scentless, taking any shape. He showed me 1 or 2 plastic things. Otherwise, I was guessing. Tarbavala Labs has produced results. Answers. Nothing we can sell. Tarb and our parents are taking care of our children while I scramble for money to keep our concerns going. I thought a trading expedition would serve me. Persuading hominid creatures to make alcohol commands a bounty. Trade is wealth on top of that. How long have you been gone? Nearly 10 phalans. Too long? I don't know. I've mated. Tarb never bargained for that. Vala shook her head. I need sleep. I will watch. Chapter 13. Sawur's Law. Weavertown, A.D. 2892. Louis was alone when he woke, and hungry. He pulled on his zip suit and walked out through crackling brush. The village seemed empty. There was warmth in the ashes of last night's fire. He found the last of his roots and cut it open. It was almost like eggplant, not a bad breakfast. Noonday sun, of course, but it felt like noon, like he'd wasted half the day. He boarded his cargo stack and went up for a look around. There they were, instantly obvious, Comet Sawur leading a tail of children through the upstream arch. He caught them leaving the arch, left the cargo stack, and joined the tail. They walked along the river. Louis drew maps of the Ringworld for them, and spoke of its builders and its age and its fate, and tried to tell them which parts were guesswork. He drew the double superconducting toroids they'd found remounted on the City Builder spacecraft, Bussard ramjets taken from their mountings on the rim wall. He did not speak of what it had cost him to fuel the rest. Some of the boys had disappeared. Now they were back. They'd found hundreds of bird nests perched in forked trees. The entire horde ran off, and Louis and Sawur followed slowly. Sawur said, "I cannot work out your sleep pattern. I talked long last night with two whom you may never meet. People of the night? They're said to know all and to rule everything under the arch. The dead belong to them. Louis, we have guested visitors who speak to such folk, but why do you?" "I'll talk to anyone," Louis admitted. "Sawur, I enjoyed it. I may have learned a little. I think the child wanted to talk, and her father didn't move fast enough to stop her. Then Toonsmith gave away more than he knew, and now I almost know how their empire communicates over all that vast distance along the arch." Sawur's jaw sagged. Louis said hastily, "Not my secret to tell, Sawur, not even if I knew it. Even so, they don't know everything. They've got problems. I've got problems." "You do, yes," she said sharply. "You wouldn't wake this morning, but you were talking to your dreams. What torments you, Louis?" But they had nearly walked into an explosion of small nets. The children had crept around the grove, surrounded it. Now the nets were flying. In an hour they had caught an amazing number of pigeon-sized birds. Weavers seemed to have no interest in eggs, but Louis collected a dozen. They looked and felt like slick plastic, like free-fall drinking bulbs with no nipple. Worth a try. In mid-afternoon they were back in the village. While the children plucked the birds, Louis and Sawur went off alone. They sat on a flat rock and watched the older weavers building the fire. Sawur asked again, "What torments a teacher?" Louis laughed. "Teachers don't have torments, but how to explain to a weaver?" "I made a fool of myself, long ago. It must have taken the web-dweller 4 or 5 phalans just to realize how stupid I've been. Why Louis Wu wasn't talking to him. But we're talking now, and that's not the problem. Sawur, the web-dweller captured me and Chmee to be his servants. Very reprehensible, of course, but he has gifts to pay for such a theft. He has seeds to be chewed to make an old hominid young, or a Kazin." Sawur nibbled her lip. "Well, he can. Will he?" "For value received. And he has a device, an autodoc. It can heal serious wounds, scars, and missing limbs. Likely it can repair damage even Booster Spice won't touch." "Sawur, to rebuild a man requires extreme medical techniques. If he can build me young, I believe he can build me docile. Chmee and I both made poor slaves. The hindmost can make me a better servant, a perfect servant. Until the night before last, I had an excuse for keeping myself out of his machines. Now I don't." Sawur asked, "Have his machines had you before?" That was a good question. "He had me in frozen sleep for 2 years. He may have done some medical work on me. He could have done anything he wanted. But he didn't." "I don't think he did. I don't feel any different." Sawur was silent. Louis laughed suddenly, turned and hugged her. "Never mind. I cut his hyperdrive motor apart. He can't go back to the stars, and that's why he had to save the arch. If he made me a servant, he made me a bad one." Sawur stared, then laughed loud. "But, Louis, you trapped yourself, too." "I'd made a promise to Valavir Gillen of the Machine People. I said I'd save the Ringworld or die trying. Sawur was silent. He thought he had a wirehead. Louis heard the gap in translation. Wirehead had no equivalent in Sawur's tongue. He thought I would do anything he asked for electric current through the pleasure center of my brain, as a weaver might sell her freedom for, say, alcohol. He didn't know I could throw it off. He knows now. Sawur said, "So, what if he makes you young and docile? But what if you first determine that you will ignore his commands?" Sawur, "He can change my mind." Ah. Louis brooded for a time. Presently he said, "I'm clever and agile, and the web-dweller knows it. If he made me a better servant, I might become stupid or slow. I can tell myself he'd be a fool to alter me very much. It's hellishly tempting. I'm afraid I'll believe it, Sawur." "Would he keep a promise to you?" Another good question. Nessus, rejected by his species, Nessus, the mad puppeteer, had demanded that the hindmost mate with him, should he return from the Ringworld. The hindmost had agreed, and kept the covenant. But that was a bargain between equals. No, it wasn't. Nessus had been presumed mad for centuries. Throughout known space, puppeteers had kept their contracts with a variety of species. He'd forgotten Sawur. He jumped when she spoke. "You've given me my youth and snatched it away, if I believe your crazy dream. But I'll tell you this," she said with a whip in her voice. "The older I am, the more I would give to be young again. If you don't ever intend to deal with the web-dweller, that's one thing. If you do, then the last thing you want is to wait until you're old and sick." She was, he decided, dead right. That night they cooked their meat, and the sailors their fish, and Louis his eggs and a river weed he'd found edible, and went to sit beneath the cliff. Louis found himself looking for Toonsmith in the brush. There was no sign of the ghoul, but he would be listening. The floating industrial park had been lifeless when last Louis had seen it. Now the hindmost's web-eye window showed it blazing with lights. "You've got me," Louis said to the empty air. "I have to know how that happened." The view jumped. Chapter 14. Invasion. Pointed claws rested on her wrist. She whispered, "Grieving tube? Harpster. My mate wakes others. Valavir, you must see." It seemed she'd only just closed her eyes. Vala rolled out of her blanket. She didn't say this had best be important. Other species had their priorities. Traders had to learn them. Black night and rain. The shadow nest was a blurred constellation. Harpster had returned to the cruiser. Wast and Beej came out, then Barok. Barok asked, "What is it, boss?" "I can't see anything." Warvia came up beside them. "It's murky down there, Valavir." "I know." "The ramp." "Vala, you really can't see? It isn't just the ramp. The whole city has settled a little. Flup, Manak was right." The folk in Cruiser 2 spilled out all at once, gaping, chattering. They saw no more than Vala did. But Harpster was at Warvia's side, saying, "Not our imagination. The vampires are trying to jump to the ramp. It's still too high for them. They'll have it in not too many breaths." "It's Tegger!" Warvia screamed. "He did it!" "But they'll be pouring up the ramp." Vala wondered, is this real?
Nobody could see the change but Warvia and the ghouls, and even they wouldn't claim that the ramp was down. "Board!" Valavir Gillen bellowed. "Anyone not aboard gets left. Board your vehicles and arm yourselves. We're going up." Tegger lay on his belly, looking over the edge of the dock. He didn't see many vampires. It wasn't good hunting territory for them. Their only prey were the besotted prisoners under the shadow. A few starving rogues hunted out here, vampires desperate enough to try to trap animals for their blood. It was dark down there, and rain blurred the view, but the cruisers were unmistakable. They rolled slowly. Mud and sand sucked at their huge wheels. 4 vampires swarmed onto the first cruiser, quick as gleaners, and climbed toward the driving bench. Gleaners dropped from the turret, towels across their mouths, swords in hand. Parum stepped from aft, swinging some kind of mace. In a moment the invaders became imploring suitors. Another moment, and 2 were dead, the others in flight, and Parum's long mace caught one in mid-air. A shock traveled lightly up Tegger's spine. He had been waiting for that. He'd spent most of the day finding circuitry panels, opening them, testing what their circuits did. He'd learned to recognize the styles of panel that controlled lighting. Here was the panel that controlled the dockside lights. He'd already placed twists of Vala's cloth. He flicked 2 switches, and the dock lit up like daylight. With his eyes tightly closed, Tegger felt his way to Ramp Street and into the darkness. He paused for a bit to get his night vision back. Then he looked over. He'd felt the shock as the ramp touched bottom. Vampires were moving up the successive turns of the ramp. There weren't many. Perhaps their noses told them how little awaited them. One little lone red herder, and no other prey at all. Tegger set to the patient work of lighting a torch. When he had it flickering, he set it aside and looked down again. Roughly 30 young adults and adolescent children were climbing toward him in no great hurry. What were they thinking? Here's a road where no road was, but there's no scent of prey. Follow it, but best not be first. Light! Oh my, it hurts! They were piling up a level below him, their arms hiding their faces. Tegger wondered if the dockyard lights would hold them. The scent billowed into his face. Reflex said, "Do something." And Reflex called him down, but he couldn't. Couldn't! He whipped the torch around his head and hurled the fireball a level below. All the pale faces ducked away, and most of them were running back down the ramp. A few were trapped between the torch and the dockyard lights. Tegger fled. At the dock's edge he leaned over empty space and sucked great lungfuls of clean air. The cruisers were close now, 200 or 300 breaths away. Vampires were harrying them, more with every breath that passed. Warriors lined the running boards. Gleaners jabbed spears between the pillars of grass giant ankles, while grass giants fired crossbows at more distant targets. Tegger heard, very faintly above the whisper of the river, the duet the ghouls were playing from the cannon towers. No gunfire? Had Valavir Gillen ordered silence to delay alerting the nest? But the vampires' numbers were growing. The nest was waking to an invasion. The river flowed into darkness, and the cruisers followed. Darkness. It was black as sin below him. Vampires would see just fine. Ghouls on the driving benches might be able to shout directions, but the rest would be blind. There was something he could do. He'd need nerve, and his sword. Valavir Gillen drove with a hand for the tiller and another for her gun. Barok rode the bench with her, facing backward. She was breathing pepper leak through a towel. The Thurl had been right from the first. Herbs were more effective than fuel.
A white face popped up, and she fired two-handed, and had the tiller again before the cruiser could veer. Other guns began firing. Barok took her gun and handed her another, loaded. The noise drove the vampires back, and the cruisers rolled into darkness. The floating factory glowed above her like a constellation. She could see little below its edge, but she knew where the ramp was, and she aimed for that. How well would these reject vampires fight, now that only they could see? She was driving into a black stench like all the graveyards under the arch. Disgust should be a defense, but it wasn't. It wasn't. As always, the real enemy here was a growing urge to mate in the middle of a war. Harpster interrupted his eerie music to shout, "Boss! Left! Left, then hook around right, and onto the ramp. Boss, there are vampires on the ramp." Vala turned left into blackness. The cruisers were holding their own. The shadows they fought were children, maimed and halt, elderly, pregnant, all who hadn't departed in the stream of hunters. In the dead of night they were at their peak of alertness. Vala had considered waiting for dawn, but dawn would have brought the hunters back, however exhausted, in all their strength and numbers, and these she fought now would have had half the night to reach Tegger. Meteors fell ahead of her. Vampires, crouched waiting between Vala and the ramp, squeaked and rolled aside. Fireballs fell, torches, and some went out, but 6 still burned. Tegger's gift. She was on the ramp, and Cruiser 2 right behind her, and vampires coming from all sides. One popped up on the bench. Vala blasted it away and set the gun aside. The cannon roared. A wind of fire and pebbles swept the ramp clean ahead of her. Behind her, light suddenly blazed as if the sun had fallen from the arch. In the terrible glare, vampires hid their eyes and froze, sitting birds. Guns and crossbows banged and twanged all around her. The bench shook. Vala whirled around with vampire scent driving her crazy, and only her empty gun for defense. A distorted machine people face looked back at her. Forana Yidley, looking quite crazy, gripped the bench with all 4 limbs and her teeth. Vala kept driving. Round and round. A shadow in the light semaphored both arms. One hand brandished a sword. She drove into the light. Red Tegger, naked, why, stepped aside to let the cruiser past. She saw Warvia leap from the cruiser. The shock when she impacted Tegger sent his sword flying. Warvia's tunic flew after it. Vala hardly needed to hear the shouts of her companions. It was celebration time, Rishathra time. Someone must keep her wits long enough to guard them. Vala pulled up in the white light of the dock. She heard fighting. Vampire? No, she heard speech. Forana Yidley had found her father. They were screaming mortal insults at each other. Vala tried to judge if they would kill each other. There was a moment in which they paused for breath. Vala touched their shoulders, get their attention, back up fast, talk fast. Forn, no! Barok, really! It was my fault, our fault. Any of us could see what would happen. Can't we share the blame? Father and daughter looked at her, shocked. You should not have been together when vampires came. I should have parted you. I was wrong. Don't you understand? We all mated. We couldn't help it. Chit and Kay are pregnant. Barok, they still don't know about you and Fawn, do they? Barok mumbled, Don't think so. But we can't go home, Fawn wailed. Rish with someone, Vala said. Boss, don't you see? Now, silly girl. Parum looks distractible. Get it out of your blood so you can think. Go! Fawn suddenly laughed. What about you, boss? I've got to button this up. Barok, find Wast. But that was Wast's voice.
Wast had been found, and by more than one male. Or someone. Go! She pushed them in opposite directions, and they went. Next, the Reds seemed reconciled. That might even last. Tegger must know the power of the vampire scent by now.
The scent still fizzed through Vala's brain and blood, but she'd known it far stronger and resisted. Well, not resisted exactly.
A pale child stood before her, half her size, squinting, mutely beseeching. She stepped toward it. A crossbow bolt sprouted in its chest. It squalled and ran wobbling into shadow. Vala turned. It was Parum. She said, "I thought I'd use the gun, but it was too young to put out a scent." The grass giant accepted that. "We may have brought more than one rider. I haven't seen any but that child." "Check the tunnel." "I found 4 vampires dead by blade. Tegger's prey, I think." "That'll help." "One of them had all her teeth knocked out. And what did you say?" "That's right. Vampires don't like the stink of their own dead. They won't go past." "Then we made it. We're safe." "Good enough," Parum said, and folded her in his arms. The party was ending. Vala didn't want to notice. She was wrapped in sexual congress with Brimus. It should be safe. She'd be doing it anyway, but after what he'd been through this past half-night, she thought no male could still make a child. The sun was a blurred silver in the gray-white clouds. All 4 gleaners were asleep in a pile. The ghouls had dropped out early and crawled under an awning. The grass giants had begun exploring each other outside the Rishathra pattern, as she and Kay were, and Tegger and Warvia were talking, just talking. Brimus relaxed in her arms and was fast asleep. Vala disengaged herself, rolled Kay's tunic, and pushed it under his head. She strolled, limped, down the dock toward the Reds, alert for body language, but they didn't seem unwelcoming. She said, "Tell it, Tegger. How do you lower a floating factory?" Tegger grinned in pride, and so Vala believed did Warvia. He said, "It's a puzzle. You'll see the pieces all around you. There are swimming pools and cisterns, and every one of them was empty when I got here." Vala waited. "City builders were stranded here after the fall of the cities. I've seen their bones. We know vampires moved into the shadows. They must have come up the ramp. What would you have done?" "We talked about lifting the ramp somehow." Tegger nodded happily. "Every cistern empty. But the fall of the cities came long before Louis Wu boiled a sea. They had to have a water supply, but the vampires scared them more. So they let all that mass of water run out, and the city went up." "So you plugged all the cisterns?" "There were some big metal sheets at the dock. I used them for plugs, and waited for the rain to fill them up, and the city went down." "Yes." "Thank you for the light." Tegger laughed. "Hey, I thought you'd like that. I lit all my torches and dropped them over. Then I poured a canteen's worth of fuel down on the fire." "And now what?" Tegger said, "Now we're where we can do something, and now I've got 15 bright friends to work something out." Vala nodded. Tegger didn't have an answer, but he'd done miracles already. Chapter 15. Power. In the blaze of full day, Tegger led them up Stair Street to show them his discoveries. He found it frustrating. Warvia would dive into houses, jungles of ornamental plants, and half-filled swimming pools, then rush back with questions. Tegger couldn't follow her. He must keep to the pace of the rest.
Gleaners were even faster than she was, and they got into places no red would fit, then came sprinting back to chatter at the grass giants. "Here, these grasses ought to serve you," Tegger told Wast, while she was the only grass giant handy. She took the handful, smiled at him, and, chewing, followed Parallac and Silac into a collapsing house. "I haven't seen any plant-eaters," he told Coriac. "I looked for droppings. Nothing. Oh, we'll find something to eat. There are web-spinners, if nothing else. Did we bring any insect-eaters?" He was talking to Valavir Gillen now. "You'd think there must be animals to eat the plants, but I haven't been able to catch anything but birds, and I haven't seen any insects." Vala asked, "Carrion?" He guessed her meaning. "Old dry bones. The ghouls won't eat until we starve. But I did find these. Pomes. A whole line of pome trees. Here." Vala broke a pome apart and began to eat. They'd feed machine people, yes, for a while. "Tegger, what do these factories make?" "I found a warehouse full of cloth. Maybe they make that here. Vala, I haven't really looked yet." Vala was interested in the factories. With her pack full of Louis Wu's magic cloth, she might get some motors working. Even if she couldn't, if everything had deteriorated too far, she might still find wonders made before the fall of the cities, stacked in factories or warehouses, still waiting to be shipped. But Tegger himself must be starving. Her people had to be fed now, look for profit later, after she found some way down. The little party trickled up Stair Street to the bubble at its top and in. What Tegger found mysterious was clear enough to machine people. Barok smiled and led them up the giant stairs and into the back. "Banquet hall," he pronounced. "City builders are omnivores who cook. They like a lot of variety. Look at all this equipment." Tegger said, "It's all boxes and surfaces that get hot." "Yes, and a table for chopping stuff." Above Stair Street was only the chimney and its spiral stair. Warvia was on the rim of the chimney, kicking her heels in space, looking down on the floating factory city and the lands beyond. She seemed indecently happy. "I can see our river folk waving. Rubalabble! Hey, any of you, come up here and show them we made it. They'll think I'm just Tegger." Vala climbed the spiral stair to meet her, past a bronze web clinging to the stone. The women edged around the rim to leave room for those who followed. Coriac, Manak, Parum, Barok. Tegger stopped to study the web, then climbed to join them. There is something about being at the top of, well, anything, that puts one in command. Practically speaking, Vala could see nothing of what was most interesting. Vampires swarming in the shadow nest below and the regions nearby. But far into the mountains, sluggish pale streams flowed through the passes. Flowing along the home flow, they became individual dots, vampires returning in their thousands. The river and the snow-crested mountains glittered in patchy sunlight. Close in, two squat black man-shapes stood against the glitter. Vala and the others waved. Reassured, Rubalabble and Fudgehablottle sank beneath the water. But she could see all of the factory complex. Tegger had left lights burning everywhere. A broken line of green ran down Stair Street. Green showed nowhere else, none near the chimney. What would a web-spinner eat? The flat tops of warehouses and factories, the curved tops of tanks, were all a glittery gray. The only exceptions were the houses along Stair Street, where the flat places were soil and pools, and the stairs were glittery gray. Parum asked, "Valavir Gillen, see those gray roofs?" "Well?" "I wondered why the lights still work. Everything that's flat onto the sun is that same glittery gray. That stuff must be storing sunlight.
Tegger said, "Yes." Parum smiled. "Bothered you?" "Yes, but it's obvious once you— Let's see, they can't have been getting much light through these clouds, but none of the power was used before I got here. Hundreds of Phalans. That means— Could run out. We'd better turn the lights off in the daytime." The hauler plate was that color before I tore the cab loose. That's why it could still lift. So lightning is sunlight. Turn them off? Parum, what are we saving power for? "I don't know," the grass giant said, "but I don't like waste. Leave the lights on around the dock, though, where the vampires come up. That's my thought." Tegger shrugged. Suddenly he looked exhausted. Warvia led him away, murmuring in his ear. The rest of the party weren't finding anything noteworthy. Presently, like tourists on holiday, they trickled back to the cruisers. Most of them were ready to fall over. Gleaners had to sleep at night. All four looked alert enough now at midday, the only members of the foray team who did. Vala set Manak and Koryak on guard. Then she crawled under an awning. Fawn was there, fast asleep, not just from exhaustion, poor girl, but loss of blood, too. She looked peaceful, though. Vala dipped a towel in fuel and washed the angry-looking wounds on Fawn's neck. Then she spread a blanket and lay down. When Beej came in, she only closed her eyes against the light. Beej spread a double armful of fresh-cut grass in what space was left and curled himself into it. He murmured, "Clever what Red Tegger did." "Yub," said Vala. "Maybe we can go further with that." "Hmm?" "Boss, we can collect more water. Bash holes in the roofs of all those factories, storage tanks, whatever. Anything that isn't a roof, seal it so water doesn't run out. Spread cloth for funnels. Let it rain. A sea of water. This factory thing would sink even farther, wouldn't it? Crush the vampires." Could he be right? Vala was too tired to think. "No." Who speaks?
"Forana Yidli. It isn't flat under here, Beej. There's a structure as big as administration in Center City."
"Oh, Flup, that's right. You were living down there. What kind of thing is it, Fawn? Like a statue or a building? Something we could crush?" Fawn began to answer. Vala crept out into daylight, pulling her blanket along, and into the darkness of the payload shell. She spread her blanket, and a voice said, "Vala Virgillen, this is a good time to look into the shadow nest." Harpster. "I don't smell you." "We explored before we slept. There's a row of houses, you saw? And pools. Delightful. And grass to roll ourselves dry." "Appreciate it. Harpster, this is a good time to sleep." "Night people sleep too, boss. In daylight. I'd rather sleep." One sharp claw pricked her side for emphasis. "So do vampires. They'll be torpid. We can just push them off the ramp. What I'm really after is the light conditions. Shall I take some gleaners and go down?" Vala tried to think. "I put 2 on guard. Take Silak and Parallac. Take Kawabrimus, because he'd had some sleep, and they'd want a variety of viewpoints. Ask Beej. The Thurl's heir would volunteer for anything." Flop. Vala sat up and reached for a gun and alcohol flamer. "And me." They were 8. 2 machine people, Beej, 2 gleaners, Warvia, and the ghouls. The ghouls moved ahead of the circle of torchlight cast by Vala's throttled-back flamer. The rest followed, masked and half-blind. Vala was looking at 4 vampire dead. She should have been watching where she stepped. She stumbled on a handful of vampire teeth, pointed like a red's teeth. Sure enough, the one woman was toothless, just as Parum had described her, and not just hacked. Vala shuddered. Grieving Tube bounded out of sight. Vala drew breath to shout, and Harpster was gone too. Vala ran instead, flamer held high, and found the ghouls standing over a male vampire still twitching. They moved on. Rich and corrupt scents were working their way through the pepper leak she breathed, but her sight was coming back. The party halted 3 loops down, 2.5 loops above the vampire-infested floor. A broken circle of daylight lit the shadow nest bright enough to hurt. There was dark soil on either side of the home flow, patches each the size of a lord's farm. That was off to Port and Antispin, where the river entered the shadow. Huge mushrooms grew in those plots, and vampires lived under them. Shadow farms. 100 varieties of fungus might have grown here before the vampires moved in. The monster mushrooms must have been too big to trample. Directly below was paving similar to the stuff the machine people used for roads. "You see, there's quite a lot of light," Grieving Tube said cheerfully. "I wanted to wait for a wind," Harpster complained. A wind, yes. Vala felt madness bubbling in her blood. The rich smell of pepper leek had become no more than a spice for the rutting scent. Wind would have blown that away. There must be tens of thousands of them down there, she thought, and they were starting to look up. Warvia was breathing through her mouth in great gasps. Warvia knew her will could be broken. Kay was edging away from Vala. No distractions needed now. The others looked all right. Try to concentrate. That center structure. The fountain was many things. There were windows in the side that faced the ramp, and small balconies without railings, and outside stairways, probably offices rather than domiciles. Partway around, a flat space faced rising concentric arcs, something like the steps in the feeding dome. Seats. That had to be a stage. Piles of rotting stuff at the corners might have been a curtain. Collapsing flat structures must be props. A flimsy wall, fallen, showed a honeycomb of backstage structure. Vala Virgillen wondered if others would recognize it for what it was. Water poured from above, a waterfall surrounded by shadowy giants, and wound through and around every part of the structure. Standing statues of city-builder folk poured water from great bowls. Water flowed down the back of the stage, a permanent backdrop. Thus watered, vividly hued mushrooms still grew behind the office structures. It all flowed down through a maze of pipes and channels to meet the home flow. Forn was right. That mountain of masonry was as big as a civic center. It wouldn't support the mass of a floating factory, maybe, but it would stand against any mass of water this group could collect. All right. We can't lower the factory on them," Parallax said. "What if we move it sideways? Something's holding it here. What if we could set it loose? Let it slide away with the vampires all running after it? Wouldn't they make great targets?" Grieving Tube said, "She's at least partly right. Something holds it here. She went off into her own language, and so did Harpster. Vala turned back. Even the ghouls might not be able to set a floating city adrift. Harpster dropped back into the tongue. "Like at the bottom of a bowl, a low spot in the realm of magnetic power. We could tow the floater out of it if we had enough power, but with 2 steam cruisers? Flup, I wish you people had never heard of Louis Wu." Statuary, lines of windows, a stage, a sculpted flow of water. What's missing? Vala asked herself. Grieving Tube heard. "Boss?" Vala said, "Tell me what you see." The ghoul woman obliged. "Offices, public affairs, I bet. They put it all down here so they wouldn't have to invite political entities topside. The stage is for speeches and conferences, but it's a stage, too. This was a social center." Harpster said, "I'd like to see around the other side." "What do you think you'd find?" Vala asked. "I think a podium.
This one's for plays. It's not really right for speeches, or music, for that matter. I bet somebody got an award for the way he worked the fountain into it all. Think how beautiful it would be if we could clear the vampires out." "Got it!" Vala shouted. "Lights!" The ghoul's eyes glowed at her. "Lights! Plays, music, speeches, bureaus of this and that, award-winning sculpture." Vampire song rose high at the sound of Vala Virgilin's shout, but her warriors were listening too. "Nobody but a ghoul would expect all that to be played in the dark. Warvia, Tegger must know where the lights are." Warvia was fully awake now. "He'd have turned them on." Flop. "Boss, the switches might be down here." Flop, that'd be nasty. Harpster said, "I see it." He was pointing up. "Warvia, that group of statues right at the top? City builder warriors, 3 man-heights tall. They're all carrying spears." Vala could see vague hominid shapes up there, but nothing more. The ring of daylight didn't reach that high. "It's just one great black spot to me," Warvia said. "They're there," Grieving Tube said. "That top one. Bigger than the rest. Spear as thick as my leg, and it doesn't have a point. It just goes right up into the roof. It's a pipe for the power. Sorry, boss." Flop. "Not water pipes?" "Of course not. They've got infinite water." "All right. But we'll search topside first, because it's easier. Get Tegger to show us what he found. Then look where he didn't." Warvia refused to let them wake Tegger. "Boss, he showed you everything he knows." Harpster and Grieving Tube dropped out early. Nobody could expect ghouls to guess where an alien hominid would put light switches. The rest of the warriors spread through the city. Vala Virgilin cut a sheet of Louis's cloth, once a priceless secret, into strips and gave them away like confetti. They played with the boxes and switches Tegger had showed them, and presently had the city blazing to rival the cloudy daylight. Thin strips of glittery gray ran from the glittery gray rooftop patches down the sides of buildings. Several of the party followed those lines to where they converged. When Twook brought Vala Virgilin to see, she found a hole near the city's center that was as wide as a ghoul's leg. She stirred traces of dust she found inside and sniffed her finger. She couldn't be sure that it was ruined superconductor, but Vala didn't doubt what they'd found. She hated what had to come next, but there was no help for it. The channel could be 2 tens of man-heights high. Vala cut all of her remaining sheets of Louis Wu's cloth into strips, knotted them together, tied the resulting rope to a chunk of wall, and lowered it into the hole until it went slack. What was it touching down there at the bottom of a statue's spear haft? It might be an unbroken line of power. She'd done what she could. Now she used torn branches to move the top end of her line to where all the channels of silver gray joined. That patch was flat. There was nothing to tie her line to, but she could weight it with a block of rubble only 3 grass giants could lift. The clouds darkened and presently sent forth a steady rain. The explorers bore what they could of that, then came trickling back to the dock area. Each looked into Ramp Street. The grass giants were the last to give up. The others told them what they'd found, but the grass giants had to look too. The shadow nest remained in shadow. Chapter 16. Web of Spies. A shadow crossed the light, falling on his closed eyelids. Tegger was just close enough to waking to enjoy the warmth, the relaxation, the sense of Warvia's back against his chest and belly, the smell of her hair. If he let himself wake further, he'd be thinking of hunger. Hunger. How was he to feed Warvia? The carrion birds had fled from noise and alcohol fumes and heroes. There were vampires. He shied from a sick memory. But what was here for carnivore reds? Drive the vampires away. Descend. Hunt.
In daylight, all shadows were vertical. Night must have fallen, and these must be dockyard lights. Who would be moving past at night? Tegger opened his eyes. Two furry backs moved in and out of the light, moved away down Rim Street. Tegger slid away from Warvia. He found a blanket and covered her. Harpster and Grieving Tube were turning into Stair Street. Tegger followed, stalking. Ghouls were a secretive bunch. They had the right to their secrets, but Reds were stalkers. The night people moved in a glare of artificial light. The rest of Vala's crew had found switches Tegger missed. Night was their element, but tonight it was the ghouls who were half-blind. Would it bother them? Ghouls must depend a good deal on scent. The houses along Stair Street were staggered. There was plenty of cover. Tegger hid behind solid masses, trees and walls, staying well back. Where were the ghouls? Coming out of a shattered window, softly complaining in their own speech. Tegger had found a whole family of skeletons in that house. Were the ghouls sniffing out carrion? They'd find nothing but bones. At the top of Stair Street, they moved into the bubble-shaped banquet hall. Nothing for them there either, Tegger remembered. He waited in an empty pool, his eyes just above the rim. They came out and continued up into shadow. The city's apex, the chimney, was still dark. Would they climb it to view their domain? But as Tegger eeled up crooked Stair Street, he did not see shadows rising against the sky. He grew more cautious still. The sound he heard then was loud. Metal was being tormented. He climbed a ladder and peered over the top of a chemical storage tank, his shadow lost in a maze of pipes. The ghouls were at the base of the chimney. It was still too dark to see what they were doing. He heard brick being cut in rhythmic fashion, cut by a saw. He dropped from the ladder and began weaving closer. It wasn't food they were seeking. What, then? He edged from behind a radiator wall, and Grieving Tube took him by the wrist. He most carefully didn't reach for his sword. He whispered, "It's Tegger." Grieving Tube called, "It's Tegger." She grinned into his face and said, "You slept through some of this. Valavir Gillen is sure there must be lamps focused on the structure below us. Only need to be turned on. We think so too, but switches are down there." "What, in the fountain?"
"Fountain, stage, mid-stage, command offices, speaking platform. They would want to command the light themselves. Valavir Gillen has restored the cable that carries the sun power."
"They'd want some way of getting down there, too," Harpster said. He had come up quite silently. Ghouls could teach red herders how to stalk prey. "I thought we might find a stairway. Something for people, for visitors. The ramp isn't it." "The ramp is for vehicles. People would feel menaced," Grieving Tube said. "So we looked for a stairway along the chimney, because we already know it goes pretty far down, but Grieving Tube has a better idea." Tegger said, "That chimney goes down to a furnace." "It goes to furnaces all over the city. Channels off to all sides, down inside. We looked." Harpster grinned with great square teeth. "Coming? Or would you prefer to stalk us?" Tegger said, "There's not much entertainment up here, and not much distraction to a hungry Red." Harpster said, "You solved that one. You ate." "Come then," Grieving Tube said hastily. "We will divert you." She walked down step toward the dining place, away from the chimney. Her hand was on Tegger's wrist, her grip unbreakably strong. "I know what I ate," Tegger said. "Yes, but who would you tell? Your mate?" "Yes." Grieving Tube stopped in the door. "Truly?" "Of course I must tell Warvia." Harpster said, 4 vampires on the ramp. You killed 3. The remaining woman, you knocked out all her teeth and rished with her.
then hacked off a segment of muscle meat. It seems clear you must have eaten it. Tegger said, I could see the cruisers below me, running into shadow. I had to get into the ramp to give the drivers light. The smell maddened me, and my hunger maddened me, and I did mad things. But I still dropped the torches and the fuel. In the end, it was Harpster who turned away. A table or two fell over as they climbed the giant steps. The ghouls weren't dexterous here. After the boss said that about lights, Grieving Tube said, I got to thinking what else they'd want down there. I thought, food. Harpster pushed through and waited for the others to follow him. The big room was stifling hot. Don't touch anything, Tegger said. I should have turned those off. If you can remember which ones aren't lights, Grieving Tube said. Tegger nodded. He began plucking Vala cloth twists from between pairs of knobs, snatching them free in a jolt and sparkle of sun power. People working down below us, in offices, Harpster said. People sitting in arcs around a stage. People just watching water fall. Would they get hungry? Omnivores get hungry a lot. Maybe not just omnivores. Other hominids, too, said Grieving Tube. Diplomatic relations, it may be. It seems the long way around, Tegger said. Catch food down there on the surface, raise it, grow it, ship it in from farms. What then? Char it, cut it up, mix it with flavorings? Fine. But why carry it up here just to send it back down? Grieving Tube sighed. The Reds got a point. Yes, and we didn't find anything. But the lighting is floppy awful in here, Harpster said. See what you can see, Tegger. He opened another door. It was the storage chamber Tegger had explored earlier. Lights glowed in the ceiling. Tegger had found doors and drawers at every level, doors an arm-length high and smaller, but he hadn't left them open like this. Vala's whole caravan must have been through here. Storage areas behind the doors, and not much in the storage areas. Dried plants, various kinds, some covered with fungus. Harpster said, Gleaners and grass giants found some dried roots here, not much else. But these lights are blinding, and if we turn them off it's like being buried. Harpster, can't you see in the dark? Night people can see at night, by archlight. Even in a rainstorm, it's not black. None of these cupboard doors was even big enough for a gleaner. Did you find any more doors? Nothing man-sized. A cheery voice called, What about hanging people? Tegger jumped. That was Warvia. She was looking down at him from above a wall of boxes. Warvia, where have you been? He cried. She laughed, flattered. Behind you as you left the dock. When your prey stopped, I bathed in a pool so I could get closer still. Harpster said, Prudent. Our sense of smell is better than you might guess. So, shall we invite you into our puzzle? She jumped down. On her back was one of Valavir Gillen's alcohol flamers. I heard most of it, and solved some of it. Come and look? We follow. Warvia led them back into the heat. You know, she said, the raw foodstuffs probably come up from the docks, up the alleys. Whatever they do to it here, there's probably some chemistry involved, things none of us would do to food. But it's food going down that has to be in small clumps. Grieving Tube asked, Truly? Why? Warvia moved among the tables and hot surfaces and doors. You're watching a play, or you're playing dominance games for high stakes, water and grazing rights, or your thurl is speaking your tribe's future. Down comes your dinner, but it's half a weebler. It's burnt black on the outside and seared dry on the inside, just the way you like it, and there's enough to feed 20 people, but there's 26 of you. What now? She's worked this out after she had the answer, Tegger thought. She was enjoying herself greatly. You fight for your share, or you try to cut it evenly, but maybe 6 of you are all trying too. You forget the play or the shouting match or the speech. The actors grow enraged, or the thirl, but if individual portions come down, nobody needs to fight, Warvia said. Here was a little door set into a wall, a thick door with a window in it, showing 2 shelves in a box. Warvia opened the door and put her hand in. Tegger shouted, "Hot!" "I touched the door first, love." She pushed against the back of the box, and the box wiggled. "Watch this." She closed the door and flipped a switch down. The box dropped away, leaving an empty space behind. "The door won't open now," she said, and showed them. Harpster asked, "How far down does it go?" "It should go to where food's wanted." "What you were saying, I never could see why people had to go down with the food. So I touched every door and opened doors that weren't hot, and this was what was loose. Then I had to find some place to put a strip of Vala cloth." Harpster flipped the switch to its middle position, then up. "That box wouldn't hold a man." "It'll hold me if we take the shelves out." It would hold Tegger as easily. Tegger didn't bother offering. Warvia's puzzle, Warvia's choice. Red herders are territorial. The shelves came up and out easily. Maybe the old city builders did sometimes send down a whole burnt Weebler or whatever. Warvia tried to crawl into the resulting space and couldn't. The night people lifted her bodily into place. On her side, her legs and arms sprawled past the door. On her back, on her face, but her legs wouldn't fold that far. Tegger thought of tearing the top off the box to see if there was room above it. What he finally said was, "Even major surgery won't get you in there with weapons, too." "I'd go naked." "You don't fit," Grieving Tube said. "This is a box for a gleaner. Try all you like, Warvia. We are not hurried. Harpster, my love, our part here is over. Gleaners don't wake until full day." The night people chatted as they walked back to the docks. Harpster said, "We should send something down ahead of our emissary. A bottle of fuel, balanced to spill over, in case there are vampires between him and the fuse box. A quick fireball. Poomph." Tegger didn't feel like talking, and Warvia spoke not at all. They crawled under their awning and watched Grieving Tube and Harpster slink away. Then Warvia took Tegger's hand and slid out the other side of the awning. They ran softly to where the docks narrowed to become Rim Street. "We explored while you slept," Warvia whispered. "Follow me." Tegger said, "I have to tell you about something." "On the ramp? I heard. You went mad, I went mad. We're still mates. But, love, I do not see how we can go home." Tegger sighed, relieved that such a nightmare could be solved so easily. "Where, then?" "I have half a notion. Come." They ran a zigzag path through a system of alleys, climbed through and along pipes to reach a higher level, working their way up. Warvia led the way over the banquet hall and down, and farther up, and behind the chimney, and around, on their bellies now, toward a sound of metal being tortured. The noise stopped. Warvia gestured him back. She stood and stepped forth. "Very good. Now how will you get it down?" Harpster and Grieving Tube finished lowering the great ceramic slab onto its back. They had cut it no more than a thumb-length thick. It must be quite fragile, Warvia assumed. The front of it was a bronze web of intricate geometric form. Harpster said, "We do love our secrets. Still, this slab isn't going down unless in a cruiser. We'll have to tell the boss. So, how much do you know?" "I saw you cutting it. Looked it over after you led Tegger away. What is it? Why do you want it?" Harpster said, We think it's an eye and an ear, and maybe other senses, too. We think it belongs to Louis Wu and his off-arch companions. We think they were the ones who recentered the sun, Grieving Tube said. That would make them immensely powerful. We could tell them how to use that power if we could communicate with them. But Louis Wu popped into some kind of flying tube. Later our sources saw that tube, or another such, hovering near the shadow nest. Night people elsewhere report more such webs. It must be for spying. Warvia asked, "You'll try to talk to it?" "We'll try that. If nothing answers, then we'll take it to where it can see what we want seen." "Tegger and I can't go home," Warvia said carefully. "If we had night people to speak for us as heroes, we might find entry into another tribe of red herders. With that in mind, where do you intend to travel?" Harpster began to bark laughter. Grieving Tube snapped at him. "Fool! They need not come all the way. Warvia, No, tell me this instead. How much shock can you stand?" Warvia beckoned. Tegger came into view. No point in hiding now, he was laughing too hard. He said, "If you think you can still shock us, go ahead and try." Harpster began to talk. Chapter 17. The War Against the Dark. Tremendous tilted faces looked out of the rock. 2 red herders and 2 even larger night people spoke secrets none could hear. For an audience, Louis Wu was the only one laughing. Louis tore his gaze free of the hindmost's show. For the locals it must seem that they were watching gods decide their fate. The sailing people had run. He saw no trace of Toonsmith or Kazarp. Weavers were all about him, but most of them were asleep. Torpid weaver children were trying to keep their eyes open. Tomorrow they'd know they had dreamed. Louis Wu was alone before these tremendous faces. He said in interspeak, for the hindmost's benefit, "Those ghouls came a long way to steal a web-eye. They really must want to talk to you." The view changed. For the blink of an eye it became an infrared map of the village pool. Black water, faintly glowing weavers asleep on low tables, the brighter glow of Louis Wu's naked skin, and a lacework glow behind him, and another alongside the council house. Kazarp and Toonsmith hidden in tall grass. The ghouls are watching, too. Will they recognize themselves? Huge faces dimmed. The web-eye and its brick backing were being set down in darkness. Now the cliff was only dark rock. The sun was no more than a sliver of light, palely glowing through cloud, when Valavir Gillen rolled out to see what the commotion was about. It was about Reds and ghouls guiding 4 grass giants who were carrying a slab of cut brick down Stair Street. A slab of brick with a bronze web splayed across it. Heavy, from the way they moved, they eased it up to Cruiser 2, and set one edge on the running board and rested. The ghouls began to talk. The Reds wanted to interrupt, but got little chance. When all conversation was done, the web and its backing rested on the floor of the payload shell in Cruiser 2. Sleepy gleaners had come out to join the excitement. Sleepy ghouls were crawling under an awning, and the way down seemed almost clear.
Somewhere behind black clouds, Valavir Gillen thought, shadow must be sliding away to reveal the sun.
The only light that reached through the storm was a frenzied dance of lightning. 4 gleaners and Valavir Gillen marched through the rain to the top of Stair Street. They entered the bubble, followed by every hominid save the ghouls, and climbed the giant steps into that amazing kitchen. Silak fitted himself into the moving box. Only the other gleaners knew how he had been chosen over the rest. The flamer fitted easily into his arms. "Fire it at a wall, or a vampire, or anything," Manak told him. He was jittery, and he held a machine people handgun. It took both hands. I'm coming down right after you with nothing but this, and when I get down I want light. I want to see what comes at us. Your first move when the door opens, give me light." They closed the door on Silak and flipped the switch down. There was light enough to watch the line vibrating. Noise enough, too. The motor noise stopped. They waited. Manak tried to move the switch. It didn't respond to easy pressure. Vala restrained him from using more force. The switch clicked up by itself, and the line began to vibrate. They waited while the box rose into view. Silak rolled out and sucked air for a great shout. "Light!" he bellowed. Parallax threw herself at him and hugged him tight. He talked over her shoulder. "Manak, I'm sorry, but the panel was right there, and I thought I might want to leave fast when I turned the switches on, and flup was I right. I turned on all the lights at once, and the—" Parallax cried, "They're on?" "Yes," said Silak, and his audience ran away. Vala Virgilin was gasping and staggering as she reached Ramp Street. The Gleaners and Reds were far ahead of her and the other machine people. The grass giants were pounding along behind them. Ramp Street's lights burned through the rain. They swarmed down the ramp. There was light below, too, and a traffic jam out of nightmare. Light blazed pitilessly on the great central structure, on stage and windows and running water, and all the space around it. The shadow nest was brighter than the murky daylight. Vampires caught in the light were trying to get out. Vampires returning from their hunt were trying to get in. Silak was shouting, "As soon as the lights came on, the vampires ran every way there was. 2 or 3 tens of them decided the offices were a cave. There's a big space in there that overlooks the stage on one side and the speaking platform on the other. Harpster was right about that. And connects to the offices, too. Vampires were coming at me from 3 directions. Manak, I propped the door open to the moving box when I got out. Time I got down, I knew I didn't want it leaving without me." "You greedy flup sculptor, you. I know, Manak. You took all the glory. I was very, very glad I still had the box. They came in, I flamed them. I went up." Murderous fights were developing between vampires who wanted in and those who wanted out. 3 turns above, grass giants were starting to cheer them on. In a moment they'd be taking bets. Vala Virgilin announced, "Listen up. I'm thinking this is the best time to get out. Most of the vampires are still out hunting, and most of what we've got are blind and confused. If we wait as much as a 10th day, the hunters will be home and we'll have to wait for night. I'm hungrier than that, so we go now. If I'm crazy, point it out." They looked at her in a silence broken only by the shrieking of 10,000 vampires. "Now!" she bellowed, and her people began to run. Louis could see 3 sailing people peering over the council house roof. They showed courage, but they weren't seeing any more than Louis was. The window in the cliff had become no more than dark rock. The hindmost's spy device lay in darkness in the payload shell of a 6-wheeled wagon.
The hindmost said in interspeak, "I still can hear them, Louis, and smell them."
The dark cliff became a dark window. A Pearson's puppeteer danced, and uncountable others wove a pattern behind him, a dark forest of one-eyed snakes. Louis was amused. Dancing in the dark? The hindmost twirled. A test of agility. Darkness was common enough long, long ago. Not impossible that the dark might come to any of us. So they tested each other for mating privileges, like the fertility board on Earth. The hindmost was honing his skills, but he'd said, "You can hear whom?" "I can hear Vala Virgilin's company. With the door in the payload bay closed, I can still resolve voices. They are organizing to defend the wagons. Now the wagons are in motion, with vampires all about. Would you hear?" "In a minute. I wonder what our ghoulish observers make of your dancing." "The small one shifts position constantly. The larger remains still. Would you capture him? No. Touch your translator to the core of the web-eye. I will transmit. Louis waded through shallow water to the cliff. It remained a fuzzy-edged doorway to Pearson's puppeteers dancing in dusk. A black dot like a lumpy heart floated unsupported at nose level, and Louis pushed his translator against that. He heard voices, human shading into animal, bass to tenor and higher, agony and rage and urgency. Once a cry of surprise and pain, more yelling, then a solid thud as a body fell on the web-eye itself. Once he made out Vala Virgilin's voice bellowing orders as she never had in his presence. Otherwise it was all a confusion of screaming. The vampire shrieking dwindled over several minutes. Then, jarring as hell, came a cool, musically persuasive voice that sounded not quite like speech. That stopped suddenly, followed by eerie quiet. Vala turned them downstream because the upstream direction seethed with vampires returning from the hunt. She kept them moving for a 10th day after they were clear. Slick black heads popped into view on the river. The river people were keeping pace. Cruiser 1 was still rolling when Beej swung the payload bay doors open and rolled inside. Vala waited. Something heavy rolled out. Parum. They'd been all over him, tearing him to ribbons, while friends hacked at them from above and below. A vampire had slashed Prologue, too. Vala waited. Beej climbed up beside her. "Dead," he said. "Prologue doesn't look bad. I washed the scratches with fuel. Does that really do anything?" Vala nodded, wondering if Grieving Tube and Harpster would be offended, would understand why Parum's body was better left for strangers than for his night people friends. She said none of that to the Thurl's heir. It was all his own decision. A meadow stretched away from the river. It looked like good hunting. Vala Virgilin kept them in a clump, all the several species, and made them wear towel masks. There were vampires about. Vala had taken stacks of cloth from the dock warehouses. She gave Rubalabel and Fudgehablotl a long sheet of gauzy stuff for netting fish. They were hugely successful, and now there was fish for any who could eat it. The grass giants had found some acceptable river grass. There was prey about. Reds and Gleaners didn't need to wait for fire. The machine people had a firepot starting to boil, and roots and meat in it. Her crew was being fed. Vala Virgilin looked her people over while she waited. Tegger looked much better with food in him. Forn and Barok were cooking dinner together. If they shied from body contact, it was hard to tell. Grieving Tube and Harpster were kneeling 20 man-lengths away, and a good thing, because they were eating. The ghouls had found a hominid of the farming folk, perhaps a vampire's captive, fallen on the trek to the Shadow Nest. They'd stopped short of actually dragging the carrion into camp. Vampires still dotted the passes. The excitement around the Shadow Nest drew them. Eventually, Vala knew, she would have to get past that. Gradually, perhaps only from hunger, Vala's mood darkened. An antic whim set her walking toward the ghouls. Grieving Tube saw her coming. She came over to stand not too close. "You haven't eaten yet," she said. "Soon." "Your mood will improve. We've escaped, Vala Virgilin. We're free, with a tale to tell that no hominid can match." "Grieving Tube, what have we accomplished here?" "I don't grasp your point." "We came. We found our way up. We used up most of Louis Wu's magic cloth. We found our way down. We killed some vampires and drove the rest out into the rain. We've lost one cruiser, and Parum, and what else can I brag about?" "We rescued Forana Yeedley. You loaded 10 man-weights of wonderfully preserved ancient cloth into your cruiser." Vala shrugged. Indeed, she'd reap a profit from what she'd collected from the docks, and not just the cloth. And Forn, yes. The ghoul woman dropped a stripped rib and walked closer.
Boss, we've ended the vampire infestation.
Oh, grieving tube. We drove them out. Now they'll spread to every land around us. The vampire infestation is going to get worse.
There'll be far fewer in a generation, the ghoul woman said placidly. In 40 to 50 phalans. Brag now. Await vindication.
I don't see why.
Valavir Gillen, you've felt the pull of the vampire musk. No hominid can stand against it, not even a red herder. Does it not strike you that they also secrete that scent to lure a mate?
What?
Vampires secrete their musk when prey is about. When food is to be had, that is a time to breed. When they've found a cave for refuge, that too is a time to breed, and a cave concentrates the musk. It was their mating scent when their ancestors were like ours, and it is their mating scent now. But we've taken away their refuge and driven them into the rain, the same rain that hasn't stopped since Louis Wu boiled a sea, boss. The rain is washing off their mating scent.
Valavir Gillen thought it over until she believed it. Then she stood up and whooped.
They'll stop breeding!
Day was near its end. Before night, the cruisers must be where vampires couldn't reach them. Come morning, she would siphon the fuel from Cruiser 2 to move Cruiser 1 home. She said, "And you've got the bronze web."
Somewhere beneath the arch, Louis Wu can look and hear through that pattern. There is something we must show the wizard, if the wizard still lives and cares to look, if the web is still a window.
"You'll have to find your fuel somewhere else," she told Grieving Tube. The woman nodded placidly.
"We'll make our needs known. Night people will set fuel dumps all the way to the rim wall. I suppose Tegger and Warvia told you. They'll travel with us."
"Not a bad notion. There are Reds everywhere. They'll find a home."
"Yes."
"How do you propose to buy a trading cruiser?"
She blinked. "Ah, the legendary greed of the machine people. Valavir Gillen, we need Cruiser 2 to end a threat that endangers all who live beneath the arch. You know enough to take my words seriously."
"Seriously, yes. But moving your massive spying thing formed no part of our agreements." Valavir Gillen smiled, remembering the negotiations outside the Thurl's wall. The effort with which she'd persuaded the Night People to join her assault on the Shadow Nest. She couldn't have driven them away with a cannon. "You went to some effort to get Louis Wu's spy thing. You thought to keep that secret from me, I expect. But how?" A ghoul's shrug looked like she'd disjointed both shoulders.
"How were we to know we couldn't just peel the web off and roll it up and walk off? But it's embedded in the brick, and so we must reveal our need. Valavir Gillen, we will buy your cruiser."
She named a sum.
"Payable in Center City by any local Night People concern when you return."
Sold. The money was at the low end of reasonable, and so what? Long before she could return to get it, Grieving Tube would have fuel to simply take Cruiser 2. "I may have to explain this to my superiors. Will your people back me up?"
"Your associates may learn as much as I will reveal to you tonight. Some secrets we keep. But let us gorge first, boss. Isn't your meal prepared yet?"
Foran Ayidli bellowed 2 words in Vala's Center City tongue. "Boss! Eat!" Hunger sank sharp teeth into Valavir Gillen's belly. "That's my secret name," she told Grieving Tube, and she went. Chapter 18. Costs and Schedules. Weavertown, AD 2892. Even the sailing people had retired. Now only a pair of heat shadows in grass, and Louis Wu,
remained to watch the hindmost's dance. The pace was brisk now, but the hindmost never seemed to run short of breath.
"This isn't over, Louis. I heard some of what they told the red herders. They spoke of spill mountains and problems with the Skrith surface."
"Use the web-eye. Ask them where they're going." "No, I will reserve that one secret. Let them struggle for a time before I speak. Let me see how urgently they want your attention." "Mine?" "Louis Wu, who boiled an ocean, O subtlest one. They know nothing of the hindmost. Louis, you're showing marked signs of deterioration. Do you want medical attention?" "Yes," Louis Wu said. The hindmost said, "Very well. My risk and effort involved in sending you my refueling probe must be compensated. You've had a free hand." Louis waved it off. "Don't risk your probe. You might need it. I'll go back the way I came, back down the Shenthi River Valley. There are mistakes I don't need to make twice, so it'll go a little faster."
"I was 11 years coming. I'd be 9 years returning, maybe less. It'll give you time to move your dock to crew quarters."
"Louis, I have mounted a stepping disk on my refueling probe. In one turn of the Ringworld it can reach you. In an instant you'll be aboard." "That probe is your fuel source, hindmost, and I have refueled Hot Needle of Inquiry, which in any case is still embedded in cooled lava. And I dare not think what price you would ask for its use. Anyway, you'll want to move your dock into crew quarters or the lander bay. I have done that." The window shifted, and Louis was looking into the cabin that he hadn't seen in 11 years. A huge coffin occupied what had been his and Chmie's exercise space. "Well, futz." The hindmost was eager. Louis said, "I left Hidden Patriarch a few thousand miles downstream. Didn't you leave a stepping disk aboard? I can be there in 7 or 8 phalans." "2 years? Louis, matters are becoming urgent. The Ringworld seems infested with protectors." "Oh?" All innocence was Louis Wu, with a smile beginning deep inside. Yes, it all came down to protectors. "Before she died, Tila said she had left one living ghoul protector in charge on the rim wall. I can verify that the repair crew is still active." "Show me," Louis said. The window in the cliff panned along a wall 1,000 miles high. The rim wall was a frieze. Mountain shapes, relief carved into a continuous wall the color of Earth's moon. Bands of night swept along its length, their motion barely visible. Spill mountains stood as tiny cones, 5 to 7 miles tall along its base. Along the top of this stretch of the rim wall, 20 faint violet flames pointed toward the stars. The hindmost said, "These are the rim ramjets as they were when we first saw them. I was testing a web-eye camera, the same that the ghouls now hold. Here, 5 years later, 6 years ago." The same view, night again, but the ghost flames had gone out. "The Ringworld was back in place by then," Louis said. "Oh, yes, but I kept track. Louis, can't you see the attitude jets?" The view zoomed. Now Louis could make out the dark mouths of spill pipes, high above the spill mountains, and ghostly shapes much larger than he'd guessed. Pairs of copper-colored toroids circled the tiny wasp waists of 21 double cones of fine wire, huge skeletal Bussard ramjets. 6 years ago? 6 before I noticed. Caught up in the dance, I might have lost track for as much as— hesitation. A phalan? Lonely to the point of madness, lost in a dance with ghosts. The poor herd-beast, once all-powerful, now all alone, rejected by his kind. Louis shook it off. "So someone mounted the 21st motor, the one we found on the spaceport ledge." "Yes, but copied it first. Here, less than 2 years ago." 23 motors, and a 24th with skewed orientation, not yet mounted. Louis couldn't see what was moving it. He only saw minute adjustments in position. My web eye has no more definition than this, but new motors are being manufactured and set in their cradles on the rim wall. Is this not evidence for a protector? More than one, Louis said. Manufacture, transport, placement, supervision. Hesitation again. Louis, some hominids go in herds or tribes, but my records suggest that protectors do not. I believe I could monitor all these activities. So could a protector. And defense? But a second protector is using the meteor defense to destroy invading ships. Stet. And what of the unseen creature following the red herder? No, I won't give you that one. A ghoul spying on other ghouls. Local politics. Louis, think. We saw him enter the vampire sanctuary. He must be a protector if the vampire scent doesn't affect him. Stet. What was he doing in there, do you think? Protecting the red herder, it seemed. He may be of that species. Our next sight of him would have been the river, I expect. Yeah, self-effacing he was, and you can't do that when you're covered with vampire scent. But we won't see him because your camera is lying in the cargo hold of a... 3 protectors, Louis. 6 to 8, if your guess is right. War among pack protectors made a radioactive waste of their own world. I see your point, Louis said placidly. Protectors of divergent species would leave fragments of the Ringworld falling to interstellar space. Louis, we cannot have 2 years. I could escape into stasis for the remaining lifespan of the universe. You can't even reach hot needle of inquiry. Maybe they'll cooperate, Louis said. Ringworld hominids do get along. Different species don't use the same resources, and they all cooperate with ghouls. Once you're in that mode, you can get along with anyone. There was war between red herders and grass giants. Futz, hindmost. They both wanted the grass. I feel the situation is urgent. Louis stretched. His joints creaked and tendons were protesting even this afternoon's moderate exercise. Tell you what, he said. Send your refueling probe to where I left Hidden Patriarch. It'll make a nice big target for you. I'll move back downstream and see if our city builder friends want to join us again. 8 Phalans, 2 Earth years, 1 of yours. Then if we can come to an agreement, I'll accept your medical attentions. The hindmost said, Agreement? I'll work out a contract. You are in a poor position to bargain. Let me know if you change your mind, Louis said. He got up and waded back through the river, waiting for the musical scream behind him. It didn't come. Louis came awake slowly, groggy from lack of sleep. Sawur felt good moving against him. He asked, Do weavers rish at sunglare? By preference we do. Stet. Louis got his arms working and began running his hands through her fur. Nice. Thank you. She stretched along his length. Her fingers caressed his scalp, grooming what hair she could find. They moved easily into Rishatra. It was a wonderful lifestyle in its way. Presently, Sawur pulled back to look at him. Tired or not, you seem very relaxed. I think I've got him. Night. I have formulated a contract, the hindmost said. So have I, Louis Wu said. He held up his translator. It's in memory, mostly in notes. I can't read that. We'll have to work from here. The cliff abruptly glowed with lines of print, black on white, and a virtual keyboard taller than Louis himself. Their audience murmured appreciatively. Most of the villagers were seated around Louis. Louis wondered what they thought they were seeing. He'd been making notes toward his own contract all afternoon. To work from the hindmosts instead of his own would violate a basic principle of negotiation. Louis didn't intend that. But another principle said that a negotiator should never admit to being under a deadline. Louis asked in interspeak, "How do I work it?" "Point," the hindmost said. "Left for cursor, right to type." Louis tried it, waving his arms like an ambidextrous orchestra conductor. Mental patterns may require alteration. Louis deleted that and wrote, "Mental patterns must not be altered for any purpose." The section on payment looked reasonable. He was to be charged for work comparable to treatment in hospitals at Sol system, paid off in service not to exceed 12 years. Hold it. Booster Spice and Standard Tech? By no means. What then? Puppeteer experiments? I've tried to describe what I have available. A modified ARM-X program. You can't compute the cost of this thing against fees payable at a Sol hospital. Your system would give me another 30 years of life, roughly speaking, wouldn't it? I'll give you 7 years of service following my emergence from the dock. 12. Louis, this system will rewrite you to the age of 20. You'd get another 50 years with no further medical treatment at all. The risks you'll put me through, I'll be lucky to get 50 good days, and you know it. That's why I went on sabbatical in the first place. 7. Stet. Louis pointed with his left forefinger, the cursor. Time expended shall be computed only for discrete actions taken at the direction of the hindmost. Now what is this flup? What about consultation time, travel time, actions done without consulting you because there's no time, subconscious problem-solving during sleep? Write it in. Your motives are questionable. No honest entity would have tried that. This is how negotiation works, Louis. You're going to teach me how to negotiate? Stet. Louis erased the offending sentence, then typed one-fingered on the air. Service period shall terminate 7 years after acceptance of this contract. He ignored the squawk of distress. Now I need a clause to protect me from being altered into a better servant. I don't see anything in here that will do that. Text added itself. Louis watched for a bit, then said, "No." "Right, then." "No. Can you think of any way to get yourself a copy of my contract?" "No." "It'll have to wait for me to reach Hidden Patriarch, then. I'll start tomorrow." "Wait! Louis, I can easily find you here." "Hindmost, I think I'll have to insist on your accepting my contract, not yours. If you can't read it, how can you suggest changes?" "You must read it to me aloud." "Tomorrow. Now, something else has been bothering me. How long does it take you to shape a plume from the sun and then set off the superthermal laser effect?" 2 hours, sometimes 3. Conditions vary." 3 ships came through Fist of God near here, and someone blasted them. One landed on the far side of the Ringworld, and someone blasted it. Did that take longer? What with all the fast-forward action, I just couldn't tell. "I will look." Louis woke late. Sawur and the children were gone. Nothing edible remained from last night. Louis worked near the empty fire-pit. No entity or process shall alter Louis Wu's patterns of thought by medical or chemical means, nor by any means save persuasion worked while Louis Wu is fully conscious and in his right mind. No agreements made while he is not fully conscious and in his right mind shall be binding. The period of servitude— Louis crossed out servitude— mutual dependence shall end no more than 7 years after acceptance of this contract.
Wu shall be entitled to sleep, meals, and periods of healing as required.
Emergencies interrupting these free times shall shorten the period of mutual dependence at triple time. Penalties for violations. Vacation periods mutually agreed upon shall extend the period of mutual dependence. Louis Wu may refuse any command if in his sole judgment the commission involves undue risk, undue damage to local hominids or their culture or their environment, global damage to the ring world, or clear ethical violations. A few talking points wouldn't hurt. He'd become ferociously hungry. He knew where to find more roots. Louis rode the cargo stack straight up to seek out a path, and saw children milling in the upland woods across the Shenthi River. Sawur had found 2 big mushrooms of different species, and the children had killed a land-going crustacean as big as a rabbit. They watched with interest as Louis wrapped them in leaves and then wet clay. He dug his flash out of the lockbox on his cargo stack. With the flash on microwave, wide aperture, medium intensity, he heated the mound of clay until it puffed steam. Then he carefully locked the flash away, a dangerous thing to leave loose. Strill, Harold, keep the rest away from the clay. It'll burn you. Sawur, I want to make you a parting gift. Louis, are we to part? The web-dweller sent his refueling probe to spray the cliff. It must be nearby. I expect he could have it here in a few hours. He hopped off the plates. Let me show you this now. I'm wondering if it should go to you or to the whole village. The cargo plate controls were depressions on the rims, and they took some strength to move. Protector strength. Louis jabbed with a slender piece of rod held in both hands. The bottommost plate dropped from his stack and floated an inch above the grass. Sawur asked, "Will you present it tonight? Give it to the village in charge of me and Kidada. I will be as surprised as any. Show him and me how to work it, but none other, and no visitors." Stet. This is a magnificent gift, Louis. Sawur, you've given me my life, I think. Maybe. Do you still doubt? Give me a moment. Louis knocked the clay off one end of his mound. The mushrooms looked and smelled done. They tasted wonderful. He broke open the rest of the mound and found the crawler done, too. Most of the meat was in the spinnerets, and the children shared those around. The tail made 1 bite each for him and Sawur. That's better. I'm not rational when I'm that hungry. Now look. Louis drew a ring in the dirt. Light takes 32 minutes to cross the ring world and come back. He heard the translator converting times and distances. Really? Trust me. 8 minutes for a beam from the sun to touch the arch. 16 minutes across, 32 to cross and come back. If 3 starships pop up through a hole here, near the great ocean, and 2.5 hours later they're destroyed, and a ship lands here and is destroyed 2 hours later, where is the attacker? Sawur studied the sketch, then pointed. Here, across the arch. The first ships he needed half an hour just to see them. But what if it is attacked 3 hours later? Sawur said, That would put the attacker here, where you drew the great ocean. Yeah. When Shadow touched the sun, Louis had written a contract that ought to protect him, if a puppeteer would honor a contract. He presented the cargo plate to Weaver Town while dinner was broiling. They acclaimed him as a mighty magician, a Vashnesht. Then children wanted to ride the plate while parents were urging caution. Louis showed Kidada the setting that would hold the disk 2 feet high, low enough to be safe. He watched Kidada swooping among the houses, with Strill whooping in his arms, and hoped that they wouldn't burn the thing out joyriding. One day they'd need it to lift something heavy. The light was disappearing. Hunters had killed a predator. The meat tasted too much of cat. Weavers took slices and settled to watch the cliff as it came alight. Perched on his stack of cargo plates like a proper wizard, Louis nibbled cooked reeds and a root he'd microwaved in clay. Puppeteers were dancing in a swirling rainbow. Louis watched with the others, then asked in interspeak, Are the pyrotechnics supposed to throw you off? They are for loveliness. Louis, you must come to me.
How is it with the fearless vampire slayers? I hear only voices. The cruisers have separated. Cruiser 2 is gone to starboard with my web-eye in the cargo shell. The red herders speak of an entity the mail calls Whisper. Tegger thinks Whisper has left them. Warvia thinks he dreamed. I think Whisper is our phantom protector. Louis, will you come?
We'll have to reach terms. I accept your contract.
You haven't seen it. I accept it, provided you make no changes from this moment. As you've had no extortionate advantage, you will have written it fairly. My probe will arrive within 12 minutes. Louis looked at the sky. Nothing was visible yet. Where will I pop out? In your suite aboard Needle. Suite? It was one compartment, locked, that he had shared with a Kazin. Contract pays me triple time during emergencies. Shall I arm myself? Yes. Sawur, get the children out of the water. Hindmost, land in the stream. Now, I remember crawling through the disk you mounted for refueling. It was pretty cramped. I do learn, Louis. I've mounted a full-sized stepping disk on the side of the probe, big enough for you and your cargo plates, too. Louis thought, fortunately, I always keep my feathers numbered for just such emergencies. It wouldn't have meant anything to a puppeteer. From his safe box he withdrew the flashlight laser and a variable knife, 2 powerful weapons. He set the flash for narrow, short-range, high-intensity. He extended the blade by 2 feet, then brought it back to 1.5 feet. Lose your hold on a variable knife, the wire blade would cut whatever was close. A violet-white light peaked above the cliff. The refueling probe settled on fusion flame. The cavity in its nose, that was the refueling system, a filter to pass hydrogen ions, and a one-way stepping disk no wider than Louis's hips. A much larger stepping disk had been mounted on its flank, a circular plate, like an afterthought of a wing. Weavers oohed and awed, then shied back from a wave of steam. The flame went out. As Louis glided above the probe, it splashed down on its flared motor, then rolled and toppled into the water. The water dimpled above the stepping disk. So, it was on. Louis cut the lift and dropped straight in. His peripheral vision caught a shadow leaping after him.